Sean's.
Can you get him in L.A.?
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny.
Sean's
Like now. Oh, we're live.
Backfired on
Well,
me.
welcome, guys. We're it's Nice Guy Indie Podcast. It's Thursday night. We got a special guest in the house, Bobby Blade versus Scott Diamond tonight. Scott Diamond hasn't showed up yet.
Fashionably late.
He's fashionably late.
As always. But, and Johnny Lee did get me my drink like he was told to do. Thank you, Johnny.
10 minutes
You're
ago.
welcome. I mean, I'm doing Sean's job.
Apparently,
Excuse me?
Apparently, we abused
You
the hell
heard
out of
me.
Johnny around here.
His mama's all butt hurt.
Yeah.
Nola Fox, thank you for watching.
Thanks for tuning in.
Notice we're not beating up Johnny. Cooler, what's up?
Not
What's up?
yet. Not yet.
What's cooler?
Kirkpatrick.
I know who.
What's up, man?
What's up, Kirkpatrick?
How you doing, Bobby Blade?
I'm doing good, man. How y'all doing?
We're
Doing
doing
good,
good.
brother.
We're doing good.
Hunter
We're doing
Hatfield, what's up? What's up?
Glad to hear it.
I'm trying to get it shared out here, but my phone runs at a
Oh, yeah, I
snail's
got to do
pace.
the
So.
same thing.
Nice shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you,
The
man.
hot rod.
Hot ride.
I got a hot rod shirt. I'm just not wearing it right now.
Well, his shirt looks better anyways.
When he wears his
You
hot
just
rod,
hating on me because you got mad because you
When
got
he-
a swirly last
when he
night.
wears his
Jamie Neese, thank
when he
you for
wears his
watching.
hot- When
That's
he wears
also
his
Shelly.
hot rod shirt, he always wears his skirt.
It's a kilt.
It is a dress.
It's a kilt.
Everyone knows that when Sean wears
It's
his,
a Britney
dress.
Spears "Hit Me One More Time" dress.
It's a kilt, sir.
Sir, I saw you dancing to that song too.
I don't dance to Britney
Hit me,
Spears.
baby, one more time.
No, but when he's alone inside the shower, I swear. I hear
Oh,
him sing
they're being slicker than Slicky J in this house. Well, Nola.
that. No, they're not.
What?
I don't know who Nola's
Well,
talking
his
about.
shirt looks better anyways.
Oh, they're being slicker
Turn
than
your
Slicky J in the phone. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
Technical difficulties, thanks to Andy.
Already?
All right, no,
Man.
Already.
Well, as soon
None
as last
yet.
week we had Gary Gandy, we had to start the show over like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Well, we was trying something different that day.
I was watching, and it had like, I was watching on YouTube or something, and it split it in half.
Yep,
Oh, man,
Yeah.
that's
it did.
what happened. Look at NWA.
that's awesome.
Oh, that's how it used
Well,
to
we
be.
multi-stream around here, and I was just trying to maybe go.
Oh,
I was trying to go.
she's talking about Maddie and Yo being slicker than.
They ain't doing no slicking.
I was trying to go.
How do you
just
know? You ain't there, Johnny.
live
You're
on
right here.
Facebook a little bit, and then
They better
maybe
not be
go
touching
live
my
on
shit.
YouTube for a little while. But
Maddie, come bring his.
what?
Kirkpatrick likes Johnny's shirt. He has one just like it.
Appreciate it, Kirkpatrick.
Look at old Ricky. I was gonna say Ricky Morton.
Ricky Morton.
Is
Oh,
that
look.
the Barbarian?
Yeah, Ricky Morton versus the Barbarian. This
Is
could
that
be
Ricky
awesome.
Morton, really?
Yes, it is.
That's old school Ricky Morton.
Only difference is his hair's still the same.
We're watching a YouTube channel called Classic Wrestling Stuff. It is awesome. I highly recommend it to anybody that likes old school wrestling. If you look for it, it's Classic Wrestling Stuff, and the thumbnail for the channel is Brad Armstrong. I highly recommend it. It's awesome. He's got old TV shows up for Memphis, World Class, NWA, all kinds of stuff.
Hell yeah.
That's right. Look at Tommy
That's
Young.
what we're watching.
Tommy Young, come over here and check me out. Scorpy!
Look at how the Barbarian looks too.
Kirkpatrick said, "Hello, Bobby."
Hello.
he was such a beast, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Barbarian.
was.
He still is, from what I hear.
Is he really still jacked?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's still wrestling. If
He
I'm not
might be.
mistaken.
I think so
Yeah.
too. Man, just think.
Everybody remembers
How old do
Barbarian.
you think he was in that video there?
Early 20s, maybe. Or maybe not early, but
You think he's still in his 20s in there on that?
he may be.
I'd say so. Yeah.
And look at him. He knows how to. He knows how to get the crowd invested too. Him and Ricky Morton right there.
Well, you can't go wrong with Ricky Morton ever. And plus, you got
Chucky Smooth.
you got the best.
What's up, Chucky?
What's up, Chuck?
And Scorpy, what
Oh,
kind
look
of
at that.
scavenger hunt they having,
I
honey?
seen this. You better not be Scorpy, boo.
She said scavenger hunt there tonight. What kind
You
of
better leave
scavenger?
my stuff alone.
Stay out of Johnny's stuff, but do your scavenger hunt through everybody else's stuff.
You got the best referee of all time, Tommy
They act
Young.
like children. Yeah, he did.
A lot of people there are children in that house,
They
Johnny.
go through your shit when you get home when you're
Yeah.
away, Johnny. That's funny.
They took his award that he had shoved up his ass?
They took his award. Did you get it back?
Yeah, I got it back.
Was she sanitizing it? Where it was shoved up your ass?
That's so funny.
The barbarian's showing that
They
you don't
did.
need to do a whole lot.
Barbarian strutting that ass.
It's not. I don't think it's abuse if you use lube, is it?
I didn't use lube when I shoved it up his ass.
And you know,
But
Bobby,
it went up there rather easily. I don't know what
You
happened.
spit on it, I think.
No, I didn't touch it. I didn't do nothing. I just.
and you know, Bobby, Scott Diamond's crashing me late tonight.
Well, of course he is. He knows he's got the first half of the podcast being upheld by myself.
That's true.
Does he know that we
You got any
started
good-
eight?
You got any good stories on him while he's not here?
Yes, I do actually.
Johnny, check your messages.
Tell some.
Maddie says. Nola even says that. Check your phone.
Yeah, it was funny. We were working for UWF at this point, and
Speaking of devil,
yeah.
That trash.
Oh, I was getting ready to tell a story about the shoes.
Oh my goodness! Did you bring them?
Those were expensive shoes.
We was out in the parking lot signing autographs.
Of course.
Very good to see you. Very good to see you.
See, there's an odd number of seats here. Sean, you can see yourself out. The door's over
You
there.
want me to switch over there?
You
I'm
gonna
gonna
take
have
mine?
Bobby sit over here. Scott's gonna sit here, and you're gonna sit beside him.
Oh, man.
All
What a
right.
pleasure. I can't wait
Awesome.
to sit here.
Where'd you get
Nancy
that?
knows where I like to sit.
Nice
Awesome
and far away
jacket,
from that
man.
To the door. Absolutely. How you doing? It's good to see you, man.
It's really good to see you, Bob.
Good to see you, man.
Hope we're not live. I love this guy. And I don't want no.
We
Oh,
are.
yeah,
we
we're
are
very-
live.
We're very live
We're
right now.
all the way live.
Hey, Faith, Dad.
Wendy, Lone Wolf, always someone I looked up to in the business. Great wrestling minded human wrestling
Hey,
encyclopedia.
thank you. Who's that?
Chucky.
Oh,
All right.
John Bullard. Oh my!
John
Thank
Bullard.
you, sir.
Oh, yeah, let me put John
Johnny
Bullard.
Rock.
What a name.
Hey, Wendy.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You gotta definitely talk into this mic.
I've got to get a haircut.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Somebody's moved my mic. I don't know. What the
I didn't touch it.
Okay.
There we go. Somebody's moved my mic. Sean, leave my fucking mic.
I
alone.
don't touch your mic, sir.
Sean, I've had about enough of you. And I just,
Shut up, Austin.
I've been out back signing autographs for the last 15 minutes, and already you're screwing stuff up.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, over at the what's this place again?
That's the Subway Pop.
Yeah, we
Oh,
were over
Subway?
the Subway and signing autographs, getting free food. Oh, I mean, you can't say free food. They'll fire them guys.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they paid for it.
Oh, they'll pay
Paid
for it.
for you.
That they did. That they did.
Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm gonna. Is John Bullard
Come
still
around
watching?
this
Yeah,
way.
he's still watching. He said two guys I always enjoyed being around: Scott Diamond and Bobby Blade.
All right, I'm gonna put John Bullard over here for a little bit.
Johnny Rock.
John Bullard, he came along. Well, he came along as a manager and a wrestler and everything first and everything. And I'm looking myself on that, and I notice it's a little bit off, so it's throwing me off.
It's fine, Bobby.
But anyway,
Doss Man, thanks for watching.
John worked for UWF, which we all did.
Yeah.
He was Johnny Rock at the time and everything, and during that time, the shows were doing well and all that stuff, and then he went and he opened up a company in Corbin, Kentucky, called Pro Wrestling Freedom, and when he opened up Pro Wrestling Freedom, it was a completely different style, and I think it gave a shot in the arm to the wrestling business in Kentucky
Certainly.
at that time.
Certainly.
And when PWF came along, that was the point in time where the business started to change. That's where you saw a definite change in the business in the state of Kentucky. He was very positive for the business. He did a great job with PWF, Pro Wrestling Freedom. He was an amazing mind, great guy. I was treated extremely well by him there. I loved my time. I was only there for a year.
One of
But-
the best heel managers in Corbin, though. Let me tell you,
I appreciate that. Man, I'll tell you what.
coming from the greatest,
That's some.
really.
Shoe in for a second.
But, yeah, I had the time of my life there in PWF. It was great, man. Seriously.
I agree, Bobby. John, Big Doss Man, I want to say hello to you guys first of all. And when John brought that to Corbin, I was doing the Diamond Exchange, and so with that, John offered me an opportunity to come down there I come down and done a battle royal and got to meet him and talk to him. And when he found out about the Diamond Exchange, you know, he's like, hey, I would like to have you come down and just do that, which was to me a great opportunity.
Is this him?
But at the time, PTW
that
was
is-
starting back up. And so I felt like
Bone
you know,
breaker.
John had so much going on there. You know, Adam Pierce coming in, yourself. I mean, all these great guys coming in. Max Misery, a name from the past.
Oh yeah.
He really had it going on, like you were saying, Bobby. And so I felt like with PTW just starting up, I was needed probably more there than down there.
Yeah.
But man, talk about he lit Corbin up. He lit Corbin up. And actually, last time I was in here, I was telling you guys, you know, this guy right here sitting over here across from me, he looks and acts like the most gentlest guy on the planet. But do not tell him to go out there and be a bad guy manager.
Sean?
Oh, no. No, the lone wolf. Look, I tried to shake his hand one time, and the thanks that I got is he gave me the blade cutter. So,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
hey, look, if we may,
I was there that night.
we've got to do this, Bobby. We've got to do this. We've talked
Oh
about it.
snap!
We've got to do it.
Oh, they're doing it. Johnny,
Let's do it
get in
We're
here.
gonna do it now. Let's do it at the end. We're gonna do it.
You want
wanna
to
do it
build
now?
to it? Let's build to
Let's
it.
build to it.
Let's build to
build
it.
to it.
Let's
All right.
build to
Let's
it.
make them wait.
I'll turn the camera on in the other room, and we'll do it in there.
Whoa, let me get this right. The star stands up, all right, on this artificial knee of his, and then you have him sit back down.
Huh? Yeah. Stay seated.
What a great
Yeah, you know, the knees ain't what they used to be.
Yeah, we'll
Especially
definitely
like
get-
how you're not on camera, Austin.
Well, definitely they'll have to wait to the end of the
I'm still
show to
raw.
get the goods.
But you're not on camera, so it don't
and I
count.
may be
He's not on
embarrassing
camera?
him a little bit
He's
here,
not.
but I'm telling you, we spoke about that before also. And I'm telling you, so much love for this guy right here. If you can go out and get over with just a handshake, you know you're good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this cat right here, man, when it comes to facial expressions, when it comes to body language, I've said it a million times. He could tell a whole story and never open his mouth.
Yeah.
The greatest guy when it comes to getting a story across with facial expression and body language, Bobby Blade.
I'm
bar
so
none.
glad.
Steven Broughton said because Diamond stays on his knees. LOL.
I'm so glad we
That's
got.
all right. Your
And
wife
then
loved it.
John Buller, Johnny Rock. That's how I remember you, John. It was my honor, gentlemen. It truly was. I learned a lot, and now bringing the presentation to the Chicagoland area.
Yeah,
Kirkpatrick says, "Hello, Scott and Austin."
I'm so
Hey.
glad we got to make this happen. I wanted this to happen ever since I met Bobby Blade, and ever since I met you, I wanted this show here to happen.
Because we told the stories of you two, and we just
We've got.
we couldn't
we've
get
had a lot
y'all
of
in
great
at the same
times,
time.
a lot
We
of great
managed to
times.
squeeze it in.
And we're here to disappoint you tonight. So.
That's right. That's right.
Those were expensive shoes.
They were English leather shoes.
he was
you know?
great. He's going to tell the story about
Oh my
that.
gosh.
Oh man, it was amazing. It was the funniest thing because Scott didn't know what I was getting ready to do. What it was I had already stopped wrestling and stopped managing at the time, but I was doing the general manager thing. Wasn't
General
I?
manager. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was doing the general manager thing, and Scott was managing Amazing Maria,
Yeah.
and they went to the ring and they. What did you do? How did you get me out there?
Mickey Knuckles and Maria had a thing going on at the time.
Right.
And so everybody that knows Mickey knows how crazy she is. And so we were trying to, plead to the commission. We're not afraid of nobody. We're badass people. But if we can get the commissioner on our side, then, we would be that much further. And so I give Bobby an envelope, and I guess there just wasn't enough in there. And he's like, well, and I'll take the shoes.
Yeah. So I look at him and everything, and he said something about Mickey wasn't there that night. That's what
No,
it
she
was.
wasn't there that night.
Yeah, Mickey wasn't there that night, and said, "Well, we need an opponent for Amazing Maria tonight." And I said, "Well, we don't have any other, women in the back right now. She's the only one here tonight, so we can't have a women's match tonight." And he said, "Well, it doesn't have to be just another woman for her to face. She'll face anybody. How about you?" And I was like,
Dossman said, "Let Scotty know there will be a block party at the Bash."
All right.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
wait a minute. He's talking block party. That's not the kind of block party I want.
Oh, not the fun kind of block.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The block party. I understand.
Magnum TA, Dusty Rhodes, David.
"So
If anybody doesn't know, Scott Diamond allegedly busted open.
It's as real as it gets, baby.
Well, he
Bobby
did
Doss
actually.
needs-
I was there. I seen it. He smashed a block
Bobby
over
Doss needs surgery
his
on
knee.
that knee.
Yeah.
Chris Blade, what's up, my good
But,
man?
so Scott says, you know, it doesn't need to be, you know, another woman. She'll take on anybody. How about you? And
Well, he
I
had
said,
retired, so
Yeah,
we thought he would be an easy mark.
and I said, well, I'm retired. You know, I'm not doing any more matches or anything. I'm not wrestling anymore and all that stuff. And he says, come on, Bobby. And he pulls out an envelope. It's got money in it. I kind of look at it and everything. I said, it's going to take more than this. And that kind of threw him for a loop because he wasn't expecting this.
No,
part.
I wasn't. Yeah.
And I said, I looked him up and down. He said, what's it going to take? I looked him up and down, and I said, those are some awful nice shoes you got there. And I
I
said,
paid $300 for them shoes.
and I said, if you throw those shoes in, we got a deal. So he takes the shoes off, and he has to manage the rest of the night in his socks.
Socks.
And Scott is one that he runs around the ring and all that stuff. And so he's running around the ring in socks.
Slipping and sliding.
On
And
a
it's-
tile floor, yeah.
And I'm in the back. You know, me and Maria do our little match and everything. And all it was really was I lay down, she covers 1, 2, 3, raise Maria's hand and blah, blah, blah. But I took off out of there with the envelope full of money
And the
shoes. And I think he thought I was going to give them back to him so he could manage the rest of the night with the shoes on. But he had to manage in the socks, and it was so funny and everything. Because
They were laughing. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I bet.
Oh,
I was
I was
doubling my
dying.
insurance, you know.
He comes to the back and he goes, that was great. You know, can I get my shoes back? And I said, well, you know, the people saw me take them from you, so you're not going to get them back the rest of the night. So he had to manage the rest of the night in the sun. It was great.
Man, it was off the chain.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, that was just me getting caught up in the moment, but Bobby really added that to it.
Yeah.
Because had I went ahead and put those shoes back on, you know, it would kind of blown what we had done. But for the fact that, no, Bobby was on top of it, no, you know what, brother, go on out there. These shoes are mine.
Hey, Stud, Diamonds, Scott's already told that story about shutting down the radio station in Irving.
Oh, God, what a time. Let me tell you, they
But-
they had to production was shut down for like an hour and a
Oh,
half.
my God.
There was a chime in here with me, Stud. I think it was a beauty parlor or something across the street with these women over there. Look, he had them shutting down and coming across the street on us. And I thought, you know, I'm not taking you to any radio program ever again. They wanted to burn us out of Irving.
Oh, wow.
I think it was the Russian Stud, and if I'm not mistaken, again, help me out here, Stud. I think Kid Mac was with us that day as well. I'm telling you what, talk about heat. We got mass heat. You know, I've done a lot of podcasts. Bobby's done a lot of podcasts, you know, Stud. We've all done a lot of these things over the years. That's the only one time that I ever had to shut down production because people were banging on the door wanting to kill us.
Oh, wow.
That's great.
We're hidden here, so a lot of people don't know where we are.
If you have Stud up here, don't tell anybody the address. Let me tell you.
We've had him in here, I guess.
Yeah,
He's-
we've had him in here.
He's
The address is
right.
What's Stud's address?
101 Hilltop.
We're 101 here.
Austin. You want to sit on my lap so I can get on camera or something?
You got $20, brother.
No, man, this is all free.
Bobby is like the old days, you know.
I'm giving it away.
Yeah. You know, Bobby,
He said
like a lot of the guys.
Stud comes on and said,
come over
I
closer
insulted the police department.
What is it?
He insulted the police department.
Oh, you
Stud
did?
said that.
they really, I mean, it was amazing. Because, I
Crystal
mean, Bobby,
Johns,
myself,
thanks for watching.
We've been able to get good heat throughout the years. But again, never so much on a radio program that they would shut down operations for an hour.
Was that the night that Stud got into a fight at Arby's and beat up 26 soldiers or something like that?
Well, that's what he says, but
Dean O'Neill said Bobby volunteering to be Santa for the night.
Dino, let me say this. You know, Dino's still training, and he's had a couple of matches under his belt. He's not real familiar with Bobby Blade. Be careful, Dino. Just be careful.
Awesome,
because,
Crystal.
again, you know, he might be sitting in a chair right now, but don't underestimate Bobby Blade. Not at all.
Nope.
He'll show your young self some old school stuff in a heartbeat.
Eye pokes and crotch kicks. That was my main thing.
Hey, and he does it well, too.
Don't,
Yeah.
don't
Back
throw-
Those work all the time,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And,
Even when you get
if he
old.
asks you to shake his hand, you know, he's
Don't.
got the best handshake in the business. But, you know, be careful. That's why I think I was so slow and hesitant to shake his hand. Because, you know, the one time I went to shake his hand, like Sean was talking about, and all it got me was the blade cutter. And I thought, well, he's retired. Why did he beat me up?
Why not?
It's just what we do.
Now,
We had some great times
after
in Georgetown.
Bobby,
Oh, absolutely.
I gotta ask this, Bobby. After your match with Maria, that 60-minute Broadway match you went with Amazing Maria,
Yeah,
did you lay down on the floor in the locker room?
100%. As soon as I got back through the curtain,
You just hit
Two
the,
bottles of oxygen. 2 bottles.
only 2 that night.
Well, you know,
Only
the
two.
following week, though, when Mickey came back, is when she tore Maria's ACL, and so
Yep.
Maria was out for like 6 months.
yeah.
And literally, Mickey is kind of a person that, you know, I love her to death, but you just don't never know what Mickey is going to show up. And not previous, but the following week, when she came, I mean, when she tore her knee, and after she tore her knee, it was just like this light went on, and we could not get her off the knee. You remember, we had to empty the locker room, and some of the guys was the ones that had to come out and pull her by the hair and get her off of her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maria was out for 6 months.
yeah. We had some great times at the UWF, man. I don't think
Oh.
the UWF gets as much respect as it deserves. Were you there the
really-
night that Gene collapsed? And we had to call the ambulance on him?
I mean, I was there, and we had some. I'm not sure if I was there then. I mean, I'm sure I was.
Yeah, you remember Mean Gene, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Great guy, and he could go, he could work, and I think he was in a car wreck or something earlier in the day,
Yeah.
and Felony Fox and Cujo ran the territory, so he gets to the building, tells them what happened, and they said, "Well, we can't have you wrestle tonight," and he was like, and I commend him for this. He was like, "I'm going to wrestle."
You know how the old school guys
Yeah.
were, Bob.
He says, "I'm going to wrestle tonight. There's nothing you can do to get me to not wrestle tonight."
Big
I'm
John
going
Gilbert,
to-
what's up, my man?
You know, he says, "I'm good to go. I promise you." Blah blah blah. He was supposed to wrestle Apollo. That night.
Yeah.
They go out to the ring and they start their match, and everything's going good. And I'm managing Gene, and everything's going great. They're having a great match, and the people are into it and everything. Then finally something happens, and Gene takes a bump, and he gets up and he looks over at me, and he's like glossy eyed.
collapsed.
Yeah, he looks and he drops down to his knees and just falls forward. And I get him rolled over, and I was like, Gino, and I slap him in the face, and he's not responding.
Nothing. Yeah.
And he's snoring, and I opened up his eyes, and his eyes are rolled back in his head, and I started panicking. I threw up the X, and I ran back to the dressing room. I said, "We need some help out here." And everybody starts coming out, and then somebody called the 911 and got the ambulance there and everything. You know, fortunately they got him to the hospital, got him back and everything. I don't remember what it was, what the actual diagnosis was that happened, but it was something to do with the car crash.
I thought it was something to do with his lungs.
Was it his lungs?
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
What's up,
But that
Andrew
was,
Browning?
That was a
You know,
scary
but
moment.
thankfully he recovered, because we've done shows with other guys that didn't. Marty Gibson down in Harlan dropped over dead after just doing a promo in the beginning. Walked out of the ring, dropped over dead.
Yeah.
Scotty, rest his soul. We
Yeah.
just lost Scotty. We were down there.
Scotty Ray.
Scotty Ray, yeah.
Scotty
High
Bush's-
Rollers, I think is what Jeremy Brake's organization was there in Oneida. But we were down at that Mexican restaurant. You know how they'd set up outside?
Yeah.
And Scotty and I went out in the first match, and we worked Jamie Northstar. And after the match, he was telling me, of course, Scotty was big, and he loved to drink. That scotch, man. He put that scotch away, boy.
Oh man,
I think that's probably where I picked it up from.
that night with Bully Ray. Golly.
Oh, he was. Hey, look, and I'll tell you another one. Sean Hernandez, when we were down there,
Yeah.
Bully was a little disturbed. Sean Hernandez says, "I don't know who brought this MFer, but if you don't get him out of here now, I'm going to kill him." And if Scotty was sober, I would put him in Supermax. It'd have been a great bout. But Scotty couldn't. Man, he was 17 sheets into the wind.
We saved his life. I'm convinced we saved his life
Yeah.
that night with Bully Ray.
Yeah.
I think so. And that was in Corbin.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get away from the subject there. So.
No, I mean, it's just that we were lucky because we've seen a lot of health issues happen in the ring, and some of them didn't walk away, so
Yeah.
it was really good that night that he was able to, that Gene was, and of course a couple of us, but there has been a few of us that didn't,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
The thing with Gene, that was scary.
Very much so.
Another thing that was super scary was Jeff Vickers when We did a. Were you there that night? We were in Paris and we did a street fight. It was me and Jeff against Stephen Platt and Jimmy Felcher.
That was for PTW?
No, it was New Frontier Wrestling.
Okay, no, I wasn't there.
And we did a street fight, and we were on semi-main. Main event was a battle royal. But we go out there, we do our street fight, and everything's going good and everything. And, you know, Chic Aftershock, Jeff Vickers, he used to like doing the flaming leg drop.
Yeah.
And the thing is he would just, you know, he would sit up on the rope, squirt a little bit of
Ignite himself.
yeah, squirt a little bit of lighter fluid on his pant legs, and then he would jump off. And then as soon as he hits, you know, the fire would go out, and then they, you know, go into the finish there. You know, which usually that was the finish because how can you follow that?
Right.
But
right.
They do a thing where Jeff, and I apologize if I'm telling this again because I think I might have told this first time I was on.
It doesn't.
They
Some
never get
people
old,
may have
Bobby.
missed it,
They
so
never- they
it's
never
fine.
get old,
It's
bro.
fine.
Yeah, that's
But-
fine. Go ahead.
I can listen to aftershock stories all day.
He gets on the top rope and he starts squirting the lighter
Lighter
fluid on his pants. And he's starting looking over at this woman in the front row, and he's getting, you know, heat with her and everything, and he's yelling at her. And the whole time he's doing it, he's steadily squirting this lighter fluid, and it just covers his pants leg. Well, he goes to flick the lighter. He lights the lighter, and he goes to light it and goes, and it flames up really good. He goes to jump, does the flaming leg drop onto, I think it was Jimmy, and the fire doesn't go out. And so he rolls out of the ring, and the ring is on fire. And then his pants are still on fire. And when he stands up, when he gets out of the ring, he looks down, and the flames just jump up into his face.
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Yeah, and we're panicking and all that stuff. And they're trying to get it out with water. They got bottled water and everything. Like 2 liters of water, actually, I think, just in case something like this were to happen. They're emptying all that. It's not going out. We're panicking. The match stops. It stops, but it continues.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, and Jeff's down, and I'm over there, and I'm looking at him, and I'm panicking, and I'm sitting here thinking maybe if I kick this flame, it'll go out. So I start kicking him. So I start kicking him as hard as I could, and he's on fire, and he looks up at me and says, "Please stop kicking me. I'd rather burn to death."
Bobby was fanning the fire. He was giving it oxygen to breathe. you know?
Probably, yeah.
Kirkpatrick said, "Scott, how rude to blow your nose on camera."
Well, it could be worse, you know. Meet me somewhere and I'll show you.
Hey, yo, whoa,
Hey.
yo.
Well, if it isn't my mentor who taught Cameron Jones, I guess that's Diego from Doomsday Pro. If it isn't my mentor who taught me everything I need to know about wrestling, Scott Diamond.
Well, you ain't done learning yet.
Doss
my young
Man
friend.
said, "Get them a rocking chair."
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need your
Rocking chair.
I do. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'll take a rocking chair.
Bobby's like, "Who's we? You got a mouse in,
Yeah, one of those
in your
nice
pocket?"
ones from Cracker Barrel, right?
I mean, I'll take a hospital bed right now to lay down in.
Yeah, this sitting down shit ain't good, is it? You got to hurt back.
I can sit down for a while, and then I start hurting, and
Yeah,
I
me
stand up for
too.
a while, and I start hurting. So
You know, which is, you know, I'm getting ready to retire, which pushes a lot of us into retirement because when you sit in that car, it's
Yeah.
very hard to stand up after the fact. You know, Bobby, myself, all us old guys been around a little while. The knees, the backs, the hips. You know, you really don't understand how much abuse that your body takes
Yeah.
when you're out doing that. You know, the adrenaline's flying, you're loving it, you're having a good time, and you don't feel it. 2 hours after the fact, you feel every bit of it.
Oh, 100%.
No.
You know what my favorite part of a show is after you get out in the ring and you have your match and you know you did a good job and the people are entertained and you feel like everything, hit, great and all that stuff. Everything went phenomenal. And then you get in the back and I always laid on the floor after the match because I always liked, just decompressing. I call it decompressing.
Yeah.
Even if it was somebody else's match.
Yeah, yeah. But I like to decompress. Get the cool from the floor and all that
Yeah.
stuff from the dirty floor.
Yeah.
Get changed, get your money and everything. Get out of there. My favorite part of the show, my favorite part of the night, I should say, is getting in the car when you just left a hot, sweaty building and you're still hot and sweaty yourself. getting in the car, turning on the air full blast, and heading to wherever you're going next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just, quiet, no radio. Well, they don't even have radios anymore, I don't think. But you're not listening to any music. Everything's quiet. Just chilling
Processing everything.
Processing
and
everything.
Coming down.
Yeah.
Eric Montgomery said, "How did Scott Diamond get Double A to do an interview?"
Oh, man. Look, Eazy-E, we might have to get into that another time. There was a lot. I use a lot of methods. I don't know what your method always was, Bobby, when you were managing. But over the years, I've used a lot of methods. Money, of course. Look, you're making this much on the event. I'll give you an envelope with more. Big Frank, golly, man, he's out there in Vegas now.
Bobby Green, thanks for watching.
Frank the Tank.
Frank the Tank.
Yep. Great guy.
If he didn't want to work somewhere, because just like JJ and Bobby, some of them, as a manager, it was just not a thing that we did at ringside. I totally booked all the cartel matches. I called the promoters and things like that. A lot of times Frank or JR and them, they wouldn't even know where they were wrestling next weekend until I spoke with them. And sometimes Frank would be like, I'm not going over there. And I'd say, Frank, is that on him or what? That's dead on him.
Yeah. I love Frank.
And,
I love Frank to death.
Yeah.
I got to have some green M&Ms. And you don't know how many locker rooms we went into, and there's a big bowl of just green M&Ms. But Frank would say, I don't want to go there. And I'd say, okay, look, he's real computer savvy, he's a real smart young man. And so Frank would get it on the thing, and I'd say, look, just find out what restaurant you want to eat at that's close to the event, and that's where we'll go. And that's how I would get him to go places he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
At 500 pounds, food was his baby. And so I'd say, okay, look, they got 2 places in this place. We was just talking about Buckhorn the other day. They don't even have 2 places. And one of them would be an eatery, and the other one would be wherever the event was being held, an old National Guard Armory or something like that.
Yeah.
And that was one of the ways that I would get Frank to go places they didn't want to go, because a lot of these guys, that become divas. Austin, I can say it, he's not here right now. And Frank was the biggest diva ever. And but I, as a manager, would book all the shows, all the towns. If we went and we stayed overnight, then I would book the hotels.
Yeah.
When we were doing TV, sons of bitches, they got me several times for the limo. Oh yeah, let's get a limo, man. We'll all throw in on it. Okay, well I'll pay for it, and you guys give me back after the show. Okay, everybody got their PO. I paid $800 for this limo. Well, man, they started promoting, like being a promoter toward me. Yeah. Well, man, crowd was down, man. You think that limo driver would take a hot dog and a Coke? I mean,
That's great.
God, some great times, really.
Oh, yeah.
The riots.
Oh, man, the riots are the best, man. Seriously, everybody. The funny thing is I tell these younger kids.
They say riots.
Yeah, there's multiple
Not
riots.
just one.
There's
Plural.
multiple riots.
Plural, yeah.
No, I tell these young kids about these riots we used to be in and everything, and they look at me like I got 3 heads and like they don't believe me and all that stuff. And I'm like, no, it was. I mean, you could get so much heat and everything from these people, and they took it to heart and everything. And next thing you know, you're fighting for your life, trying to get out of the building. And
it's you and your tag partner and your manager fighting 300-400 people trying to get to the door.
Yeah, I mean, it was sometimes it was safer in the ring than it was going to and from the ring.
In the last one that I created in Indiana, we could have avoided it, but it was the same thing. Of course, Maria was there with me.
Yeah.
This chick starts trouble everywhere we go. Look, we were in Macville one night, and just by the grace of Diamond, I saved her from being an L8 spokesperson, because this chick come running.
She's up in OVW, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's
With her daughter?
She's over
Yes.
the women's division there.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's a great girl. I love her.
Yeah,
I love her to death.
And they're
Yep.
doing WOW now too.
Yeah,
they doing well, too?
Mother Truckers. I
Mother
think.
Truckers,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Mother Truckers their tag team name?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've seen that, yeah.
A lot of great history with her. Great person, but I'm telling you, this. Can you say broad? This.
Go ahead.
I don't know what you can say anymore, really. We say a lot of shit, but you probably get banned a lot.
Just don't get canceled.
Yeah.
You're right. Some of the old sayings. I'm glad we had a 20-second relay or delay.
Yeah.
But don't you know? Thank you, sir. Last minute, I meant to go and have these made, and I didn't, so I just ran them off at the house. But I know we were talking about some things for your wall, and
okay.
I really like this. This is fan art. The one behind it, of course, is just a picture.
Cool. Thank you.
But I went to a gig. We were doing a gig in
That's
Harlan, and so right before I went, being a heel, we never shook hands or anything like that, take pictures, because we were heels.
Yeah.
But this guy came up to me and he said, "Look, if you don't mind, this is what I want to do." And of course, this guy's going to draw a picture of me and give it to me at the end of the night. Yeah, right.
He did it while he was sitting in the audience. Did this?
He done that sitting in the audience, and at the end of the night,
That's awesome.
he showed it to me, and I was like, "Well, that's really groovy." And I went to, and he's like, "No,
Johnny,
I just want you to sign it. I'm not giving it to you."
Can you hold it up to the camera in there, and I'll put it on the camera.
It took me a year to talk him out of that drawing.
Really, that's awesome.
But we were talking about Maria. There's another one talking about Harlan. Look, in the state of Kentucky, of course, Bobby knows this.
Down a little bit, Johnny.
If you get busted open the hard way, you have 60 seconds to take it home.
On camera?
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, that's good.
I booked Maria and Myra. They were the cartel women's division, so to speak. Maria was, of course, our women's champion. And so I booked them in a tag match in Harlan. I can't even remember now who the two.
So you're giving this to us for the wall?
Yes, there's two pictures in there.
Okay. And a guy, it's a copy of the guy that
he drew it one night at a show.
Johnny, there's nothing on that other second one you're showing. Yeah, just show the first one. There you go.
It might be on the back, so there should be two pictures in there. One of them was one of the first promo shots that I took when I came to Kentucky Wrestling.
Hey, Johnny, try looking at the picture before you show it, and then show it.
Oh, okay.
That Come on, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that guy drew it. I mean, sitting there in the audience,
That's
wild
awesome.
times in Harlem, man.
That's a
Wild
nice
times in
picture.
Harlem.
We'll hang it up somewhere in here. But you can find a spot.
So I take Maria and I take Myra down there to be the cartel's women match. They had a women's tag match, and so 60 seconds is what you have if somebody gets busted open the hard way. You have to in the state of Kentucky, you have to end it within 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they weren't even in the match 60 seconds.
Somebody got busted open.
Oh man!
Wow.
Myra and Maria. I can't remember. It might have been Haley Shadows and the Green girl,
Lexi?
Lexi Green.
Yeah.
Might have been Haley Shadows and Lexi Green against Myra and Maria. And, man, like I said, bell rang, bop, bop, there's blood all over the place. You know, it's like, and you remember Switchblade down there, the referee? He just thought he was the stuff, and Lord help him, he needed more help than all of us there. And he comes over, I'm managing, I'm in ringside with the two girls. And I'm telling you, this is like 15, 20 seconds into the match.
Yeah.
And he says, Scott, I got to call this. I said, brother, we ain't, but, we just started. Don't call it yet. We'll stop the bleeding. Just don't call it yet. He turns around, and just like, no, I got to stop it, brother. We didn't even get 60 seconds into the match. Match was over, blood everywhere. Maria, of course, she's like, I'm a bad bitch. Fight me.
Exactly. Yeah.
And she is a bad bitch. Let me tell you.
I've heard a lot of stories about her. I wish I could love to get her in here on the podcast.
That kind of reminds me of we were working at MWA. We're doing a War Games match. It was MWA versus NWF, and I forget who all was on my team, but it was me and Max and Larry D. But I don't think he was there that night. I think somebody took his place, and Chris Hayes. And we were
Was it Scott Hayes?
Was it Scott?
I think y'all were running one about Fanny Bush Elementary because everybody in there, we had Chris Hayes. I think it was Scott.
Okay. Well, we'll just.
Because I remember, I could be wrong.
Because I know it was supposed to be Larry, but Larry couldn't be there that night or something.
Bobby Green says Bobby Blade's favorite sidekick was Bunny Love.
Yep.
Jeez, Bobby.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
We had a lot of fun
was
out there.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know, a lot of things that they don't talk about, and somebody just brought up yesterday. Of course, some of us older guys know because we knew John before he went to the WWE, John Moxley and
Yeah.
Bobby Blade, they were a team.
Yeah,
Really? Okay.
So-
just one time.
yeah.
that was
yeah.
it.
But still, I mean, that again, and I'm not trying to embarrass you. I give credit where credit is due. This cat has been around some of the greats, and he's definitely going to go down as one of the greats himself.
Yeah. Awesome.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes,
you.
you.
Well, I appreciate that.
And you've known me for a long time. I don't give away compliments. I sell them. But
Exactly.
that's for free. That's for free.
And he wants his money back afterwards.
I got a receipt.
Wants to change back.
Yeah, gets a
Yeah,
change.
change back. That's what I meant to say. War games though.
Yeah, you sell war games. Yeah.
Yeah, so Larry wasn't there, so we'll just go with Scott was the replacement. I don't remember exactly who it was, but it was Scott, me, Max, and Chris Hayes, and we were in the cage match with Roger Ruffin, Chiron,
Yeah.
Nasty Russ, and T Money, I believe. And
Sounds about right.
And I started with Nasty Russ. And so it was me and then Nasty Russ, and then I think Max was the next guy into the ring. Because, you do the coin flip, and then you
Yeah.
alternate people coming into the cage.
Yeah.
So Max comes in and immediately gets busted open and has to leave the cage to go clean himself up so he can get back into the match. And I'm in there, and they send Chiron in. And then they send T-Money in, and I'm still in there.
Like,
So I'm sitting
yeah.
there, and at this time I'm like, I'm
one.
either 40 or I'm 41 years old or something like that, and I'm fat. So I'm just sitting there like, oh my gosh, I can't hold this up, Max. Where are you? Come on. And it seemed like 20 minutes before he finally came out there. And I said, isn't it time for somebody else to come in on my team yet?
Hey, they started calling him the Lone Wolf right there.
Oh, Max finally came in though, and he was all cleaned up and everything, but he was gushing blood. It was crazy. I don't know what happened to him.
We've seen so many like that. Even was you in Lawrenceburg when T.J. Lightning and Shane Douglas got into it? Another match.
No, it wasn't.
30 seconds into the match, the hard way, bam, he's bleeding like a stuck hog, and he's telling everybody, if you don't do a slow count and you end this match, I'm killing everybody tonight. He runs to the back.
Oh,
of course,
shit.
we all got tape,
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was an old sock. He put it on his head, and they just took the tape and went around his head, and he shoots back out to the ring and finishes the match,
Oh wow.
I remember we were doing a battle royal for Fargo one night, and it came down to me, Jeff Vickers, when he was doing the Country Cousin Jeffro gimmick, and JD.
Convention Center, wasn't it out there?
No, it was the fairgrounds of Mount Sterling, and the old Blue Building out there. Not the Estill Street Jubilee that we worked in later, but it was the fairground building. And I was supposed to go over, and Jeff shoots me into the buckle. He used to do the avalanche in the corner and all that stuff. I was going to get the avalanche, feet out, take a couple other things, boom, and so go on into the finish after that. But he whips me to the buckle, comes in, does the avalanche, overshoots me. He goes over, hits the ring post on the way out, busts himself open. The momentum takes me over. I bust the back of my head open on the pole. And we're leaving JD. I look up at JD Thunder, and he's up in the ring, and he's going,
Winner.
I win!
me and Jeff are bleeding on the floor. And I look over at Jeff. I said, "You all right?" And he goes, "Oh yeah. You all right?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm bleeding. But yeah,
JD, man, there's another blast from the past.
Yeah. When JD first started coming to the MWA and everything, it seemed like I worked with him almost every week. And we were doing all these different shows and everything, and I was always on the sheet with JD Thunder. And
so much history with MWA. Is it not around anymore?
It's
No.
sadly.
it'll be 10 years.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
It's
10 years in
terrible.
May.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Somebody ought to just pick
The Hayes brothers, man, they had top notch.
Yeah.
They really
ran.
did.
Well, it was started by a guy named Cliff Lilly, Bulldog Cliff Lilly,
Yeah.
and then he sold it to Dale TNT Mann, and Dale Mann just took it to the moon. you know, and then Fargo took it over. Danny Fargo, Fabulous Danny Fargo.
Yeah.
And he was the owner for 4 to 5 years, and then Chris Hayes took it over.
Yeah.
And then it was, and then Mark Morris got into it and everything too. So they were like co-owners at the end, the last several years.
So it's been out for like 10 years. You know, you
Yeah,
said.
it coming up in May. I think it's May
is
13th is the 10th year that it's been shut down.
Oh wow, okay.
And it
So
was
2012.
Yeah,
No,
13.
2013.
2013.
Yeah, it was open for 43 years, doing business on a regular basis.
Wow.
And under Dale Mann and Danny Fargo, we were running under Dale Mann, we were running 4 to 5 nights a week. Under Danny Fargo, we were running 3 to 4 nights a week.
And we're
So-
talking top tier talent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear so much about MWA.
Yeah, the MWA. When I was coming up in the MWA for Dale Mann and Danny Fargo,
Yeah.
we had guys that have not only worked in the '90s, obviously, because that's the time period we were in. We had guys that worked in the '80s, '70s, some '60s, and everything. So we were all learning from all these people, and all of this knowledge was being dropped in all of the younger guys at the time.
We were the young
Yeah.
guys.
So
at the time,
why did they just stop? Like
I don't know. I don't know because I wasn't there at the time. So
it was like that somebody would have passed it on to somebody
Well, I
else.
mean,
that would've-
Scott or Chris One had a great gig. They were a scout for
Scott.
Was it Scotty? I mean, so they couldn't be here because he was
Yeah.
a baseball scout, so he was traveling all the time.
okay, yeah.
And as we were saying earlier, really on us older guys, as you put your time in, the traveling really takes a toll on you. Whether you're sitting in an airplane for 2 hours or you're in a car for 3 or 4 hours, whatever it is, it really takes a toll on you. And so after a while, it's like you have to choose: are you going to continue? Can you make a living at what we do?
Yeah.
This professional wrestling deal. And
Yeah.
and for a while, some of us did.
Yeah,
But-
it used to be you could make a living.
You could.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first came to Kentucky wrestling, of course, we had the fence business still, but 5-6 days a week, so I was doing pretty good. But these guys, again, when you do that day in, day out for year after year after year after year, it really takes a toll on your body. And so you got to choose. Look, do I take a chance on keep doing this and maybe getting hurt and not being able to support myself the rest of my life?
Yeah.
Or do I go on with this great job that I've got now?
Seems
and-
like there
and
was
do
a
that?
little span there that a lot of them just went out of business, but now it's back. Everybody's back in business. I mean, there's so many now. There's so many now.
Bobby Green says, Bobby, tell the story when Donnie and Uncle Donnie got you with Viagra in Sterling. I don't think I want to know this story.
That's a hard story, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It'll choke you up for sure.
Choke somebody up.
We were talking the other day.
I'm not touching that one.
No, if he touches it, it gets harder.
A couple hours,
Donnie,
right?
Big Donnie. Let me tell you something. Big Donnie, and I don't mean to cut you off.
Donnie Green?
Big Donnie Green.
Donnie
Big
Green is so funny, dude.
Well, this is his dad.
Dad.
Oh,
Yeah.
the older.
Yeah,
the
because I worked a lot with the older Greens.
yeah, the older.
Because
Green, yeah.
the thing is the Greens, there's so many of them, it's like the Von Erichs.
Yeah.
And that's a compliment. That's 100% a compliment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the Von Erichs were awesome. The Greens were great. But I worked a lot more with the older Greens, the dads, Big Donnie, Big Bobby, Big Tommy, and Lonnie. I worked with all them and everything. And Big Donnie, he was the quietest of all of them, but he was the most devious of all of them.
That's why
Like he was the ribber of the whole group.
Yeah.
And he was fantastic. I went one night and I was changing out of my gear to put on my street clothes to go home and all that stuff. And I take my boots off and I'm getting ready to put my shoes on and everything. I get up and I go to the bathroom. I come back. My shoes are sitting there. And I go to put them on, and
know where you're going.
I step into a big thing of shaving cream in both of my shoes, and I'm like, who in the world? Why? And I look around the room. I'm looking at people, and
You're just smiling.
there's Big Donnie. Big Donnie's just over there. He's just going,
Oh wow.
just
But-
giggling
But
under his
that's
breath.
one thing that you don't really see nowadays with these younger crowds. These kids don't do it. I mean, like he's
don't
talking about
rip.
shaving cream. But I'm telling you, we've been in locker rooms. You come back and you're lucky you don't have piss in your shoes.
Yeah.
One time we was in and a guy opened a gear bag and took a big old dump in this guy's gear
God.
bag. I mean,
But you broke the cardinal rule there, Bobby. You sold the rib.
I know. The thing is, if you don't sell the rib, they stop.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
you sell it, boom,
Oh, they get
green
you
light.
again.
and
Yeah.
next week it might be somebody else, and then
Yeah.
you get to sit back and laugh.
Gotcha.
That's funny.
Kirkpatrick sent us 200 stars.
Hey, thanks, Kurt.
Hart was a crack example of good.
Oh my God, Kurt Henning.
Where's Austin at?
Austin is right here.
Oh, stay in there, Austin.
Oh my God,
He was coming back.
John.
No, I'm just kidding. You can come in here if you want to.
John Bullard said Jim Chadwick with the taser.
Oh gosh.
Oh, not only Jim, but Michael Payne's other gimmick.
Fozo
Fury.
Fury.
Look, I used to have this thing to where I would run under the ring, you know, and so we were doing a gig with Fozo Fury, and he too carried a taser, and so when he came after me with the taser, we was in Lawrenceburg, I believe it was. I thought, well, I'll slide under here. He'll never get under here. So I slide under the ring, and I just instantly stop, try to catch my breath. And man, just as soon as I did, he lit me up in the backside with that son of a gun.
I had to always tell him, I said, I've got metal in my body. Please do not hit me with that taser. Because I do have, I got metal in my ankle and my knee and all that stuff. But if he hit me with a taser,
It's going to light you up.
I'm a worry wart. So I sit there and I overthink things. I'm like, if he hits me with this jolt of electricity, it's going to go straight through these metal pieces, and I'm going to die.
His
I'm gonna
socks
die.
are going to catch on fire.
Yeah,
At least,
exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
He'd be like the guy in Batman. Oh, flaming.
Yeah.
You know, and speaking of Jim Chadwick, you know, not only was you, because I agree with you. You know what? UWF does not get the credit that it deserves.
Yeah.
You know, there a lot of great talent went through there.
Yep.
Some things could have been handled differently business wise, but it's still several things with Jim out there. The night, you know, folks thought because Jim, you know, he was like my age, he's a little older, that they would get their heat off of him. Hey, look, I don't care if he was only 5'8". You didn't get heat off of Jim. He slung that table. They used the tables, you know, to make the barrier. And man, he threw that table back and went after somebody. I thought, whoa.
Yep.
We got to get Jim.
I tell you what, there was a night in Georgetown. We were doing a
What?
what
Eric Montgomery just chipped in. Rest in peace, Lisa Marie Presley. Elvis's daughter? Really?
wow,
She
yeah,
was-
she had
She was
cardiac
just
arrest.
rushed to the hospital on the
Oh
way over
snap!
here.
I haven't been on my phone.
I
mean, I
heard
was,
it
but,
on the way over. She was rushed to the hospital.
Oh,
but I
snap.
didn't get it after that.
Sorry, and Anthony Presley says I want to see Bobby Blade on commentary or as a manager with New South.
Right on.
I
Right
tell
on.
you what, if you do the
I second the motion.
if the Bear versus
I
Donnie
third it.
match happens, I will 100% accept the invitation
Oh, we're definitely trying to get that to happen.
for that match, one night only,
That's right.
for commentary.
and Tony,
I wouldn't be able to do managing.
Tony, I'll work on him. I'll work on him. We need Bobby over at New South.
Yes, we do.
He's a great addition to any program.
Tiny, Aaron Rose and everything. We were talking, and we were talking about that match possibly happening, down the road sometime and everything. And I said, I've known Donnie for 20 plus years, and I've known Bear for 20 plus years, and I know him pretty good and all that stuff. And I know the history of the Green family, and and of course I went to junior high with Big Al Steele.
The Steels,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so. Junior high, I'm dating myself there because it's middle school now. But anyway,
I went to high school with Al, so
but
You guys might be as old as me.
I think I would have a little bit, to add to that, on commentary and all that
Oh,
if they did that, because I could give the background and history of both guys and all that stuff and everything. It'd be a good time.
they're both so funny. When I have them here in the podcast, they
Yeah.
just
Oh
are
my God!
hilarious.
Eric Montgomery said I want to see a Scott Diamond riot this year.
We're trying to get Smooth. We're trying to get Chucky Smooth in here too. So
Oh, Chucky would be great in here. Yeah,
we're trying to get him in.
Chucky's
Oh,
a great
gosh,
guy.
man. You remember the night the rope broke and he flipped backwards and landed
Oh,
on
yeah.
his head? My
Yeah.
goodness.
I remember I was going to talk about Jim. We were in Georgetown one night, and it was a heel versus heel match. It was Jeff Vickers versus Dragon. Jim was managing Jeff Vickers. He was doing the Chic Aftershock gimmick. I was managing Dragon, and Dragon was a guy from from France, was his gimmick, and something happened, and they ended up facing each other. I don't remember what it was for, but while we were out, we were out there having the match, and me and Jim were on the floor. Something happened with one of the marks in the crowd, and Jim got so much heat with the guy. The guy got up, came across the little security rope and all that. Jim decks him right in the nose and breaks his nose, and the guy's gushing blood and all that stuff. And the crowd looked at Jim, and they were like, "We thought you were just a wimp, but you're actually a pretty tough guy."
That's
tough,
what I was
yeah.
saying, because his stature was not, he wasn't a great big guy.
Yeah.
But, man,
But hand him a mic. He's 6'8", 350 pounds of
and you
solid
can take the
muscle.
mic away, and he's still got a
Yes.
bulldog heart. He
Yep.
really did.
Yep.
And like you were saying, Bob, people would take Jim for granted, but you couldn't do that because when you got him lit up, he's on fire.
Yeah, Jim was great, man. We did a thing with Joel Gertner at, you remember Tattersalls down here?
Yeah.
The booker was Donnie Prater. He was the promoter. I'm sorry. Sherry Martell was the booker, and she's a fantastic person to work for. She was fantastic, and
Drop
she,
trowel right in front of everybody.
Yeah,
if you can't handle it, you don't need to be in this business.
but she would treat you with so much respect and all that stuff. She was super nice, the nicest person I've ever met in the business.
Really?
And and I will put my hand to God on that. But anyway, we go out there. Joel
She's
Gert-
gone way too early.
Yes.
Way too early.
I bawled like a baby when I heard she
Oh,
passed.
way too early. When did she pass away?
It was
07.
shortly, right around but it got overshadowed thanks to the Chris Benoit BS.
Yeah, it was 07.
She's been gone for a while.
Yeah, 07.
Yeah, she's too young. Too young.
But anyway,
sorry.
Donnie P brought in Joel Gertner from ECW. The that
Yeah,
guy.
had the big thing
Yeah,
on
the
his
neck brace.
He wore the neck brace and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
He brought him in to do the ring announcing because it was a group. It was called Southeastern Championship Wrestling, and it was renamed later on to Southern Wrestling Network. And it could have been a great deal. He used a small local crew, and then he filled out the rest of the card with names and all that stuff. And Joel Gertner, he brought Joel Gertner in one night to do the ring announcing. And we go out there, and I'm managing the greens. Jim's managing the steels, and then it was a three-way, and Shane Parker and Tuffy were the third team in the three-way. And we both got on the mic. We were able to get on the mic with Joel Gertner, and toot my own horn. Both me and Jim schooled Joel Gertner, and but then Joel Gertner got his at the end and everything, and he in the back and everything. He said, "That was great, guys. You guys did great. Thank you. I appreciate it." So he gave us our props, and I was over the moon about that. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
because he was hot for a minute.
Yeah.
He was really hot. you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Him and Bully Ray and Devon, they were hot.
oh yeah.
Andrew
those guys are
Browning would
awesome.
like to call in if he could.
I don't want to say school because
Right.
Yeah.
but
you held your own
Yeah, we
against
held our own with Joel Gertner.
Certainly.
We've been on here about an hour, and these guys already got one of these. They actually took away 2 of them. You actually won a.
Me and my kids took 5 out of 15.
You
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, and did you gave out Adrian his?
I'm actually in the process in the shop. I'm making holders, if you will.
Okay,
for them.
cool. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Awesome.
So these guys got one. These guys both got 2.
Yeah.
Scott and Austin, and you got one for being like what was it? His
Super fan.
the
Super fan.
Yeah,
Yes.
the super fan. Because you're like always watching, and you've been on the
And you,
podcast. Now
You were
twice.
voted by our
The fans
voters.
voted
It
you.
had nothing to do with our.
I need Bobby's beard because, to get that Grizzled Vet Award, man, I need a little grizzle.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
still got color in his, so I'll take it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Seriously.
Those are kind of like side plates that we have on our other on our belts. So
I appreciate it. This will be displayed in on my shelf and everything.
well, we appreciate it. We appreciate you. I mean, we appreciate your time that you spend in the indie wrestling scene, and we do value you, and hopefully you can come on the podcast. Hopefully you'll be on here 100 times. So.
I have a great time on here. I mean, I don't know what Austin's thinking, but I mean,
Bobby's sitting over there going, man, when did he get that growth
I know,
spurt,
man.
Austin's like, Austin's like, come on, let's wrap it up. Let me talk a little bit. So,
You know, really, I don't know if he'll tell you this, but I really feel this is a big part of it. Of course, I've been doing this a long time too, and so he has to live with me, and that's part of it.
Yeah.
But him having the opportunity to be around guys, like
Oh yeah,
Bobby
he grew up in the
Blade,
business. He
you know,
grew up in the business.
The Steels, the Greens, and I mean the list goes on.
We're bad guys.
hey, I am too, so it's all
Yeah,
good.
we're all bad guys here.
Much love to Bobby Blade.
I'm the bad
It's pretty much a
guy.
heel podcast. Like,
He'll play player April.
Andy said the last time I was on here, he said, you're the nicest heel I've ever seen.
yeah, the nicest heel I've ever met.
Yeah.
And I just bought a loaf of bread.
You want to go feed the ducks?
Yeah. Quack.
Speaking of ducks, Johnny, bring your duck out.
Johnny's duck.
That's right here.
Johnny likes to stroke his duck.
Yes. This is Leroy right here. Okay,
Jeez.
you got to knock someone out. Look.
He just ain't what he's quacked up to be, is he?
Hey.
Johnny likes to run around showing his duck to everybody.
Forget
Oh,
about
that's
it.
awful.
Don't make me go Joey Bananas over here. I'm in produce.
And I see him. I said, Johnny, is that a duck in your pocket? You're just glad to see me.
He said yes.
John, why are you turning red?
I'll tell you this,
John
Scott.
stroked the duck.
I'll tell you this, Scott. And this
No.
Is, going to put Austin over a little bit.
Why?
Austin had his first couple 2-3 matches and everything, and I thought he did a great job. He took it upon himself to message me, send me the link to the video.
I didn't know.
Yeah, ask for feedback and everything, and I gave him feedback. I critiqued the matches for him and everything. But I mean, I really don't know nothing myself because I just poke people in the eyes. But anyway,
And steal their shoes.
but he's one of
Those
the
were expensive shoes.
he's one of the only of the younger guys and everything that's actually come first to me for advice and critiques and everything, and I appreciate that you did that. Seriously.
Well, again, I just think it's a testament, and I know we've been bad guys all the time, but you got to give credit where credit's due. He got to come up with some of the greatest guys that ever graced the ring.
Yeah.
It's true.
Not just the names that we've worked with, and Bobby and I have worked with a lot of different names, but I mean our clique, if you will. Bobby Blade. I mean, we was talking about Brock Landers, you know, and I mean, there's just so many of the guys. Jeff, Aftershock.
Yeah.
So many of the guys. And Stud actually gave him his first gear, his first trunks to work out in and stuff. I mean, he's had the opportunity to sit around and pick the brains of guys like Bobby Blade and all these other great guys, that Bobby and I have worked with over the years.
Yeah.
And so now, to me, it's really.
He's
And
gonna be
I'm
a-
not trying to toot his horn.
Oh,
Because
he's going to be
my
a star
son.
in this business. He already is.
He is just one of those guys that I had no doubt that he was going to be to the next level at an early age.
Yeah.
Because look at the classroom that he had to sit in front of. I mean, all these great guys.
You can tell he's already got the old school mentality already in him. So
Donna Phillips, thank you for watching. Andrew Dubrowning, you may not. He wants to call in.
yeah,
It's
tell
due.
him. He got my phone number. Tell him.
Go ahead, do.
He probably can't be on for very long, but
Can't get you on for too long, but you can go ahead and call.
call and ask a question.
John Bullard said Austin has a bright future.
Yes, he absolutely does.
Actually, John Bullard's already booked him in Chicago.
Chicagoland.
Oh, okay. When's your next match?
January 28th. That's not out yet. You don't know that.
Okay.
January 21st, I've got an announcing gig.
So you're going to be announcing at the party?
There
Please,
you go.
please come by and bring Ed with you.
I would love to. The only thing is my dad has a procedure 2 days before. So it depends on how he's doing and how he's feeling and everything.
You tell him that it's a party with Scott, and he'll be just like my dad, at the first bash. My dad had a stroke on Wednesday. The first bash was on Saturday.
Yeah.
When they told him Friday, you're not going to be out of here before then, he started giving it one of these numbers, and he was there,
And I'm going to be there. Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you something, Scott. How many birthdays can one person have?
Well, I think we're looking at I'm 268.
Jeez, oh Pete, I knew it was up there. I knew it was up there.
The only guy that tells it to me straight. Look,
Yeah.
Each year for the Diamond Bash, if Bobby's not there, he always sends me a nice little clip. And each year, gracefully as he is, it goes up not a year. it goes up like a decade or two each year. Well, Scott, last year when I sent one, wasn't it like 98? You know?
And sometimes he'll age during the promo.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
It was like the time that Jim Chadwick sang to Austin on his 6th birthday. Remember, he come over and Jim Chadwick says, "I'm looking for Austin. I'm looking for Austin." And you know, little bitty fella couldn't even look over the table hardly. And he's like, "I'm here. I'm here. I'm here." Of course, Jim was looking over him, you know. And Jim comes over and says, "How old are you going to be? 40?" And he says, "No, I'm turning 6." He said, 46. So,
Andrew, hold on for just a second.
we come by it honestly.
And I'm telling Andrew to hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, Andrew. Y'all go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, you know, I guess we got that from Jim too, because every birthday that comes up again, it's not 1 year, it's 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
You was wanting to say something, Austin.
Yeah, man. I just want to say, Austin Diamond, utterly undefeated. I am currently statistically the best wrestler to ever come down the pike. And somehow that's not my biggest accolade. I am one of what I would hope to be very few people to have a conversation with Bobby Blade at 2:30 in the morning of July 10th after having the worst match of my career. Single-handedly destroyed my knee in about 8 minutes, spent 6 weeks on crutches. And, you know, as for John Bullard, you know, nothing but love to him. The fact that that man has reached out to me time and time again, asking about my health, my career, my thoughts, my questions, my opinions, anything he has to offer me, constantly, you know, coming to my defense. I can say nothing but good things about him. And, you know, just the same thing to Bobby Blade. Much love to you both.
I appreciate that, man.
we have,
John Bullard's a top-notch guy, by the way.
Yes, he
Yes,
is.
he is.
We got Andrew Du Browning on. He wants to ask a question. Go ahead, Andrew.
What's up, Scott?
How you doing, dude? How's your grandmother?
Good. How are you doing?
She actually called the show last night. His grandmother did.
Oh, yeah.
Great person. Great person.
She really is.
Wonderful
Yeah.
cook too.
It was Dr. Gray. I knew it was him, but screw him.
Actually, it was Johnny Lee, dude.
No, it was his granny called.
Yeah. So what's going on
What's
tonight,
up, Bobby?
dude?
What's up, Andrew?
You got questions, Andrew?
It's not a question, but I'm just looking forward to that birthday bash on the 21st.
Well, yeah, I think we all are.
It's going to be a great time, Andrew.
Yeah. So tell us, since he brought it up, tell us all about it.
Well, I think Andrew's been to every one of them. I think, you know, and quite honestly, I'm surprised. You know, as I said before, this was not my ideal. You know, this was Black Rain's idea. He came to me. He was booking the Lawrenceburg at the time, and he come to me and said, "Man, you guys are making bank all over the place. I'd like to take a show and wrap it around your birthday."
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, you know, great. I had only been in Kentucky wrestling maybe 6 months, so I mean." That's how powerful that it was, you know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
came onto the Kentucky scene and went straight to the top and never looked back. And so, of course, when he said, you know, we're making all this money and we want to do this show around your birthday, and we'll call it the you know, Scott Diamond Birthday Bash. Of course, they never shared none of the money with me.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, I'm just really surprised that here we are 11 years later and still able to do this. But this year, as always, you know, we got people coming from all over the country.
Is this going to be the last one, or are you just going to keep on going? Like, I know you retire this year, but it can't be the last one.
I don't know. If someone wants to pick it up, I'm sure I could still write that check for $1,000. But
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm gonna put myself into the battle royal this year.
Okay.
I just want to have fun. I don't expect to win it or anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, when you got guys.
Podcast could use 100,000.
You know, hey, get licensed and get in there. It's open to anyone. At first, we started out. We kept it to 12 person.
Yeah.
And I say person because only one woman has ever competed at the Diamond Bash. And can you tell me who that is? We spoke about her earlier.
Amazing Maria.
Amazing Maria,
Amazing Maria.
definitely. Yeah.
Look, I don't see her always. You know,
she's a
beautiful
tough
woman.
lady.
But I don't always see her as a woman. When she gets in the ring, I don't see her
She's
as a
tougher
woman at
than
all.
most of the guys.
Yeah.
Hey, look, when she
Yeah.
gets in the ring, she's a competitor.
Yeah.
Bar none. And so she's the only woman to ever compete for the $1,000. But so that's why we say person. But we held it to 12. But in the last couple of years, we've opened it up, you know, to give young talent opportunity.
Yeah.
And so this year's not going to be different. We're going to have a battle royal for $1,000. It's
Well,
open.
what are some of the names going to be in there? You think that you are? Do you know anybody who's going to be in it? I know Kurt said he's going to be in it. And
Kirk is going to be there. I just got a message today. Bobby won for the ages, man. You know, I talked to him. He's been on the back burner for many years. But I think maybe the average white guy,
Okay.
Ooh.
Mr.
Yeah.
Wrestling 101, I think is going to come in this year.
The average white guy.
You
We're
know,
big fans of his.
I made a plea to the Nippler. One of the
The
greatest gimmicks I've ever
Nippler?
seen.
Oh,
And
him.
so I believe the Nippler is going to be in there. You know, we got this.
Explain the
sensational-
nippler.
Every
He says it.
It's self-explanatory.
every
Does he just twist
phalange on his arm has a baby bottle nipple on the end of it instead of fingers.
Oh, okay.
He runs around with a nasty old plunger, and I know it's nasty because he's hit me with it a few times.
Okay.
But you know, again, it's a kind of an off the chain gimmick. But that doesn't take away, you know, Spike
his-
Dudley
he's
had
got
an
a-
off the chain thing too, but he was a hell of a competitor.
Oh yeah.
And the same with the Nippler. Him and Average White Guy both hell of competitors. Excuse me, we got this sensation, this kid from Great Britain, Oliver Gunner is going to be there. I mean, gosh, of course, Adrian Alexander is going to be there.
Yes.
Great guy.
He good guy.
Oh, great. We've had him in here in the podcast a couple times, and he's just
That's
awesome.
best trainee I've ever had.
Yeah.
Ever. And you know, I cannot take credit for how good he is.
We got him
You
on
know.
the wall. Little Adrian up there
He's-
hanging up.
Look, I taught him some things, and he took what I taught him, and he just 10 times what I taught him. I mean, he just went out there with the little bit of knowledge I gave him, and he just absorbed every piece of knowledge from every person he ever stepped into the ring with. You know, I don't always agree with everything. Now, I'm not a guy that cries over spilled milk because, you know, Bobby, you and I have not always done things right down the line, so to speak. We were winners by hook or by crook.
Yep.
And this
Mostly by crook.
Yeah.
mostly by crook.
Eye pokes.
I'm not going to say that I didn't hit a person or two with those shoes that Bobby, one of them, took off me. Those were expensive shoes. yeah.
Or two.
That's going to be my new ringtone. But, you know, I hate to see some of these young guys that's got so much talent start out that way and just win by hook or by crook, because really, I think deep down he's got it. He would never have to use a crook ever. He's just that good. But he's going to be there. You know, we spoke of Henry Shaw and APW, and Henry Shaw is going to be
Henry's
there.
he's so funny, dude. We've had him in here. He's great. He's great.
I just want to say he's not my mom's favorite, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm not either. But you know,
Over there, yeah.
I was my pop's favorite.
Yeah.
You know, do you remember the time? Hell, I think it was you that came out and said, "Hey, your mom and dad's leaving." The first time my dad seen me work as a bad guy was in Georgetown there. And so we come out of the ring, you know, and like Bobby said, we just get in there and try to decompress. And I didn't even get to sit down. And again, I think it was you, Bobby, that said, "Hey, your mom and dad, they're leaving."
The jet.
And so I run out to the parking lot, you know, and my dad, he's sitting in the truck and he just looking straight ahead. Big guy, still
You've told me this story, I think.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
you told this story.
big.
But still.
Yeah.
And like he's so big, when he would get silent, it would scare me. You know,
Yeah.
steel worker all of his life, his biceps were bigger than my thighs. And I get out there and he just wouldn't say a word, man. Wouldn't say a word. Just finally he looks over at me. "You're a cheating son of a bitch, and I didn't raise you that way." And then looked straight back ahead and wouldn't say another word to me. You know, I was like, oh my God. Because when Bobby had told me that they left,
Yeah.
I thought, you know, because again, he had heart trouble and whatnot, and I thought the worst, kind of honestly. I thought, man, he's gotten sick or something's happened. And I run out there, and man, almost wished he'd had been sick, you know, because he scared me
Yeah.
in the parking lot. Even though he had health issues, he was a big dude, and when you get a big guy and he's not saying anything, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Even if it's my pop, I'm worried. You
Yeah.
know, and yeah, my pop was my biggest fan, and man, I wish he could be here for this bash. He was at the first one, and
Yeah.
you know, Larry D and King Hustle and Hustle's Court at the time, they were hot. I don't want to say they were rivals of ours, because I think overall, I mean, they had some good talent on that team, but I don't think they had as much, because it was more focused. You know, Hustle was a good referee. Larry was definitely a great wrestler.
Yeah.
Chris Majors was just early to the game at the
Yeah.
point, so he didn't have what the cartel had at the time. I think overall, but so we did our thing there at the for the $1,000, and it just so happened another old timer, Ace Tribo.
Yeah.
Bo wasn't able to make it that night. It got snowed in. Being in January, we've had to postpone it a time or two, and so there was only 11 people in the battle royal, and so excuse me, when Larry was the last man standing, I asked Jeff. I said, "Hey, it's a 12-person." I said, "There's only been 11. Can I get in there?" And so I Pearl Harbored him. I'll go right out there and say it. But it's still a win. It's not a pinfall, but it's a win over Larry D. And so when I flipped him out of the ring to win the $1,000, of course, Hustle and Chris Majors and Larry right there, they was ready to kill me. And when they seen Pop there at the front row, of course, they went right over and started giving him grief. And my dad folded up that walker, man. He put it up. And I thought he was getting ready to clean Hustle's clock. And for that, I'll forever be indebted to King Hustle's Court because they brought my dad alive, man. He was alive. You're going to do what to my son? Let me show you something. But we've got a big card. Again, people coming from all over the place.
Yeah.
We've got the $1,000. The big Doss man is going to be there.
Who are you having your match with?
I'm going to be in the Battle Royal.
Oh, you're going to be in the Battle Royal.
What
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with Bob. I don't know if I can go out there and do,
You have any single matches? I mean, who's going to be in the single matches? Is the main
JR
event
Rock
going
and
to be?
Zodiac are one of them.
JR Rock and Zodiac is in the last man standing, and I'm going to go right here and say that's one match I cannot pick a winner at.
Yeah.
You can't. They're
These two
both
cats.
hard hitting sons.
Look,
and
I'm
bitches.
telling you, if you have ever, and they,
Is the belt going to be up for our belt? Past Candy Podcast belt?
We can ask him. Screw it.
Is it going to be up for
I think
Zodiac is our champ?
it is.
And he's
Okay.
open to defending it too.
I think it is.
Tell him to put it up for a bit,
Well, I'm telling you, they both have been on several of the matches, probably all of them.
Yeah.
Quite honestly. And if you've ever seen these two cats get in the ring, let me tell you, it's when you got 20 guys in the back, and let's say half of those guys been around 20 years, like Bobby and I or more. When you've got guys in the back that are veterans and they're sitting watching the monitor to these other two cats match, these two guys are really bringing it. When you've got other wrestlers watching.
Michael
every
Lynham,
step that
thanks
they
for
make.
watching. Damn,
Hey,
that's a
Michael
name.
Lynham is
Hey.
awesome.
That's a name
Mike.
from the past I ain't seen in a
Yeah,
while.
ain't heard from you in a while. Good to hear from you. But that last man standing, even the people in Vegas, they're not giving odds on that one because when you get the Zodiac and you get the Madman from Furnace Mountain into the ring, man, those guys don't even know what they're going to do. They might be running to the back and getting a few staples in their head. They might be going out there, getting a splint put on their arm because they'll kill each other before one of them will not get up again. So that to me is
the Zodiac, and I'm telling you now, meditate, elevate, and dominate. Do it with the Nice Guy Indie Podcast.
hoorah.
Zodiac.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, these two guys, really, I think, and we've worked with a lot of great guys.
Yeah.
These
We
two
love
cats,
Zodi, man. Zodi is just awesome.
great.
He's a great. Anytime I've ever seen him wrestle, it's just like such a great match. Like
Yeah.
he's just a great professional. He helps with people's gear. He helps with teaching people the right way to wrestle. He's just an awesome guy.
Yeah,
and I'm so proud that he's
Anthony Presley.
so glad he's our champion. Anthony just called.
Hey,
Donnie Green, what's up?
hey,
What's up,
How
boss?
y'all doing?
Doing good.
how's everything?
Good. How y'all doing? I'm doing well. Got the entranceway up at the building today.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to get over there this weekend with you and take a look.
I haven't got to see it either yet. I've been
I was
so
over there a
busy.
couple of weeks ago,
Been so busy with UPS. I just
but I haven't been over there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, they'll have Jay Ritchie from Livewire will be over there this Saturday, and he'll be putting putting all the music equipment and lighting up and everything. So yeah, it'll be moving right along.
And you got a upcoming event, right? New South
January the 22nd.
January 22nd.
Yeah.
New South.
January the
101
22nd.
Hilltop.
The day
That's
after
right.
the bash, right?
Sweet 2.
Yes, it's the day after the bash. So look, if you're looking for a great weekend of wrestling, you found it right there.
That's right.
January the 21st, the 11th annual Scott Diamond Birthday Bash, and I know my good friend Tony Presley will be there. And then the very next night, New South opens up in their new location. Again, I want to put it out there, 101 Hilltop. That is going to be a great weekend of wrestling. Again, Saturday and Sunday both. And, I mean,
And
who can ask for more than that?
also Friday the 20th, Micro Championship Wrestling in Shelbyville.
In Shelbyville, there you go.
Oh,
so
wow.
great weekend right
Forgot
there.
completely about it. I'm glad you said
What
something
better
about that.
way to end it than at New South Pro Wrestling?
Yeah, it looks great in there, by the way, Tony.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate
It does.
that. It's we've done a lot of hard work getting it ready, and we're ready to really start bringing a lot of stuff, to the area. Not just wrestling, but also comedy. And we have a comedy show scheduled for next month on the 25th. It's going to be 4 comedians, a headliner. Jeremy Sutherland will be the headliner,
Nice.
and then we've got a concert, Skullfest 3. February the 4th. On that 22nd show, that one right after the Scott Diamond birthday bash, we're going to have the Nice Guy Indie podcast title, Adrian Alexander taking on Zodiac for that belt.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's if he doesn't lose it to J.R. Rock the night before, though.
That's
Maybe
true.
Last man standing. Maybe I don't know if they'll put it on the line with the last.
Hey,
man standing.
whatever
If they do,
I'm
they
not
do.
sure.
If they don't, they
Anthony's
don't.
the boss of
But,
that belt, so
I
you're
tell
the
you
boss.
what, you couldn't have had a better person win that belt
Yeah.
because it's
Zodiac's badass. He's put it on. He's put it up for the. He's defended it
At least a dozen times.
at least a dozen times already.
Yeah,
so.
he's defended it at a lot of different promotions. We said that on
man,
the podcast we did.
Kirk
So,
Patrick
yeah.
said, I tried to get tickets for the micro show last night, and they were completely sold out. Bummer.
We just wanted
I
to go
thought
to
you were
that.
performing on there, Kirk. Hey. Just a little
Yeah,
fun,
they're
Kirk,
a
just a
hot
little fun.
ticket.
Yes,
They're a hot ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks completely different in there now. It looks way different than when WCCW was in there.
Anthony, get them
Worlds
down
apart.
at your place.
Worlds
Get 'em-
apart.
I was telling Tiny Aaron Rose a couple days ago that I can't wait to see what it looks like with just the ring lights on in there and all the other lights off, and because I say it would look awesome in there.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, we put spotlights above all 4 poles, ring poles, and we will turn everything off and just have those, and they light up the whole ring area, the floor and the ring, and it's bright.
I was in that building 5 or 6 years, so I knew every crack and every corner. Actually, that was the building when I got suspended for 19 months. But the look of what it was then, when WCCW was in there,
Yeah.
and look now, worlds apart.
Oh, yeah.
Worlds apart.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh, the owner of the building that he owned it back then too. He brought his daughter in there last week, and they said you can't even tell this is the same place. They're like, this
not
is
at all.
amazing.
Oh wow.
You
Can't
know,
wait to see it.
Tony's had them raise the ceiling right there where the ring was, because it was kind of a lower ceiling.
Yeah.
They've raised the ceiling. I mean, it looks amazing. It really does.
You know, I've only worked in that building one time.
You're kidding me.
That one time, and that was it. And that was for the Jim Chadwick Memorial Show right after he passed. When we did PTW did a Jim Chadwick Memorial, and then WCCW did a Jim Chadwick Memorial, and then UWF did one.
Yeah.
And that was the only time I'd ever been in that building to work.
Well, Bobby, that the door is always open for you in some kind of capacity to be a part of the New South Wrestling.
I do appreciate that, man. Seriously.
I'm going to work on him, Tony.
I was, I always put you over, man, ever since the Jim Chadwick Hall of Fame show and everything. I always put you over that you treated all the older guys great and with a lot of respect, and everything was awesome there that night.
I'm one of those older guys too, brother, so I'm always going to take care of the business.
Hey, we heard you took a bump the other day. What's that all about?
Oh my God! I had the comedians that wanted to come look at the building for a comedy show, and one of them said, "I haven't been up close to a ring when someone takes a bump. What's it like?" I said, "Well, I haven't done one in 13 years, but I'll hit these ropes and take a bump real quick." And so I got up in the ring and did it. And then I rolled up, and they was like, "Oh my God, that was awesome!" I said, "Yeah, I'm going to feel this tomorrow," and I still feel it today.
Tony went straight home and jumped in an alcohol bath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been a hot tub for 3 days.
Notice how he said, "I'll just take this bump real quick."
Yeah, I said I'm just gonna hit the ropes real quick and take this bump.
Yeah.
It really shocked my daughters. They was like, "What? That was loud. What happened?"
Wow. Can we maybe see you in the ring taking a few more of those?
I'll never say never, but with the two,
When I have
with the two new hips, I probably have had my last days. But one of the other things that made me do that bump is, on the broadcast the other night, on your broadcast, on your podcast, I got kind of called out, so
Donnie Green, right?
Yeah, Donnie Green called me out, so I said, you know what, I better get in here and see if I can still bump, because if he gets through Bear Steel, I might have to dust off my old gear.
Yeah, Bear and Donnie got the Badass of the Year award, so I'd watch it, Tony. They're booking for you.
The PGA has a senior tour. Maybe New South Wrestling should have a senior tour.
Maybe we'll do a senior show, right? Just bring all the old guys back.
Get Tommy Gunn back for that. See if you can work on Tommy Gunn. See if you can get him come back for a comeback match.
I probably could, but we have to work on the commission for Tommy, because he got back years and years ago, he got a big fine, and if they will waive the fine, they're kind of at an impasse. He don't want to pay it, and they don't want to waive it. If we could get them to waive it, then we could get him back in.
Tony, did you ever see Tommy Gunn when he first started in the business?
Oh, yeah, Pink Pussycat?
Yeah, Sweet Cheeks. It was awesome. It was the best gimmick ever of all time. I loved it. He was Tommy the Machine Gun at first, and it was like an army gimmick, like a military gimmick. And then he went to Sweet Cheeks, the Pink Pussycat, and it was amazing.
Tom Tenner got him on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did.
What is your, Anthony, what's your alter ego? Brittany, is that what?
Scott Storm.
No.
No, I was Brian Justice, and then me and Barry Drury, we did a gay gimmick for like 4 weeks in Glensboro, and I was Brianna Justice, and we couldn't do it after 4 weeks because everybody we worked was laughing their ass off. They couldn't take it.
Barry Drury, that's Big Dog Barry D, right?
Yeah, Big Dog Barry D.
Great guy.
We came out as a tag team, and it wouldn't work. Like, everybody was laughing, the crowd was laughing, the people we was working was laughing. Yeah, it wouldn't work. We had to stop it. And it all started as a rib, because we would act like that after everybody left, and we'd just pop the boys, and do that just to make the boys laugh. And Terry Allen was like, you ain't got the balls to go out there and do that in front of people. I said, I don't give a shit. I'll get right out there and do it. and we did it. So we did it that following week, and we wrestled Mike Wells and who was it? It was Mike Wells and Chad Robinson, and they couldn't. He was going by Big Dick Daddy from Cincinnati. Yeah, and they couldn't take it. Oh, they couldn't take it. They was laughing so hard they couldn't even wrestle us.
That's great.
That's funny.
That one slipped through my fingers.
I've actually got the
Scott didn't
videos
know about that. Scott didn't know about that gimmick of yours.
Yeah, that one I didn't. Caught me.
I've actually got the videos of that. I've actually got every video. I'm kind of like Bobby Blade in that sense, is that every show I've ever been a part of, I've recorded.
I lost a lot of mine though over the years due to some moves and all that stuff, because I didn't, I wasn't watching them a lot at the time, and I thought I was out, and didn't really want to do anything with it right then. Of course, you always love it and you always like to go back and watch it. But we were moving and all that stuff, and I'm missing like 2 or 3 great big boxes of tapes. And I can't.
Wow.
So there's a huge chunk of my career that I just don't have anymore. And
And back then, not everybody recorded. Like
Yeah.
I was the only guy bringing a camcorder with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is too is you had huge camcorders back then. They, you know, you didn't have these little phones that anybody could work.
Hey, Bobby, for everybody that's watching, shout out your YouTube channel. Tell them what it is.
My YouTube channel, youtube.com/@symbol Bobby Lone Wolf Bobby Blade.
Okay, cool. Everybody check that out and subscribe. He's trying to get 1,000 subscribers, guys. Come on. Let's get there.
But yeah, I mean, even back then, trying to find somebody that could run your camera was a task in itself.
Yeah,
And then sometimes you'd go to these places, and the building owner themselves wouldn't want you to record anything because they were in competition with other buildings around the place, and sometimes promoters didn't want you to record because they think you were going to give finishes to their competition and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And really, I'm just
The reason
marked for
I started
myself.
recording. The reason I started recording was to be able to go back home. I mean, as soon as the match was over, we go to Waffle House or something. I was watching my match back because I always wanted to critique myself and see what I did to help myself get better.
Yeah.
And I studied those tapes all week to the next show until I could see what I needed to work on to get better.
You also said you was the last one to leave, always the last one to leave, right?
I was always the first guy to get to the building and the very last guy to leave.
That sounds like me too. You know, in my younger years, not near the end, but I was always the first guy at the building, the last one to leave. I always, sucked.
Well, always, at least you admit it.
Hey, line them up.
I always,
Now you know where all the POs went.
I always
That's why
tried.
Bobby made all the money.
Yeah, right.
I always tried to seek out advice from the vets and all that stuff and everything, things I could work on. And a lot of them were, some of them would blow some smoke up your butt and everything, but then a lot of them were really helpful and all that stuff. And I realized that after watching a lot of my stuff back, that I was I could do this stuff, but I was very unathletic looking. So that's where I started.
Don't say.
Yeah, what do you mean, man? That's me being a heel and everything. That's where I just started trying to be the ultra mega heel. Eye pokes, crotch kicks, back rakes, and any way I could possibly just trying to find ways to cheat and the different ways to cheat. And that worked out well for me. And I kept that even when I was a babyface. I still cheated, and that was great. And it also covered up my negatives.
Yeah.
Of being very unathletic, So,
I don't like to use the word cheat. I always prefer to appropriate a win.
Appropriate.
I like it.
That's great.
Don't see.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, there was usually only one person that had a camera at the show, and like I said, trying to find somebody that could run that while you're in the back was a task in itself.
Yep.
Again, they were so.
I usually always took a girl with me, and she was running it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
she was also running. I was also one of the first guys in my era that was on the gimmick table as well. So like she would run the camera, but I would always have a whole bunch of gimmicks that I was selling at the show. I was making all my money on shirts and hats and pictures and all that stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Merch is where the money's at.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
merch, yeah.
Yeah.
I learned real quick a long time ago that the promoters wasn't who was paying us. Who was making my money was I was selling my gimmicks. And that's one of the reasons I was the last guy at the show, because I was meeting every single fan before they left. And I made sure I shook every one of the boys' hands before they left. First thing I did when I came in is I shook the promoter's hand, and then I went and shook every person that was in the building or had something to do. I'd shake the referee's hands. I'd shake the commentator's hands. Everybody that had anything to do with the business, I made sure that I made time for them.
Yep, that just shows respect to everybody that for doing their part and all that stuff. Because the thing is if you didn't have somebody in each of those positions, then that part wouldn't get done, and everybody else's job is harder. So I've always called it, making my rounds. I always make my rounds. When I come in the building, I shake everybody's hand, say hello to them, and then after the show's over with, before I leave and everything, I always make my way around to the same people, shake their hand, be safe. I always make sure to tell them, be safe, see you down the road.
Did you and Scott Storm did y'all ever work together?
Never wrestled together.
Okay.
No, but we were in the same area at the same time, and I didn't realize that until he brought it to my attention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was
we've been on shows together, but I never worked with him.
Yeah, I would have liked to have.
Yeah.
especially back then.
Yeah, it would have been a blast.
Yeah, especially when I could actually do something.
Yeah.
Besides eye
Well,
pokes.
it would have been a really good match because we have a lot of similarities and with me, I've always been all about the psychology of the wrestling. I like to tell stories in the ring. I was not the big high flying guy either. I was a guy that was a ground and pound guy, a guy that made everything that I did make sense, and that's why the crowd always was on. Everybody would always ask, they say, "Why are you always over? Why are you over with this crowd? Why are you so hot with this crowd?" It's because everything I did meant something, so it made sense to the people, so they got behind it.
Yeah.
You was
So
there.
a lot of these young kids don't understand that.
He was there for the crowd and
Yeah.
to work the crowd instead of working whoever
We're
needed help.
losing some of that too.
Yeah. Did
know,
you
we
and
really
did you
are.
and Scott ever work? Scott versus Scott?
Again, we've never had the opportunity to work with each other in
Yeah.
the ring. I wish we would have.
I'd say
because honestly,
the people
Tony started down south and I started down south as well.
Yeah.
So I really wish we could have done that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I started in Glensboro, but my biggest time in my career was when I was down south. I was with Jerry Lawler in Memphis, and I was in Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, and those areas with the NWA, and that's where I did my TV. And that I actually brought quite a few of the people from up here. That's one thing I've always believed too. If the door opens for you, I always try to bring people along with you. I brought Tommy Gunn with me. I brought Ronnie Green. I brought Zodiac. I brought the Average White Guy, Cody Matthews, a whole bunch of people. I brought with me down to the NWA and gave them a shot. I can tell you a funny story. Tommy Gunn was probably the opponent that I had the most chemistry with. We didn't even have to talk, and we could go an hour, and we were really, really good back and forth. Well, I took him to the NWA the first time I took him down there. It was night. Jeff Jarrett was wrestling on the card, and Buff Bagwell was on the card, and we had 5,000 people in the crowd. He had never wrestled in front of that many people. So we start to go down. I was babyface. He was heel. We was semi-main, and the main event was Brian Christopher and Jeff Jarrett, and Brian Christopher wasn't there yet. So we had to go an hour. That match, because the referee kept hearing in his ear, well, they're not ready. But when we first walked to the ring, I get in the ring, Tommy gets in the ring, we lock up. He said, "I don't know what to do. I'm froze," because he had never worked in front of that many people at that point. And I said, "Don't worry, take your first bump. You won't even recognize anybody in the crowd." So he took his first bump. We was off to the races. But he'll tell you that same story, is that he freaked out to be in front of that many people.
Yeah, he was always a strong guy. We actually gave him a shoot job over to the fence thing, and it was like we were sad when he left because he could throw fence posts with one arm. Tommy was.
That's right, Johnny Lee.
Yeah.
That's right, John.
So So I asked if you guys worked Scott Storm. Did you guys ever have a match? Bobby Blade versus Scott Diamond. Did y'all ever have an in-ring match?
We never had a one-on-one kind of deal. We worked some things together. We did do matches together, but we never had a one-on-one match.
Wow. Okay. Y'all was in like a tag team, maybe, or just you managed and he managed, or you was in the ring and he managed, or he was in.
He was very instrumental in what was originally going to be my last match.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which was it was Larry versus me versus Stan.
It was a three-way, yeah.
Yeah, and you had the three managers on the floor.
Yeah.
And Hustle, Maria, and you.
Myself, yeah.
And they factored very heavily into that match and everything, and it was great.
Yeah, yeah.
It was good.
Why did it happen? Why didn't this happen?
It was, by the time I got here to Kentucky Wrestling, I was a little older.
Yeah.
And, of course, we all were getting older as it went on. And it's just, I don't know. We were already so tied up in what we had going on. I mean, he was always busy, always booked. I was always busy and booked.
I'm surprised nobody just made that happen.
I wish I would have been a little more outspoken in the early time when I first got here,
Yeah.
as I've been in the last several years, because that would have happened, period. I have booked so many shows in the state of Kentucky, it would have happened, period. But I'm just grateful that our time in Georgetown and then our time in Corbin, that we at least got the opportunity to work together. We never got to work again a singles match, but I did take his finisher though.
Yeah.
You both being managers / wrestlers, what's your like manager or being in the ring? What's your favorite? Like being
Which position do you like?
It's two different highs. It
Yeah.
really is. For me, it's two different highs. I think probably one of the people that I had the most chemistry with as far as a one-on-one type match was TJ Lightning. It was one of those deals that we never had to speak either.
Yeah.
So I always enjoyed that. As a tag partner, I got to say either Frank or J.R. Rock was my favorite tag partner. But again, that's a different beast as opposed to a managerial spot. Don't get me wrong. I've had some great times as a manager. But it's, again, for me, it was just two different highs.
It's two different jobs, right?
Yeah, and so I really loved being in the ring with TJ Lightning as a wrestler. I loved tagging with JR and Frank the Tank. But as a manager, man, the field was just open so much more wide. I mean, I've been out there with Bill Eadie, Barry Darcel, Dan Severin, of course, Al. All these guys, Greg Valentine. So had I just been a wrestler, it probably would have shortened the amount of guys that I had the opportunity to work in the ring.
Would you have not been so interested in, if you was just in the ring, would you have not have been as much interested in the business as if you were just in the ring instead of being both?
I think, it was a benefit for me was I started when I was young in the South. I got out and raised my two older children until my son graduated, my oldest son graduated, and then I came back into it. And it was really a plus for me because just like all young guys, even Austin, I wrestled in high school, I wrestled in the Marine Corps, so it was only natural that when I came out of the Marine Corps that I would go into professional wrestling.
Yeah.
But mentally, I had such a big chip on my shoulder. I don't think if I would have just stayed as a wrestler and it would have kept the attitude that I had when I first came in, I don't think I would have done as well. When I got out for a while, I grew and matured. And when I came back in, I had that knowledge hey, sometimes you got to pull the reins back. There's a time and a place.
Yeah.
And so I think when I came back later as a manager, it opted me more opportunities. As a wrestler, I would have never went into promoting.
Yeah.
I would have never went into booking. I would have never went into writing,
Commentating.
commentating.
Facts.
Same answer same question for you when he gets finished.
You remember Steve? He was doing commentating out at UWF, and so one day somebody didn't come, and they said, "Hey, we need you to." Steve moved to Tennessee.
Steve Sullivan.
Yeah.
Steve Sullivan.
Yep.
Yeah. And so I would have never been commentating or any of that if I had just stayed as a wrestler. And the very first time that I got to commentate, after they listen it back before they release it, they said, "You can never do commentating ever again." And I said, "Why? What's wrong?" They said, "You have offended every person."
That's what Bobby was saying when we was talking about it before you got here, and he said he was doing the same thing.
Look, they said you didn't leave the orphanages alone, and I made a comment like, she was as giddy as a 13-year-old girl in an all-boys school or something like that. They was like, "You will never commentate ever for us again."
Yeah.
And
was there a show where you wrestled, you managed, and commentated? That probably you probably do it all that day.
Yeah, some of the shows in Indiana, because I don't think they have some good wrestlers and things over there, but I don't think their talent pool is as strong as what we have here in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And so there were times in Indiana that I would have to do. You'd go out, do your spiel at the opening to set up for the main event.
Yeah.
Excuse me, and then you'd run back, and if one of your guys was in the prelims, 3 or 4 hole, you'd have to go out and manage, and then you go back to the commentating table, and then
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
okay, well now I'm in the main event, so I got to roll back. So there's been several times in Indiana where I've had to do that,
Yeah.
and again, with me coming in not only as a wrestler and coming back older and managing and things and finding out how to run the things in the back, how everything operated in the back, I think that's really what afforded me the opportunities to do that, because my mind was opened up more to it.
Yeah.
Had it been in the early days, I'd have said, what the hell are you talking about? You gave me $20 and you think I'm going to wrestle
Do it
and
all?
commentate and
Yeah.
manage?
Yeah.
No, and I want to throw this out here, and Bobby, he may have a different opinion on this, but one thing that really just pissed me off when I started managing, people would say to me, and some of them were workers, some of them were wrestlers, and they'd say, oh, well, you got the easy job. All you got to do is manage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Bull hockey.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
bull hockey.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, if you're a good manager, and Bobby was, and not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I was one of the best.
Oh yeah.
And as a manager, and to have somebody come and say, again, if you're wholeheartedly into it, if you're a manager and you do a good job and you're successful, there's a reason for that. Because every time that one of your guys steps out that curtain, you got to know everything about him, everything that's going to go on, everything about his opponent, everything that's going to go on. You have to not only know what you're doing, you may, if you go out 2 or 3 times a night as a manager, you have to know not only what you're doing in one match and what your opponent and your gladiator is doing that night, your client, if you will.
Yeah.
But you may have to know and study 6 or 8 people all in the same night.
Yeah.
And go out there and perform to the top of your ability. And again, Bobby was successful. I was successful as a manager. And in order to do that, it's not easy. And that used to really piss me off. People would say, oh, well, you're just a manager.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy, you went out there and did one arm bar the whole damn 13 minutes you was out there.
Exactly.
I was out there for 45 minutes, 3 different times. You tell me who had the easy job tonight.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
He was never, and I was never one of those managers that just went out, hey, give me a chair. I'll
Yeah.
sit here. The bell rings. I sit there. The bell rings, and we walk to the back. We were never those kind of managers.
Yeah.
That's why we very active.
That's how you're supposed to be. As
Same
a
same question for you. You started in the ring, right?
Yeah.
And then you became a manager. If you would have only been a wrestler, would you think that would have went over good, or?
I would have 100% chose managing over wrestling any day of the
Oh,
week.
okay, yeah.
I felt that I was a more effective manager than I ever was as a wrestler. Managing is where I actually was able to develop the character of Lone Wolf Bobby Blade to the point that it was. I felt it was a good character. I did.
Certainly.
I liked it. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But
Well, your success is just proof in the pudding.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You're
That's
a
right.
legend. You're a legend around here.
I appreciate that
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Yeah, both of you guys.
Yeah.
That's that's why I wanted you guys here, because you both are just.
We should have teamed up. We could have had.
Y'all
we
should have,
could've
yeah.
had Kentucky.
And
Could have
one
had
quick question,
a
Bobby.
managing
the
conglomerate.
Lone Wolf Diamond Cartel.
Yeah.
And I got something for you, Bobby. Dane Plowman says, put Jacko Hart's inside Hall of Fame now.
If I could, I would, but I don't have anything to do with the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
So
But he seems to think that you do.
So you really loved the managing part.
I loved managing. I loved it. And I felt like I flourished there. I felt like that I had more to offer as a manager to a promotion and to the people that you were managing and all that stuff.
Did you ever do any booking? And you did a lot of that too, right?
I did booking for 6 months, and that was about all I want to do with that.
Is that right?
Yeah, I
Tell him, Bobby, worst job in the world of
Ever.
professional wrestling.
Yeah.
ever.
There's a lot-
I hated it.
Hey, Anthony, you're still there. You
There's
you
a
are a
lot
person.
more managing. There's a lot more managing out there for you if you want it.
Was
Just
you
saying.
We're going to keep working on you, Bobby.
I appreciate it, but I don't think I'd pass a physical.
I think that
Anthony,
you
we
could
know
do it.
you were strictly in the ring, and now you're a booker. What's your perception on that? Like, you never was a manager, right? Or did you ever do that?
I mean, I've managed matches, but it was all part of storylines and things like that. I never really was just a manager. I was one of those guys that I always wanted to learn every aspect of the business. So when I was in when I was in the business as a wrestler, I was also wanting to learn what the referees did, and I always wanted to know what the commentating team did. And I was always close to the booker. When I was on TV down in Mississippi, the guy that I bought the company from, Pitbull Bob Serio, he's the founder of New South Wrestling. I used to go to his house every week, and we would sit down for hours and watch videos of old wrestling with Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes, and we would just talk to each other about philosophy, and I like to see how his brain worked, and really the way we run New South right now is exactly how we ran it down there. I take a whole lot, and I talk to him now on the phone every week. We talk about the company. He's keeping a watch on it from down there, and he's just really happy that we're continuing on what we're doing. But as far as promoting, I always knew that once my career was over, this was something I wanted to do. That's why I bought the company from him when he was ready to walk away. I love the business. I've been a fan my whole life. When I was a kid, this is what I always told everybody that I ever spoke to that I was going to be, was a wrestler.
So you have self-taught booking, or who taught you to book? The guy?
No, some of it you learn on your own. Some of it you learn on your own as you fail and succeed and try new things. But I learned a whole bunch of what I do from Pitbull Bob Serio. He's just a great guy and a teacher at heart, and he loved the business until he just couldn't do it anymore, and so I used to go down there, and for probably 8 years every week went to his house and listened to him, and we talked, and that's why when he decided he was going to get out of it, he didn't hesitate one moment when I told him I wanted to buy it, because he knew that I had the drive, and he knew that I wouldn't just take his baby and throw it away. He knew I would take his baby and make it better.
Yeah. We were talking about NWA being not around
and
anymore.
Thank you, Joe Monroe, for the 200 stars.
And we're so glad that you took over, New South Wrestling to continue the legacy of that place too. But we wish somebody would have took over NWA too, like that. But it's been gone for 10 years now. So. But,
Billy Corrigan did take it away. He just changed he did take it and do something with it, but he just changed it to now it's a standalone program in a studio setting.
I was talking about Mountain Wrestling Association. So it was
okay, yeah, IMDA, yeah. Yeah, I had a blast there when I was there too. I mean, that place was awesome. Out of all the places I've ever wrestled, man, Kentucky's unique, because there's some towns in Kentucky that, like when Glensboro was going, that crowd was rowdy and crazy and wild. The Mount Sterling crowd was exactly the same way.
So is Glensboro what was the promotion down there, and are they still around?
No, they're not. There was a number of promotions. It was CWA when Terry Allen had it. Then it was SWF, and then after that it was
Salt River.
Yeah, that was Salt River Landings. That's when Mike Samples was running it. But it's been a bunch of different things when it was there, but it's not there anymore. The building's still there, but Russell doesn't have anything down there anymore.
Yeah.
He wanted me to come down there and start back up, but that building is so far out, and both these guys will remember that. I mean, you had to go a bunch of S curves off of 44 to get there.
Yeah, maybe somebody ought to do a show down there at some point. Maybe somebody should just go down there and do a show every once in a while. Just to
about SWL.
Me too.
Yeah. So who taught you how to book? Did you do that did you learn yourself on your own, being a manager, knowing the talent? You was like, oh, this guy work with that guy. What?
I cheated a little bit. I had
no way
a writing right. I appropriated.
Yeah.
Finesse.
Referee didn't see it.
I had some writing experience. I took creative writing, some other things, in college. I took psychology and sociology, and so I had already had. I had an insight on how to put stories together, if you will. And of course, when we came in, it was all about the stories, and so I tried to take a little bit of what I knew about writing and put it to wrestling, which it didn't always work in the beginning. And I think it was just, you take a little bit of advice from this person, a little bit of advice from that person, and then you kind of make it your own, if you will. And you know, I spent a lot of nights, you know, work all day, go to the arena, you know,
Yeah.
and I'd still 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning be up writing. And I think that's really what helped me learn to book, because booking, you know, as Bobby said, he did it 6 months and never wanted to do it again.
Yeah.
And
Never.
That's right.
you know, and Tony will tell you too. One great thing about Tony, he does his homework. So it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. But for me, I felt like I was getting older. I knew there's somewhere else that I had to go because I was not going to stay at ringside.
Yeah.
Of course, I've been probably saying I was going to retire for the last umpteen years, and I just couldn't pull myself away from it.
Yeah.
And so I was just looking for different areas that I could slide into after the fact. And what got me was, before I was ready to slide out of, somebody slid me right in to having the book. You know, the
Yeah.
booker, I think, didn't show up in Harlan one time, and then it was on. And so from there, you know, I probably booked thousands upon thousands of shows. And probably the greatest compliment ever is, you know, I got to book for Bob Orton Jr. in Knoxville down there with Terry Landell.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And hey, look, man, it doesn't get any better than that.
I'm sure.
Booking is a hard job, as Bobby and I are telling you.
I'm sure Kirkpatrick knows too, because he said he booked for Mike Porter.
Well, again, you know, Kurt did book. But for me, when it comes to wrestling or anything else, I always think about the longevity.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think about, okay, I wrestled 2 years. I had a great career. No, you might have had a great 2 years, but you didn't have a great career because you only wrestled 2 years.
Exactly.
So, not taking anything, and this is not a shot on Kirk at all. You know, I've known Kurt a long time. But to be able to be a booker and be successful at it, especially like with weekly shows there for a while.
I'm sure you guys have said that y'all were doing like 2 or 3, 4 shows a week.
Sometimes, yeah, 4
Like,
or 5 shows a week.
How can you book a show? Like it's got to be a different show every night. Like you can't book the same show. Like you got to have. When did you
Or
find
the
time to
same
write
night.
those shows, those new shows? You know, or book them?
I booked most of my shows between 10 p.m. and 6 p.m.
Yeah.
10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've told this story a million times about Tracy, rest his soul, to love him to death. But a lot of us guys are like this, not just Tracy. But the gig would be, you know, I'd be sitting at that desk, and here it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever the hell. Excuse me, because we're all on the road coming back from somewhere at those times.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I would get this text, and anybody that knows me knows it takes me 20 minutes to text hi.
Yeah.
So, and again, a lot of us did this when we were on the road to help us stay awake. But Tracy, you know, in those hours, again, between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. is when I would get my most calls, texts, and things of this nature. And again, rest his soul, Tracy would text me, you know, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, what are you doing? And it'd be like, what the hell do you think I'm doing? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, you're not sleeping, so I'm going to call you.
Yeah.
And really, those hours was the hours that taught me how to book. And I got into, especially when I started booking weekly shows, there for a minute, I was booking 5, 6 different companies at once.
Yeah.
And I would get in there, and I would write, and I would write, and I would write, and I would write until my eyes would go cross, so that I could get 3, 4 months in advance out.
Yeah. So did you just come up with like stories and then like fill in the wrestlers, or did you like write stories for certain wrestlers?
Both, I think, for me.
Yeah.
And the way I always wrote is I figure out what I want my finish to be. You know, if it's going to be Bobby Blade giving me the blade, cutter and stealing my shoes, that's what I start with.
Yeah.
That's right.
I start at the end.
Yeah.
I start at the end.
Oh yeah, you got
Work your
to.
way back.
And then I work
If
my
you're
way
writing
back.
a comedy thing, you
And,
start at the punchline first, and then
Yeah, and then work around it.
Yeah.
And work to it. And so, like, sometimes there would be certain people, you know, Bobby would be one of them, you know, if I were writing for Bobby, which I was not fortunate enough to do that. I wish Felony and Cujo would have allowed me to. But when you have somebody that they're hot, man, and they're on a roll, you have to play on that. Because today you might be a hot potato, but tomorrow you're cold mash, you know?
Exactly.
So you got to capitalize on that right away. And for me, that was the hardest writing, because it was kind of like, it was a flash deal. You have to do it right now. And
Yeah.
anytime you do something right now, it for me anyway, it's tougher because as a booker and a writer, man, you're always thinking, man, I did that in 10 minutes. Is it going to be a hit? Is it not going to be a hit?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're a hit and sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
You know, you might spend 3 months on a storyline and it just be the drizzling shits. You might spend 15 minutes on something, it'd be the hottest thing you ever wrote.
Yeah.
You just don't never know until it gets out there. And you don't even, I mean, it's not that you just have to compete with the fans. You have to compete with some of the workers too. I wish one of the worst things about booking and writing is everybody's got the next big thing, you know, and I'm the guy,
Yeah.
you know, I'm the guy. Come on, Andy. You know, Scott Diamond has got this great idea. It's going to take your podcast to the next level, man.
Yeah.
If I had a penny for every person that ever said that, I'd be a rich, rich man. It just don't happen that way. And when you do something, and as Tony was saying, you know, I would video a lot of it, and I've got notes. Austin and I was just looking through my desk tonight, man. I've got notes from 10, 11, 12 years ago that I made to myself, booking, to say, hey, you know, this happened and this got over with this cat. You know, again, I use Bobby as an example. You know, I wrote this 10 years ago and it got over and Bobby was the guy. And so, you know, there's new people that never seen that. So it worked with Bobby. Now let me bring it back and, you know, do it with Johnny Lee and let's see if it gets over the same, this, that, and the other. You just,
So is there a book somewhere that has all these great ideas in it?
I'll never tell.
Yeah, never tell.
Actually, I've got about 3 of them that
Yeah.
I've done over the years,
Yeah.
little composition books and things. And
Yeah.
man, front page to back page, and then you got written up the side, you know, and it's
Yeah. Added on.
But
Yeah. A
when
year later.
when it hits you, you know, you just might say, "Damn, Bobby Blade at the water cooler. I know we can go somewhere with that," and you jot that down.
Yeah.
And then something else comes up, and that gets pushed to the back. You know, one of the things that I guess I regret the most is I had the opportunity to get some of these young folks right off the bat. Myron Reed, one of them. There's several more, but doggone, man, I'll tell you. When you get so many and you got so many stories, again, because you're booking for this company, that company, this company, when you get all this shuffling together, sometimes people get lost in the shuffle.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I've lost some great people due to being lost in the shuffle, so I regret that the most.
And they get very upset about that.
Oh,
too.
very much so.
Yeah.
Like I
yeah,
said, it's not
probably
just the
have
fans,
a-
you had to,
yeah,
you know,
probably-
working with the workers.
Let me ask you this, Scott. When you're booking, how often does your phone ring? Because mine rang constantly off the hook until I finally said, "This is I've had enough."
When KEPW had their last show, the July 30th, until about August 30th, I leave it on 24/7 because I sleep maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. And so I would be all during the night or all during the day because wrestlers, and I've said this a million times and you'll probably back me up, I don't know a wrestler, or let me say a company, let me say a wrestling company that all the wrestlers that work in that company have a regular 9-to-5 job. You're not going to find it. You got some guys that work 9 to 5. You got some guys work 3 to 11. Some guys work 12 to 8. You know, they all hours because Friday and Saturday, if they got to work, oh sorry, dude, I quit. I got to wrestle. You know, they'll give up you know, they're making $1,000 a week.
Yeah.
And they'll tell the guy at that job, sorry, buddy, I quit, and go wrestle for $50. You know,
Yeah.
you just lost $1,000 for 50. But it's a sickness that we
passion,
all have.
the
You know, the
sickness, yeah.
passion. You know, Tony, Bobby, and myself, and a lot of these guys have.
Tony knows about that passion and that
Oh, certainly.
he just started.
Because
He just
does a great
Right.
job.
he just built a whole building just to do wrestling.
And I knew he was
So-
going to take a bump.
It just was a matter of time.
Yeah.
So I just recently, Bobby, I guess to answer your question, I turned my ringer down at 3 a.m. At 3 a.m., I try to get in the rack at 3 a.m. And I turn it. I still keep it on vibrate.
Are we going to have some more Scott Diamond booking happening, or is it just going to managing?
I'll just I'll be in the back doing whatever I need to do.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say
That's
that.
what I'm talking about.
Anthony, what's your approach at booking?
Well, Scott said a whole lot of it, but just telling good stories and getting people. The key is getting people to want to pay money to come back and buy a ticket and watch it again. So, but one of the biggest things you got to do there is that you have to understand your audience. Yeah. You got to know who is out there, what town you're in, what they like, what those people. You got to do research on what's happening in the town, what's things that set the town off, what kind of people are there, what kind of people, what do they look like, what do they not like, and you got to understand all that. Because what brings people back to wrestling is not always the moves. That's what this new generation's gotten more into. I want to do another big high fancy move and do this move and wow them with this. But that's not what gets the people coming back, and that's not what gets the people remembering old guys who've done it forever, and they'll remember those stories and those matches that they've seen that guy wrestle in. They do that because it's the stories that they told that jarred them in their heart and in their head and their mind and made them want to come back and believe it and want to come back and see it. Yeah. That's how you draw them in forever.
That's what we're doing on this podcast. We're talking about the stories. We ain't talking about the moves.
That's right.
Man, when you get in there, and I'll use this cage match as an example. One night I was in a cage match in Lawrenceburg, and actually I was the announcer. I wasn't wrestling or managing that evening. And so at the end of the cage match, of course, it was a 6-man deal. One guy would come in, like you were saying earlier, Bobby. And once they got all 6 guys in there, the way that you would win is once you pin them, they would handcuff them to the cage. And, of course, when they did the little swerve at the end of the evening and blew everybody away, we couldn't believe it happened.
That was with Brian Beach.
Brian and I have a lot of history. We won't go into that one.
Well, I mean, that was that cage match, wasn't it?
I think Brian might have been involved in that. But man, they just when you can go in there, and again, I was just announcing that evening. But to touch on what Tony was saying, when you can grab those people, I jumped in there after the fact, just trying to make the chaos simmer down, so to speak. And, man, they beat the living daylights out of me. They ripped my entire suit off of me. I mean, just tore to shreds. When Big Frank came out and pulled the cage off of the door, I mean, just literally, I wish you could have met this guy.
Yeah.
A teddy bear, but golly, man, he could.
Is he not with us anymore?
He's in Vegas. He went to Vegas.
Okay.
But he could lift up the corner of this building. Yeah. And when he ripped the door off of the cage and came in and picked me up, I mean, I was beaten so bad. I think when he took me to the back, I had on my boxers, one sock, and they had squirted me down after they beat me and ripped the suit off. They had squirted us down with lighter fluid.
Oh, shit.
And, yeah, and that was Jeff's doing. He's like, well, I emptied it out and put water in it. Well, no, you didn't. I mean, you didn't rinse it out because I had lighter fluid in my mouth, And he said, well, you wasn't even supposed to be in the ring, so you got what you got. And that's the way it was sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
But I kept my nose on my own plate and surrounded myself with some big guys so that didn't happen again. But to get back, like he was saying, when the fans seen this announcer who was not even wrestling that night have his clothes ripped off of him, and he's literally, hey, good thing our moms always told us, wear clean underwear, right? Because when they carried me out, nothing but one sock in my boxers that night, I mean, people were crying. Adults, grown people were crying. And it was at that point that something, like I said, that we didn't really talk about, but we seen it resonated with them. We went with it. And that led to more great storytelling because more people wanted to see, hey, what's the result of what happened?
You leaving, Sean?
Yeah, I've got to leave. I got to get up real early in the morning. Bobby, it's always a pleasure,
Thank
brother.
you for having me, man.
Later, brother.
Thank you, Sean. We actually have been on here 2 hours.
Have we? What?
Yes, we've been.
We've actually been on 2 hours.
Well, we got 2 more hours to fill.
We got 2 more hours to fill. Hey,
if anybody can do it, the lone wolf has got that.
We've been here 2 hours. This is usually the point where I say everybody say their buys, but you guys, if you want to keep on going, we can keep on going for a little while. It doesn't matter to me,
I always love seeing Bobby Blade. I always love talking to Tony. The three of us are all great friends. I'm appreciative to have them. But I would love to plug, you was asking me about some of the bash, and as I was trying to think some more of the matches, the KEPW Tag Team Champions, HNIC, Apollo Showtime Garvin, and JB, they will be putting their tag team titles against the line, I believe, if I remember correctly, against Frankfurt's own Cody Matthews and Dwayne Davis.
Okay.
So that's going to be another match. We have a tag team championship match there. That's going to be. Look, if anybody's seen those four cats, I mean, Dwayne Davis is a little younger into the business.
Yep.
We know Dwayne. We've tried to have him on the podcast. He just stays busy.
Well, he's got that new baby and
Yeah.
everything, and but I mean, these guys are great at telling a story, and Apollo, golly, and I've told this a million times too. For a black man to tell me in front of 400 people, I will join the Klan before I join the Diamond Cartel. That is my all-time greatest thing that anybody ever said to me. Because that's legendary.
funny. Yeah,
I mean,
that's great. That's great.
That is great.
How do you? I mean, where do you go from there?
Yeah.
I just, for the first time in my life, I just shut up and give them the mic.
Yeah. Well, okay. There you
There's
go.
nothing I could say to top that.
Can't follow that.
No. But we've got that match, the Oliver Gunner, like I said. I'll tell you another one. The Killbilly is going to be over there.
Okay. Yeah.
Hell yeah, Evil Nate.
Who's he going against?
I don't have it in front of me, and again, after so many years of writing and booking, it all kind of runs together.
Yeah.
But I know the Killbilly is going to be over there, and here's a cat again. Bobby and I was there when he came in on the ground floor, and this cat came in for a year or so, stepped back for about 5 years, and when he came back, man, what he learned out there with Panaki and with Junior Fatu, I mean, he came back and he's a ball of fire, man. There's nobody who puts out a better promo than that cat right there, right now.
And that's a great gimmick that he's got.
Oh,
I love it.
It's
The
over
cryptid
the
gimmick.
top.
Yeah.
Me too, I love it.
He's going to be there, and I always love seeing him. Great guy.
Austin Michaels going to be there too. He's looking forward to the bash.
Austin Michaels coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, he was a last-minute substitute last year. He came in, did some stuff with us, and I didn't. I knew of him, but I didn't know a lot about his work, and I hadn't seen a lot of his work. And so when you run in company like this guy right here, you got to be top tier, and so I always felt that I was. And for some people, I'm not saying that I look down upon them, but if I hadn't seen their work, I always questioned whether they can come up to where Tony and Bobby and myself and these guys are.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't sure last year when Austin came in, but let me tell you, he came in and he done everything to a T. I gained a lot of respect for him.
Yeah.
that night.
Those guys, him and his crew, they just love wrestling, and they might not be the best wrestlers in the whole world. They'll tell you that themselves, but they love the wrestling. They love wrestling, and they're doing it on their level, and they have a deep love for it, and that's why we're friends with those guys.
Yeah, I mean that's what we all have in common.
That
him
deep
and,
love for it, and those
his
guys, they want to tell a story, and they want to tell their own story, and they want to promote.
What are you cooking in there?
He done a
Nothing.
great job last year. I mean,
We
he
ain't
really-
cooking, Anthony.
He really did a good job last
My
year.
daughter's in there cooking this late at night.
Well, ask her what she's cooking, Tony, and maybe I'll stop by on the way to the house.
Yeah, noodles probably, huh?
No more ramen noodles for me. Not
Exactly.
since. Well, we won't go into that story.
Hey, Bobby, she says she's cooking ramen.
Yeah, there you go.
Jeez. I'm having jail flashbacks.
Yeah.
Oh, John Bullard wants to call in.
Oh, John.
I'll give him a. Give him the number.
We've got to. John, you got my number. Call my number. Call Johnny Lee. Call.
Give him my number, Will.
I'm about to.
Oh,
call
Anthony's
Andy.
on right now. Anthony, we got somebody, John Bullard's wanting to call, so.
Yeah, I can hop off and listen to you guys.
Hey, we
Tone,
appreciate
let's
you.
get,
We appreciate you,
Sorry to
Anthony.
interrupt you, Anthony. Andy, Tony, let's get together this weekend, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Tony, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the invite.
Hey, there'll be a ticket at the door for you for the 22nd if you want to come out.
All right. I was telling Scott earlier, because he invited me to the bash and everything. My father's got a procedure on the 19th, so everything depends on how he's doing.
I definitely understand that. Well, my prayers will be with him for sure.
I appreciate that.
Tony's just he's a family guy, so he understands.
Hey, John
that.
Bowler, I just sent you the number
Great dad.
and
They
messaged
don't
you.
get it.
Great
He's
guy.
great.
Thank you, Tony. You're awesome, man. We appreciate you, and we're definitely going to be down there on the 22nd. And you're going to be on our show here on the 19th, I think. So we'll talk. We'll
I'll
talk
be
more
on there.
about your show when you come on. So
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys. You all have a good night. Be safe getting home.
thanks for calling. Bye.
Take care, Tom.
Yeah.
Great guy. I spoke to him last night.
Unknown caller.
Can't get no better than that guy. Hold on.
Is it a Chi-Town number?
Hold up, we're about to have.
You're on the Nice Guy Andy podcast. Who we have?
Hey, it's John Bullard. How's you guys going?
John
Doing good?
Bullard. Nice
John.
to meet you.
Oh, thank you, Joe Monroe, for the 1,000 stars.
John Bullard, what's going on, man?
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Scott. And hey, everybody. And, it's good to hear from you guys and watching the podcast. And, guys, is bringing back some of those good memories when we're all in Kentucky together. And I'll tell you what, guys. Scott, congratulations on all the years in this business, man. I'm really
Thank
happy
you.
for you.
Thank
You got
you.
this huge batch coming up. Austin has such a bright future ahead of him, man. I mean, seriously, I just talked to him just the other day about that. He was hitting me up about it. And I told him, I was like, you know what? Take your time, learn this business the proper way, be around good people. That's the most important part right there. Be around good people that are actually good teachers that want to make sure you're successful. And, of course, you guys got Bobby Blade. And, man, I tell you, and I got to tell this a little bit of a funny story about Bobby. And with Bobby,
I knew it was going to come
Well,
out, Bobby.
Bobby,
Let him have it, John.
Bobby, no, it's that guy has done so much for me, man. I remember when I was in Georgetown. I think it was probably my second week there. I remember we're all in the ring. We had to set up the ring. That old bingo hall, you could never keep the ring up. You had to take it down every freaking show.
Yeah.
So we set up the ring. We were all getting ready. And this is the first time I ever met Bobby. And he didn't introduce himself to me. We're all in the ring. He comes in. He's like, hey, you guys training? We're like, yeah. So he gets in the ring and proceeds to beat the shit out of every one of us. And it was the funniest thing ever because he's like walking up to me. He's like, all right, nice to meet you. Bam, big punch. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm just there thinking to myself, like, did I owe this guy money? Did I did I just like
I just
piss on
can't
his
see.
car? Yeah, yeah.
I just have bad eyesight, man.
Yeah, I found that out later. So big punch in the face. Next thing I know, big punch in the gut. And I'm just sitting there going like, what the hell? And he's like, all right, here comes my famous move. And I'm like, this is going to be interesting because you're already like blacking my eye. You already like knocked the wind out of me. What he does, poke me right in the eye, Three Stooges style. Didn't even tell me it was coming. Just stop. And I'm like, what the hell? And he grabs me in the headlock. He's like, all right, kid, bulldog. And I'm like, bulldog? Yeah. And I go crashing down the mat with him. And I'm laying there, and I'm like, well, I just got mugged. I didn't even pay this kid. Like, he at least take my wallet. I got mugged by him. And Blade just looks at me. He's like, by the way, I'm Bobby Blade. Nice to meet you.
Hello, an introduction.
Hey, John, tell my fans who you are. Actually, tell them your name and where you're wrestling or what you're doing right now.
Well, I'm John Bullard. Was the original founder of Pro Wrestling Freedom in Kentucky. Wrestled and managed as Johnny Rock. Had that wonderful privilege for a little while there. But mainly now I'm actually the owner and producer of Chicagoland Championship Wrestling here in Northwest Indiana, Chicago area. Our shows are on Amazon Prime, Fight TV, High Spots, Power 4 over United Kingdom, and got a couple of really cool things going on. So I'm excited for 2023.
Wow.
We got
I'm
a
excited.
real big year coming up.
I'm excited that you know about this little rinky-dink bullshit podcast of ours.
Me too.
Hey,
Hey.
don't let him be modest. Tell about your Japanese experience going on right now, too, John.
Well, yeah, we're currently right now partners with Dragon Gate Wrestling in Japan, which is actually
Big stuff.
was former partners of Ring of Honor and TNA Impact.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
And
I know all
not
about
only that, when he was running PWF here in Kentucky, he didn't you have a partnership with 01 as well?
Yeah, 01 Japan, back when Yuki Nakamura was the president of 01.
Big stuff.
Yep.
Big deal guy.
Hey,
here on
I'll
the
tell
podcast
you
tonight.
what, John Bullard, when he came in to promote, when he started promoting, It changed the whole landscape in the state of Kentucky as far as wrestling goes.
Wow.
That was the point of change in Kentucky.
That's coming from a legend, Bobby Blade.
Well, like I always say, that was the point that business picked up.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah. I mean, it was great. It was great before and everything, but there was a definitive moment when
without a doubt.
when it picked up, and that was it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing was, Bobby, and me and you talked about this when I left Georgetown, was I was just tired of seeing so many of the younger guys not get their opportunities, not get a chance. There's nothing against the old guard, because I do respect the hell out of the guys. I mean, I had veterans like yourself, Jim Chadwick. I had Tommy Green, who was always good to me every time I was around Tommy.
Yeah.
I
Tommy
had
Green's
a lot
a
of
great
the
guy.
old guard. He had a lot of the old guard that was really good to me and treated me really well. But all you guys had the same thing in common, though. You all said the same thing when you talk to the bookers. Well, why aren't you giving the younger guy a chance? Why is the younger guy not getting the chance to be the champion or get the chance to show the world what he can do? And so many of these promoters and bookers in the state of Kentucky would hold him down. And when I got so tired of it that when I left the business for a short while, it kind of just dawned on me. And I was like, you know what? I have all this notes, all these things, ideas. So I want to do something kind of different in the state. And I remember when I got my promoter's license, the very first person that was hired was Bobby Blade.
Wow.
The very first person.
Yep.
So remember, you called me when I was coming out of that office. You're like, you want your what was it to me? You want your coffee, Mr. McMahon? I cracked up laughing when you said it to me. I was like, I don't want no coffee, but I want that to come work for me, And yeah, I mean, man, what a hell of a landscape change that we did with that. I'm proud of those memories and things that we created all together as a company, because it wasn't just one person. It was a whole group of people that were putting in that effort to do something a little different, and we kind of came up and fought the system.
Yeah,
that was going on at the time.
That was a great crew, man. Like he brought in Adam Pearce, Scrap Iron Adam Pearce, which is on SmackDown now.
Yeah.
He worked with Shane Mercer. Yeah, Shane Mercer was there. Scotty
Back when Shane
Vicious.
was a rookie, man, pretty much.
What's that?
That was back when Shane was pretty much like a rookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cash Flow was there. I had my deal with a guy named Brian Sizemore, which we told that like a story, and it went on for a year. From the point I got there to the time that I left and everything, we built up this angle between me and Brian Sizemore, who was the ring announcer.
Yeah.
And I was a manager, and I would come out every show, and I'd be like, "You were the worst ring announcer I've ever seen in my life. You suck. You should quit. You should all this and all that." And I would just antagonize. Yeah, I would.
My favorite part.
I would
My favorite part was this guy.
What's that?
No, I'm not trying to cut you off. But my favorite part was this, though. The night that he actually had to walk away from wrestling because he actually had a stroke. This is no joke. This guy had a mini stroke. Bobby gets on the microphone, right? He looks right at him. This man's family's in the crowd. They're already in tears because they know how much wrestling means to Brian. Bobby looks at him. He's like, "I wish you fucking died." That crowd was like, "Whoa, okay, bros." And next you know, Brian's mom is flipping chairs. She is like wanting to stab Bobby Blade like 90,000 times. It was the greatest heat I ever saw because everybody was pissed. It was great.
Yeah. Every show after show, I would antagonize Brian Sizemore. And then eventually it got to where, I would back him up into the corner, and I'd have the guys that I managed, Cash Flow, Shane Mercer, Scotty Vicious, and everything, all big, huge guys, muscular guys and stuff. And they would back me up, and people would be like, "Yo, hit that son, hit him, Brian." And they're like, "Well, wait a minute, don't hit him. He's got those big guys watching. As soon as he nails him, they're gonna come after him and all that. So don't hit him right now." And we built it up for a year, and then he finally got me at the end. We did a thing where it was my guys against some guys he was managing or something. It was Jordan Cage and somebody.
It was Brian Sizemore and Jordan Cage versus you and Cash Flow.
Yeah. And Cash got bumped to the floor. Jordan Cage was occupied with him. It came down to me and Sizemore. We get into the ring, and we're face-to-face. And these people stood up in anticipation of what was getting ready to happen. And I was like, holy crap. I said, do you hear this? And he's like, yeah. And he says, I'm nervous. I said, just follow me. Yeah. And then I pushed him, and he pushes me back. And I said, oh, you son. You know, and I swung on him, and he ducks and boots me and gives me the stunner. The Stone Cold
wow.
And the roof came off of this building. And that was after a year of building. We didn't give it to them all.
Storytelling.
Yeah, we didn't give it to them all in the first night. We didn't give it to them in the first, 6 months. We waited a year for this build-up, for this moment, and it paid off. And it's probably, other than my Hall of Fame induction for MWA, it was probably my next favorite moment in all of wrestling.
Oh, wow.
Thanks we had about 500. We had about 500 people that night in that building.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember when you took that stunner, man, that whole crowd lost it. Because you got to think about this Armory show that we did. You took a kendo stick and you beat the lights out of him, man.
Yeah.
Like you beat him like he was a Mexican pinata. Like that boy has welts. That boy has more welts and lines on him like a damn Georgia Road map. I mean, he was worked up.
Oh.
I remember his mom. It's always funny. Like his mom was always at every show. I don't know what it was about it, but every time like Bobby would go and his mom would be like, his mom was a biker chick, by the way. So she was like already like a roughneck, carry a pistol, packing type of mama. So like everybody know, like, all right, don't mess with Brian's mom. What Bobby would do, mess with Brian's mom. Mess with his mom every step of the way. And I remember when he was beating with that kendo stick, like his mom was working concessions that night. Oh my God. There was not a customer order taken care of at all when that was going down. And we were Dairy Queen too, so that food was good. So it was like, yeah, this is serious. So yeah. I remember go ahead.
I was getting ready to say, do you remember the promo I did with Jordan Cage that one night where I called his mother a whore or something?
Oh man, yeah. And when he was talking about when his father was dying or something like that, how he messed the boat with WWE or whatever it was, and that emotion came out of that crowd.
Yeah. Oh, that was crazy. I thought I was going to get killed that night.
I remember when the fans, that whole vote for Blade for president, and that fan picture in the Corbin Civic Center's urinal. And there was a line of fans, and I was wondering why everyone was lining up at the bathroom. I was thinking, like, okay, do people have like the runs? Like, what's going on here? And sure enough, like one of our ring crew boys, D.A. Inman, God bless his soul, he passed away 2 days ago.
Oh, did he?
D.A. comes walking. Yeah, D.A. passed away, man. Yeah. So I remember D.A. come walking up to me, and he's chuckling, man. He's chuckling. And I'm like, what's going on, D.A.? And he's like, brother, someone put a picture of Blades, like a little presidential thing there in the urinal. Everyone's pissing on it. Everyone's taking turns pissing on it. And I'm thinking, like, whatever. So I go in the bathroom. Sure enough, wall to wall, there's people lining up to go take a piss on Bobby's picture. That's how heated he was at PWF. And we actually had, I think, Bobby, you have a photo of that, I believe.
Yeah, I do.
Of that picture of the urinal, yeah.
Yeah, Travis Crawford. Travis Crawford took a picture of it and posted it, and he still shares it every once in a while. It was great.
Man,
I remember when Scott first came to work for me down in Corbin. Scott, one of the first memories I actually had, Scott came, was like you. Jamie Northstar was with you that night. Another phenomenal wrestler that I wish we could come back to the business. And Scott used to have yeah. You know what? I'm happy for him though, man. Because Billy Joe,
that's
such a good kid, man.
He was a great kid.
Hey, listening.
Don't worry, Greg, I got you.
But Scott had this midget named Kid Mac that would always come in to work for us. And then, my God, we probably tortured that poor boy like every single show. It was always something would happen. I remember one night he got press slammed by a guy named Big Chris Hall from up in Ohio.
Silverback.
Yeah.
God, that guy's a monster of a man.
Scared to death. He was scared to death.
They did this arm wrestling thing, and he's like, "Oh, you lost." And Kid Mac tried to run from him, and he grabs him and deadlifts him. And if you guys are trying to pick up a little person, they are like heavy.
Hey, look,
but
he went around 165.
Yeah. Chris picks him up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Chris picks him up and just press slams him like nothing. He lifts him up. And he did. You guys ever watch that ECW clip, Bam Bam Bigelow with Spike Dudley?
Yeah.
He did that. at our
Yeah.
show. He ran and yeeted him out of the ring. And literally, Kid Mac almost went to the third row. And I remember when Kid Mac came back to us, he's like, "Yeah, my mom's not too happy about this."
Oh, she threatened to sue me, John.
Did she?
Yeah.
That's,
Me and you
that's
both.
great.
Because he had just turned 18. He had just turned 18, and she threatened to sue me over that because I was his handler. I mean, I took him everywhere, Anywhere he went, I was there and vice versa. And his mother threatened to sue me. Sure did.
Is he still working?
No, he had neck surgery and leg surgery, and so it kind of put him out of the business a little bit.
He was pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, we had some great times. When he'd come over, he'd stay at the house with us and stuff. And of course, I'd say he grew up with my kids because he basically did. And so they were kind of soft on him, but you know how we are in the ring. So one night, I don't know, we were against each other, and I just happened to kick him in the face a little stiff. And so he didn't say nothing to me. But when he gets home, he's telling my daughter and he's telling Jessica, hey, he kicked me in the face tonight and it kind of hurt me. And they're telling him, look, just tell him and, he'll be softer on you next time. And he's like, no, please don't tell him. You don't know what these vets will do. So I told him, I went and I spoke to him. I said, look, man, I might have kicked you a little hard in the face. I said, it just happens. I said, when we get into another match, maybe if you get the opportunity, just kick me in the face. So what this little shit does is I came up with that trick-or-treat match. And so we had, on each ring post, we had the plastic pumpkins, and 2 of them had nothing but candy, and the other 2 had candy and weapons. And he just happened to get one of the pumpkins that night that had a pair of brass knucks in it. So I'm on the floor, of course, talking trash to somebody. I don't know who it was. He got those brass knucks and jumped off, and like John said, he weighed, I don't care what it looked like, he weighed at 165. He was a heavy dude. And when he jumped off that apron and I turned around to see him coming down, and he hit me square top of the head with those brass knucks. And he busted me open the hard way. And, man, he was just so afraid. When we got to the house, he was telling Jessica and my daughter, like, oh, God, I think I got him back for the kick in the face, but I'm afraid what he's going to do to me now. I was like, yeah, you little shit.
Didn't you guys, didn't you guys wait till he fell asleep one night and draw dicks on his face?
Well, see, there was another time that she called me and was going to sue me. So we were with Jamie Northstar, we were down there in Harlan. And, John, you remember that 44 Magnum I always carried around?
Yeah, remember very well.
So I was out just popping rounds off. We was in Harlan, so what the hell. So they had this massive, they called it a creek, looked like a damn river behind their house. And so I was out there just exploding bottles, cans, whatever come floating down the river there. And so when I go back into the house, Kid Mac's done passed out. Jamie and a couple of the other guys down there, they had gotten into the girl's lipstick and drawn a dick on his forehead, and they took and made pink little circles on his cheeks and things like that. And they're telling me, hey, Scott, look at this, man. And of course, John, all those kids were all much younger than I. And I said, you bunch of damn rookies. I said, you go out there into the kitchen, you get me a hot dog and get me some mayonnaise out of the damn refrigerator.
Oh, God.
I'm going to show you guys how to do this the right way. And so, like I said, he had passed out there in the chair. And so they go out there and they get this hot dog out of this pack. Looked like it'd been in there probably about 6 months. And, yeah, it was pretty foul, I'm telling you. And so they bring this hot dog back, and they said, well, they didn't have no mayonnaise, but they had mustard. And so I took this little squirt bottle of mustard, and he had his mouth hanging open a little bit, And so I said, you rookies, I'm going to show you how to rib somebody. And so, I put probably 3 or 4 tablespoons of mustard in this guy's mouth. God. I mean, there was so much mustard in his mouth that it was running down his chin, right? And so I take this hot dog, and I don't know, I didn't know nothing about Facebook. I didn't know how that shit worked. I didn't. Technology was not my friend. I was old school.
Yeah.
And so I said, I put this mustard in his mouth, and I asked them to give me the hot dog, and so they give me the hot dog. I unzip my britches, and I've got the hot dog half in my britches, half out of my britches, and then I just started bouncing on my knees, and every time that hot dog hit that mustard, it would spatter all over his face. And it looked like, what do they call that, boku or whatever it is?
A bukkake.
Johnny Lee.
Johnny Lee's
know.
all over.
Johnny
it.
Lee
He knows. He's probably got 20 guys in his house doing the same thing to him. But I mean, it looked like
never
he
know
had...
what Johnny Lee porn search is.
yeah. Golly.
Sean's the wrestling encyclopedia.
Doggone,
Johnny's the sex encyclopedia,
the
porno encyclopedia.
Bukkake or whatever the hell it was. And so, I mean, it looked like he had 20, 25 money shots all over his face. And so I turn around because every time I hit that mustard, man, this stuff was spattering all over his face. And these cats were laughing so hard. Of course, we all were laughing. And I turned around and I said, now that's the way you rib a guy. And lo and behold, they videotaped all of it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's funny. How does that work? Next thing I know, his mother's calling me. And this is like, I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning, Whose mother's up watching Facebook at 2:30 in the morning?
Neil said, remind me to never stay over at your
All I
at
can
your
say,
place.
Johnny, is do not be the first one to fall asleep, brother, because John Bullard, Bobby Blade, and myself, we know how to rib a guy, and you'll be paying for it, man. And so his mother and so that was the last rib I ever pulled on him, because like twice she threatened to sue me, and hell, I didn't know her for about maybe 2 months, if that. And I never had luck with the court.
Happy lady, man. Scott, she was a very happy lady. Like anything. Funny things like we were very protective of her son.
Yes.
On shows and stuff. It's not trying to like say Kid Mac was a bad person, because he was actually, to me, was a fun person to work with. But he just had like this misfortune of like every time he was working for us, something would happen to him. And it's kind of like, we're sorry that a 450-pound man fell on your son. We're sorry your son got yeeted into the third row of the foul. Sorry for the dicks on his face. Sorry for the hot dog, incident. It's just like numerous things that was just keep on happening to him, and it's just it was kind of funny. But
wasn't you refereeing that night in Harlan when him and Scotty Ray had the match? And he come running at Scotty, and Scotty just lifted his foot up. His face stopped, and the rest of his body kept going. Oh my God! I'm fortunate we didn't get a call that night.
I think his little shoes actually flew off his feet when he got kicked too. That was the funny part about
you're
it.
probably right. Man, I just thought, Scott, we're going to jail. You just killed this kid. We're going to jail. Like you said, Scotty's 400 pounds, Kid Mac's 165. And, man, he was running as fast as those little legs would take him across that ring. And, man, when he ran into Scotty's foot, it was over.
I always love what Scotty would always say about stuff like that. He's like, well, fans believe it's real now, don't they?
That's Scotty. That's Scotty.
Scotty was a great guy.
Oh God, I miss him.
Man,
we've lost so many great guys over the years.
Yeah, I had that program at UWF with Scotty for 6 months, and for 6 months, all we did was mic work, and we never touched until we had our match, and it was great. I mean, we had like a little 5-minute match, but we gave the people exactly what they want. I was a babyface, he was the heel, so it was 5 minutes of me pretty much beating him down, and the people were with us the whole time. But I think the key was, if we had touched before that match, it wouldn't have meant as much. Again,
to touch on what John was saying, that just goes back, and Tony was mentioning it earlier too. That just goes back to the great storytelling that us old guys. That's what we live for.
Yeah.
Because that storytelling keeps them coming back night after night after night after night.
Yeah.
Had you guys touched, it would have been done and over with.
Yeah. It's like we did a 9-month program with Jim Chadwick and Driller Eddie Browning. You remember him?
Oh yeah.
He amazing. Probably the best guy that I've ever been in the ring with, talent wise. We did a 9-month program with him, and we only had maybe 3 matches the entire time, and we were focusing the rest of it, on the mic work and everything.
Yeah.
And it stretched it out, but it didn't drag. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the crowd was there for the whole thing, and it was amazing. And it's just, I fully subscribe. And you said this one time before: less is more.
Less is more. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Less is more. If you give
That's
everything
right.
to them all in one shot, why do they want to come back?
Why would they want to?
Yeah.
You got to. you got to think about that cliffhanger, and give them something that they're interested in, and then just give them just a little bitty
something to
piece
keep
of it.
coming back every week.
Damn
like,
straight.
I got to go back and see what the hell's going to go on with
Yeah,
that
I
program.
thought they were
Yeah.
going to give it to me last week, but they didn't. They just
Yeah.
give me a little piece of it. So now I got to come back and get another little
Yeah.
piece, then another little piece.
A lot of people were just showing up just for you and that guy talking shit that
Yeah.
whatever y'all were
And
talking.
he was a
Yeah,
great
it
guy.
was great,
I mean,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
did a lot of work with him on Terry England's program, and we did TV with Eddie down there in AMW with Kyle's organization
Yeah.
as well.
John, did you ever work with Eddie Browning?
No, I had a real good privilege of being around John Noble, who was his tag partner for a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And I know Colt Steele also
Yeah.
was in a Drillers tag team with Eddie. No, I never had a chance to meet Eddie, man. I know him and John Noble's proteges about to come up here to Chicago to work for me, Marty Clay.
Yeah.
So, no, Marty's
Yeah.
trained by Eddie and John.
Yeah, Marty
And,
Clay's been on the
no.
show.
Yeah.
Marty's awesome, man. That
Yeah.
kid's
Yeah.
got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah.
Really, to me, he's no offense to Austin. I think Austin's got so much potential, but right now, current wrestlers in Kentucky that are working. That kid needs to leave Kentucky to actually get his name out there. No offense to the state of Kentucky, but
I agree.
He's definitely a
Marty's too
star.
good.
He's definitely a star.
Marty is too good to be stuck in Eastern Kentucky. He needs to go out and see the world.
John, if you can remember it and everything, please look up footage of Driller Eddie Browning because he is phenomenal talent.
He's got a good
Yeah,
mind
I mean,
for business.
I've seen some matches for the old NWA.
Yeah.
That Eddie used to have. Phenomenal wrestler.
Oh,
Noble, Randy Royal was another guy, my opinion, phenomenal talent. That whole area, man, had so many good wrestlers during that time period. It's like when you go back and you look at it, it's like 2010. You look at the wrestling scene in 2010 in Kentucky. There was so many hidden gems
Yeah.
in that scene that got overlooked because so many people in the state, and I'll say this as a guy who now is in one of the biggest cities in the world and one of the meccas of wrestling in Chicago. There's looking out at the state of Kentucky. There's so many people are hidden because a lot of the bigger cities don't talk about Kentucky. They don't look at Kentucky as a wrestling state. They see it as a basketball state. But when I would always bring up to the guys in Chicago, I was like, man, there's some guys right now in the city of Kentucky that should be coming up here to work. Or there's some guys that should be going down there to work because there's such a vibrant wrestling scene, and there's the youth movement. I think PWF had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
When I left Kentucky in 2014, as when I finally retired as a promoter in the state, I started noticing by the time 2017 I moved up to Chicago, I started noticing there was this young movement of more younger wrestlers that are coming out and they're getting their names out. Now there's promotions that are mainly booking young talent to be their stars. And,
there's so many promotions around here that have great talent, and we're here as the Nice Guy Indie podcast to maybe be the bridge to you guys and that talent. If you
we
guys
want to
would
bridge
like,
the gap between older wrestlers and younger wrestlers.
even from
Absolutely.
Chicago to Kentucky,
Yeah, no, I agree 110%. I think the young guys, being Blade was talking about this last night, was how some of the younger guys don't realize how much knowledge they have around them if they just sit down, drop the ego, and just spend time talking to the old guard and picking their brains and learning. Because here's the thing. Wrestling in a style sense does change a little bit throughout the generations. I've learned that because when I first came up here in Chicago, I thought, I'll just do like Memphis stuff and see how it works in Chicago. Chicago fans don't buy into it because they've seen everything. So we have to do more of a combat style approach to wrestling. But the storytelling, the good and evil, the rich versus the poor, someone who's been downtrodden, who's a blue collar working class hero, that still sells tickets. That still is something people want to believe in because if you take something that is realistic, people will hang on to it and they want to thrive off of it because like Steve Austin, Vince McMahon, proven formula right there. How many people would love to go to their workplace, find the prick who's a rich, smug asshole, and stun them right there in the middle of the factory?
I've lost
Everybody.
more jobs that way.
But seriously though, every working class guy watching wrestling in the late 90s, early 2000s, Austin was their guy. Why? Well, man, he's just like me. He works hard, he's blue collar, he drinks a beer,
Yeah,
and he hates his boss. Yeah. once you take that relatability away from wrestling, you really lose your crowds. You've got to give them something they can relate to. You want to give them that imagination, but you also want to sprinkle in realism, and it works. And storytelling is something that I was very blessed when I got there in the South, learning from guys like Blade, spending time with Scott. You know, I was very lucky. Jim Chadwick was around me a lot. Jim would actually pick my brain as much as I would pick his, because he would see I was doing modern stuff. Yeah. And he was seeing the younger crowd we were getting. BWF is mainly 18 to 35 bracket. We literally had like the Southern ECW type crowd. Yeah. And they were ultra loud, ultra rowdy type of fans. They weren't like the quiet type. They wanted to see violence, and they loved it.
Yeah.
But they also appreciated good storytelling and wrestling.
Yeah.
On top of that.
Who was it down there, John? We were down at your house one night down there in Corbin, and the guy climbed up like 7-8 scaffold bucks.
That was Alex
That was Alex Zane.
Yep.
Alex
Alex Zane. New Japan Pro Wrestling star
That's
now.
our local.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex wrestled for me back when I got him out of the backyard. Actually, this one I actually rediscovered some of his wrestling because Bobby told me about him. And he was like, "Man, there was a kid named Alex Zane, but he left wrestling. But you should, check out his YouTube stuff." And I remember all I could see was backyard wrestling, but the stuff he was doing in backyard wrestling was phenomenal. I was like, "Oh my God, this guy's innovative, like high flyer." Like, and then I know this is going to probably crucify me to some of the older Southern workers, but when you see someone with that much athletic talent, you want to gravitate towards it and go, let's give him a platform and let him wrestle, because he was actually professionally trained. So, yeah, we gave Alex a big spotlight. It was a Four Corners match. It was Alex Zane versus Brad Rush versus Max Misery versus Jamie Northstar. Yeah. Every one of those guys can work. Every single one of them was good. And I remember it was me, Blade, sitting in the back. I think I was talking to Cole Leighton King from Tennessee. And I remember Alex Zane comes walking up with Brad because they rode in together all the time. And we just built this scaffold for our entrance. I don't know why, but we just, it'd be kind of cool, like a construction zone look, And I was joking with Alex because I've seen videos of Alex doing jumps off of high roofing. I was like, "Alex, you think you do a flip off that?" And I was just joking with him. He looks up at me, he's like, "Yeah, bro, I do it for you, no problem." So I was, here's the thing, boys. I was thinking he was joking. So I go over there, and I'm on commentary that night because it was the virus benefit show. So it was me, I think Bobby, he was on commentary with us, and it was Aaron Rose. And I remember we were commentating, and these guys, these dives outside the ring, and next thing you know, they're fighting over to the entrance. And I'm going like, okay, why are you guys going over to the entrance for? And sure enough, I look up, and here's Alex Zane climbing the scaffold. And I was like, oh, shit. Oh, so yeah, first in my mouth, I'm like, please don't miss. Please don't miss.
Right.
I have an insurance policy, but I don't want to cash it in. And sure enough, he does this 450 off the scaffold. And the crowd just goes crazy.
Hey, look,
we
were popping in the back.
Yeah. And I remember because Cole Leighton King came up to me, and he was like, "Well, I got a shotgun. I'm going to go ahead and probably just shoot my opponent in the ring after that." And we sort of laughing.
How do you
I was
follow
like,
that?
He's like, "How the fuck do you follow that, guy?" He's like, the finisher of that match, by the way, was a Canadian destroyer off the top rope.
Wow.
Was that the same match that Max Misery got hurt?
No, that was not the match. He got injured, I'll say 6-7 months after. He did that Asai moonsault to the outside.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
And it was like that sad, like almost like the football thing, the puncher or the kicker goes for the field goal. Like he made the field goal like like at least 100 times. He made the same kick, always worked.
Yeah.
Sending it back to that Asai moonsault. Max always lands it perfectly, always lands on his feet, looks great. One night, Max goes for the Asai moonsault, and it was like a weird gust of wind and blew him to the opposite side. And there was no one there to catch him. And you just heard this sickening thud.
Yeah,
and he broke his
retired
leg.
shortly after that.
Yeah, man, I hated that because Max was a super talented guy.
Yeah.
He's talking about a really hidden gem of Kentucky wrestling.
Yeah.
Max Misery. Do you guys ever have a chance to go back and watch his stuff on YouTube? Max was a phenomenal wrestler.
Good guy too.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was a good guy.
Yeah,
too.
man. Yeah, man. He would give you the shirt off his back. Really was. You know, that whole crew in PWF is great, man. I mean, I have so much great memories with you guys, and just, you know, we had fun down there. I think it was the reason why we had a lot of guys kind of jealous and hating on us a lot too, because not only were we drawing these huge crowds, but we actually had fun. It wasn't one of those like, yeah, okay, another night in the office. It was like, nope, let's go out there and be creative. Let's see what we can do differently that no one else in the state's not doing.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can go to work and have a good time, it's a plus. And that was the way it was down there, you know. I know I wasn't there a whole lot, but I always enjoyed myself. And I know I worked with a lot of people, yourself and Bobby and a lot of the other guys down there, and you never heard a bad thing about it. And that was one thing, because a lot of the promotions at that time, you might have 10 people say it was the greatest place in the world. But you might have one youngster come up and say, well, no, it sucks because I never get any breaks. You never had not one negative vibe about PWF Corbin, period. Unless it was Jimmy Felcher. My bad, Jimmy.
I loved it. I loved it there.
Guys, I got to interrupt you for a minute. Johnny's got to leave. Johnny, you want to say something real quick?
I just want to say I want to thank y'all, gentlemen. I want to thank you, Bobby Blade, for being here. It's always a pleasure. I want to thank you, too, for Andy, for being a great host.
Well, thank you, Johnny, for coming in. And
But not
helping so
y'all,
much.
because I just want to say, gentlemen, it's been a
Do you need
pleasure.
Bobby Blade to walk you down, catch Banditos down there waiting on you?
I might. I might be down there.
Thanks, Johnny Lee.
And
thank you.
I just want to say, have a good night, y'all, and get that handshake on video.
I will. I'll get it.
Thank you, sir. I will see you at the bash.
Me too. It'll be my pleasure.
Thanks, Johnny.
And Johnny's going to allow
We got Austin coming in for the final
reflection
3
of
hours.
perfection,
That's right.
Come on over.
Austin Diamond coming over. He wants to.
No one better.
Speak
But
to
you
Mr.
know-
Bullard.
But, you see him here, buddy. But, you know, the thing is, too, Scott, to reiterate what you're talking about, we had a formula, too, at PWF that was different from most wrestling companies. We constantly never had the same main event every show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would almost have like a rotation of the main event to give another talent who's working hard a chance to be showcased as that main event. I remember first main event we ever had was Madman Pondo versus Big Van Vader. One night, I never had a chance to be on your podcast. I have so many stories about this stuff, but
Thank you.
I felt bad for Pondo that night.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't say that often about anybody, but God bless, he took a beating from there for no reason. Then after that, we had, of course, Dustin Reyes versus a guy who I felt like was probably the best wrestler in the world at the time, by the name of Kyle Matthews. Kyle was our Bryan Danielson.
Yeah.
Like, that's how good of a wrestler he was. To the point, he actually wrestled Bryan Danielson multiple times and always had a killer match. To me, Kyle should have been signed 15 years ago. Should have been. Then I remember we had, actually, I think that was the third show I believe. Second show I think we actually had was Isaiah versus Lennox Norris. And that match was just awesome all the way through. And so every main event was different. We never tried to do the same match every single night. We try to give someone a little different. We had storytelling, but man, when you have so much creative people, you have so much talent working in that locker room with guys like Bobby, guys like Scott, you know, you're not going to have a bad night.
And the PWF crowd was so appreciative of what they were being given and everything too, and that made a big difference there in everything. They appreciated the heels, they appreciated the baby faces, they appreciated the matches, they reacted to everything that you did. It was a great time.
You know,
John, we had fans who were fans of fans at that show. We had a woman named Grandy that was like the old woman that you see in the 1940s like wrestling videos that would like throw the purse at the guy or throw water or try to stand with a hat pin. I remember the third or fourth show, she would just buy a ticket. Her and her son would go walk into the crowd, and the crowd would instantly start breaking out into Granny chants. Not like Granny, like, oh, old woman, but like Granny, Granny, Granny. And like the whole crowd loved her. We had this other guy, he was like our sign guy, like ECW had. He had always like 1,000 signs. Travis was that guy. And then there was there were so many different people, man. There was this one chick who was like a gypsy, and she would like wear all this like crazy makeup and stuff. She was really cool. Erica was her name.
Yep.
Remember, she came to Georgetown
Yep.
too.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, Erica was awesome. She was awesome. And she would always write these cool wrestling reviews, and she would plug the shows, and she was like, I wish there was more fans like her.
Yeah.
Like, but man, we just had the best fans in that whole area. I mean, I love Kentucky wrestling when I look back at it, but I look at that crowd that we built, and the whole crowd wasn't actually from Kentucky too. That was a really crazy part.
Yeah.
I remember first show, me and Bobby walked through the parking lot together. We were seeing like West Virginia license plates, Ohio license plates. We had like fans from like different parts of the state, and these fans weren't just going to one show. They would come to every monthly show we were putting on. They would travel just to see this show because we were booking the best of the southeastern part of the United States, the best talent we can get. That was actually making an name for himself.
Do you remember how over Jordan Cage was?
First night, I remember when he came out, him and John Noble had that match.
Oh man!
And I was setting a standard because they really think the second match, the first match also set the tone too. Was Derek Neal versus Ryan Dukey.
Yeah,
and that was a hell of a.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just remember when Jordan first came out, the fans at first were like, some of them didn't know who he was because they weren't MWA fans per se.
Yeah.
But after that match, they were like, "Yo, he's a heel." But he's like Dolph Ziggler good.
Yeah.
Like he's really good.
Yeah.
He's actually he's actually the heavyweight champion down there at New South Wrestling.
And going to be their trainer as well.
And going to be their trainer, yes.
You know what? They couldn't pick a better guy. What a great talent he was.
I seen him 3 or 4 months ago, I guess it was, and he walked in and he said, "Hey Scott, how you been?" I said, "Do I know you?" I mean, he cut all of his hair off. He looked so different. I was like, you know,
he's got a beard now and everything.
Yeah, and when I would hear him talk, I knew him, but I couldn't place him. And he's like, "Well, damn, man, we done so much together." He said, "You went out and did the dark match with me, and you don't even know who the hell I am." And I was like, "Man, you sound so familiar." And somebody behind me or beside me or something said, "Well, that's Jordan Cage." And man, I just grabbed him and we hugged each other, and it's like, "My God, man, you look so different." And I guess I do too. Like, we all start getting a little older and whatnot. But when he grew the beard and cut his hair, I didn't even know him.
Yeah, he looks totally different. The first time I ever saw the streamer bit, you know what I'm talking about, where they throw streamers in the ring, was with Jordan Cage at PWF, and that was quite a visual to see because I had never seen it before, and it was amazing. And he kind of teared up a little bit when they threw the streamers, and I thought that was a cool moment. I was like, this is a cool moment.
It was the moment he actually finally won the heavyweight title.
Yeah.
But him and Kyle had such a legendary series of matches, and he finally beat Kyle because Kyle would always get the best of him.
Yeah.
But when he finally beat Kyle for the belt, there's got to be like 100 streamers that came flying through the ring. Like it was crazy. He actually had his own fan community. We're called the Picture Perfect Cheerleaders. Yeah, and all these guys wore his shirts. They were crazy for him. So one part of the building would chant "Picture Perfect," other part of the building would say "Socks." And so, like, one side loved him, one side kind of hated on him. And man, it was great. But the night he won the belt, I don't think there was not one person in the building not happy about it. Everybody was excited because they knew how hard he worked for it.
You were talking about Van Vader a while ago, and we were also earlier talking about how much a diva that Frank was. Wasn't he a diva that night too? Wasn't he down there asking Leon, "Come on, let me use the mask"? Da 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 da. Wasn't he a diva down there at Pro Wrestling Freedom too? Or not the mask. It was the Mastodon thing he wanted to wear. Is what it was. I think
the Mastodon helmet. Okay, so I could tell you the story about that because I know you wasn't there. So. Dealing with Vader, not trying to hijack the show by no means, but it did involve like Bobby and everybody on this. So when we booked Vader originally, we didn't deal with Vader the wrestler. We had Leon White the human being.
Yeah. And
Leon the human being, phenomenal guy, sweetheart, big teddy bear, all the way through. But when you're dealing with someone with real bad bipolar, 1 minute they might be the big gentle giant, and then second thing you're dealing with this horrible diva. And by the time the show was starting, he became the diva. And he would try to hijack the show. He would try to get more money out of people, and though he was paid exactly what he asked for. And during the training session, he had this horrible seminar. I remember me and Bull Bronson talked about this. Bull wanted to fight him.
Oh, Bull.
I love Bull, but
Great guy.
But yeah, man, he's one of my buddies. But Vader was just being a dick. The only person he wasn't a dick to was Frank. And so he kind of took Frank. Frank was his guy because Frank's another big hoss of a guy, and Frank's a agile 500-pound moonsaulter all the way through. Like Frank the Tank was a freak of nature in wrestling. I will say that to anybody.
He certainly was.
I love Frank.
Same here.
Talked to him last week.
Yes, he's just one of the greatest guys I've ever had the privilege of working with.
He was a diva.
He can be. He can be. But yeah. So we go look for Vader. Where's Vader? Frank sat next to Vader. Like he became like his official. That's my guy. So yeah, like Frank was like, oh, cool, the Mastodon helmet, because we were the first promotion in the United States outside WCW to actually have the Mastodon helmet, one that Inoki had made in New Japan for Vader.
Yeah.
So sure enough, he let Frank, put the Mastodon helmet on and, took a picture. And I can't blame him. I mean, I actually did the same thing, but then when Vader wasn't looking, I did it. I'm like, well, I smoked a big bowl of pot and then blew it through the Mastodon helmet to get the smoke effects. I mean, I'm not going to lie, but
awesome.
But it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, cool, Mastodon helmet.
That's funny. That's cool.
But the sad thing is, as this match begins, right? So it's supposed to be him and Pondo, and everybody was like, oh, it's like a dream match. And, this indestructible monster versus this human bulldozer. And, what could happen? And sure enough, bell rings. I remember this commentary so well because Bobby was on it. And Bobby's like, dream match. It's starting now, ladies and gentlemen. And sure enough, what happens? Not a lockup. Vader instantly starts going to boxer mode. And all he says, bam, 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 bam. And he's belting Pondo. And just to me, I would say it, and maybe Pondo might have a different opinion on it. And I don't want to put no words in Pondo's mouth. But to me, I felt like Vader took advantage of the situation and totally dominated them. 1, 2, 3, quick pin. I don't think Pondo didn't get an offensive move in. And match was over, and Vader left. And I made that decision that night. If I would ever book another show, my homegrown talent will be the stars. And we do bring in a name, that name is going to be doing business. Yeah. And I would be damned to let any of my guys look bad. So anytime we brought in Dutch Mantel, Adam Pierce, anybody, they did the company a favor.
Yeah.
And that taught me a big lesson tonight. And I actually kind of thank Leon. I actually bumped into Leon about a year before he passed away in Lexington Comic-Con. And I told him that. We had a good conversation. He apologized for the situation that happened. And I told him, I was like, you know what, though? I said, I'm glad it happened. And he said, why is that? And I said, because it taught me a valuable lesson as a booker and promoter, how to handle a situation when it gets out of hand like that. I said, no, I'll never allow that to happen ever again. So it's a very important thing to learn.
Yeah,
that's all Frank talked about for like a month. Every time we'd get on the road, it would be the same story. About, I put on the man.
Better guy.
Yeah.
What's really funny was that Leon would do a Twitter tweet about Frank the Tank, but he mess up his name. He called him like Hank the Tank or Hank the Frank or something like that. So I'm like, guys, I was like, I just want to look at Frank one day, and I was like, Frank, I don't think he remembers you that well, Hank the Tank.
Hank the Tank.
It's like Hank the Tank. Man.
It was the same way, John, when I booked Rikishi. Rikishi came in, and we were running on Saturday nights in Lawrenceburg there, and I booked him to come in, and it just so happened it was Austin's. It was his 6th or 7th birthday that week, and. So when I'm talking to Junior on the phone, and he says, well, just book my flight a day earlier, and I'll come in for your son's 6th birthday. And I was like, look, man, I think we paid him like $1,100-$1,200, something like that. And then of course the room and the trans and stuff. And I said, look, Junior, I really appreciate it, but I don't really have the extra money to keep you an extra day. And he's such a great guy, man, really great guy. He said, look, I didn't say I was going to charge you. I want to come in and be a part of your son's birthday party. And he did, and he didn't charge me for it. But he and I are, of course, sitting there. Frank and Austin and a lot of the kids that Austin had there were in the ring. And so as Keish and I were sitting there talking, we look up, and Frank is in the middle of all of them. They're getting ready to do the Too Sexy dance. And so Frank is right in the middle of them, and he's got like 5 or 6 kids, And again, it was like his 6th or 7th birthday. And so he's got like 5 or 6 6-year-olds on one side and 5 or 6 6-years-old on the other side, and then Big Frank in the middle, right? And so, like, while Junior and I are talking, I look up and I said, which one of those kids do you think is having the best time? And he studied maybe just 5-10 seconds. He looked at it, and he thought about it a second, looked back at me, and he says, the big one.
The big one.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, me and you, John, we've talked about before that Vader was the one that brought the people there, but the undercard is what kept him coming back.
Amen.
Oh man, I remember that undercard. You look at Ryan Dukey, Derek Neal, Noble versus Jordan Cage, Sean the Virus Hard Drive versus Dustin Ray's, which in my opinion stole the show.
Yeah,
they had a match that they did like. What was back in 2012? They were doing stuff that was like you were seeing in 2019.
Yeah.
Like they were killing each other in a crowd that had never seen a type of wrestling before, and so like they were just going crazy with these matches. And thank God, Ray's and Virus was like the semi-main event because Vader shit the bed, and literally all his fans. I remember Terry Burton, and who still remains this day one of my closest friends in Kentucky. And Terry was in the crowd, and I remember walking up to him, and his grandmother passed away like a day or two before the show, but he went to the show just to get his mind off his grandmother's passing. And what actually kept me going as a promoter was Terry. And Terry said to me, he said, man, he said, that was one of the best shows I've ever seen. I don't care about that main event, no offense. But he was like, but all those other guys you got on your card was awesome. He was like, when's the next show? At this time, I had no show planned after that because I was like, I was so burnt out dealing with Vader's ego. I was like, I don't know. But after hearing that, I was like, okay, one fan, we made a difference. One fan, you grab them and you become friends with them. But the thing is, they are a loyal friend and fan for life because you gave them a memory. And the most important part of our business, and I learned this, is it has to do with storytelling. It's something that Bobby Blade and Scott both preached to me a long time ago. You create moments for somebody, and that's what this business is about.
Right on.
Yep.
Because, again, when you do that, we've been around, yourself, Bobby and myself, been around for so long now, and it's really true that you have these youngsters come in and say, hey, I had a great time, back in 2010 when you was doing this or you was doing that. And then here now in 2023, they're bringing their kids out and saying, hey, you know what? When I seen John Bullard and them guys in Corbin, or when I seen Bobby Blade or Scott Diamond, whatever, and they're telling their children this. And now their children are going, man, I've heard all these great stories. I just want to be a part of what caused my dad, my grandfather, whatever the case may be. I want one of those stories that my dad or my grandfather is sharing with me now. And you're so right. You've got to make that moment for somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell you this now, I'm about to be 40 years old. I'm probably one of the more younger guys that are still promoting, but I got that really kind of a cool old guy feel this year, last year, I should say 2022. I remember Scott messaged me. He was like, hey, my son wants to come wrestle for you. No, I got to say this. I didn't keep track of Austin all along. I should have, because I remember Austin when he was like little.
Yeah. And everybody now, John's looking at him like, no, that's not the same kid.
He's not even.
I'm going to be honest with you. It fucked with me for a long time. Because I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like, oh man, I really am old. Like, I remember when he was 6 years old in these little suits, and I'm like, how is he now taller than his dad? I'm like, how is this possible? And And then, you know, Scott gave me that blessing. He was like, I work for you. Now I want my son to come work for you. And it's just like, dude, I ain't gonna lie. I cried a little bit because I was just like,
because that was a moment for us. You know, that was a moment for us. You and I had done great things together, and now for that torch to be passed to Austin, and you guys get to have that. You know, it's not just about the fans all the time. You know, as workers, there was a moment for us. You know, I really enjoyed our times together, and of course, he loved it growing up, watching all you guys and stuff. So for me, when he seen what you were doing, and he came to me and he wanted to say, hey, you know, do you think John would this, that, or the other? And I said, hey, look, John's a great guy. We've had a great rapport. I'm sure he will. Let me get a hold to him. And, you know, of course, you extended the olive branch without even a thought. And for me, you know what? I'm not ashamed to say that it brought a tear to my eye because it's the changing of the guard.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, too, John. Austin had his first couple matches, and I said this earlier in the podcast, he had sent me links to both of those matches, and he sought me out for advice and critiquing, and that really touched me and everything. I really appreciated that because not very many of the younger guys nowadays do that. So I do appreciate you doing that.
Well, he learned the right way. You know, that's why he's in contact with John. He's in contact with you. I mean, he learned the right way, and I don't want to take credit for all that. He learned that not only from myself, but he learned that being around guys like John, being around guys like yourself.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I could take all the credit, but I have to give at least half of that credit to you guys, really.
Well, the thing is, what's funny, I'll still send my shows to Bobby, and then I'll be like, critique my show. You know, like, what do you think of this young talent coming in? What do you think of this guy coming in? You know, like, because
Bobby's never going to be out of the business.
And the funny thing is he's promoted a successful show in Pro Wrestling Freedom. He's promoting a successful show in Chicagoland Championship Wrestling now, and he's coming to a guy that ain't done it for years, you know, to ask for, and that is appreciated. Seriously, that is the bridge from the old school to the new school that I wish would happen more often.
Agreed.
You know, instead of the new school saying, well, we're young, you know, we don't need to listen to what you guys did, and, you know, and all that stuff. You don't have any advice for me. You never made it big, you know, blah, blah, blah. But then the old school guys are also not, and it's not all of them.
Yeah.
But some of them are like, well, I'm not going to tell you anything because you're going to take my spot, you know. So, you know, not my dog spot, not my liver spot.
Right, my spot.
Yeah, well, that's what we're here as the podcast to do, is to, you know, let you guys come on and tell y'all stories, and then we have the new guys come on and tell us the way that they're doing it now, and hopefully they're listening to this and listening to you guys, and they're all learning too.
Yeah,
and you know,
that's like I appreciate that the bridge is built there for the old school and new school guys to meet halfway on.
Well, yeah, because a conversation needs to be had. It needs to. I feel like it's not talked often about, like, you know, like looking at, well, like, I'll say this for example, I'm trying to get off Blade, but when I was first starting out as a promoter in Kentucky, there was so many people that were hating on me, not because I did anything wrong, it's because, what was this young kid going to do and in the state? I was 27 at the time when I became a promoter. And I think at that time I was the youngest promoter in the city.
I was getting ready to say you were the youngest promoter in Kentucky at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember there was only two promoters that reached out to me as mentors. One was Terry England out in Western Kentucky, and Terry is one of my wrestling dads.
Yeah.
And the other one was a gentleman by the name of Kerry Campbell. Another gentleman who does not get enough credit.
We're going to have Terry
on. Who does not get enough credit.
We're going to have Terry on the show, and you need to call when Terry's on the show.
I seen Kerry Campbell about a year ago, and, you know, he's, I don't want to say he's lost a step, but it's you can really see that we're getting older.
Yeah.
I hate to think of it. I worked with Kerry a lot. I worked with Terry England too, but Kerry Campbell I worked with a lot over there in Ashland and stuff, and you know, it's really disheartening a little bit when I see some of us going by the wayside, you know, because I really think that we need people like Kerry Campbell, and I agree. He didn't get his just dues, I think, because he had other people come in and do some of the booking for him, but he was a good promoter, and we really need
What
that.
promotion was he running?
He run
At the time I worked for him,
What promotion?
the time I was working for him was New Ohio Championship Wrestling, New OCW.
Okay.
He
And
did
then he
that.
did Thoroughbred.
He did that, and then he took off a couple of years because that's when I worked for him. It was the same thing, but he took off a couple of years, and then he came back for a year, and he did Thoroughbred, and again, when I was speaking to him, it's just, the age creeps up on us, and it's a lot of work. You know yourself, John. It's a lot of work, and the older we get, the less grease we have on the knees, and it just gets kind of hard on us, and we have no choice but to pull back in some way, shape, or fashion. And I knew the last time I seen Kerry last year that I probably would not see him in a wrestling setting again.
That's so
Still
sad, man.
around?
You know,
Kerry's
funny
going?
thing,
Kerry's still alive, but he's not promoting anymore.
Okay.
Again, I challenge myself to find someone older than me. I'm almost 60, and
There's only one guy older than you, and it's Dale Bass.
and Dale Bass.
and I love Dale.
But Dale looks better than me still. I
and Dale will outlive all of us.
mean, he will.
Was he an in-ring guy too? Dale?
Dale's done it all.
Yeah, Dale used to be a wrestler. He's managed. He's refereed. He's mainly a ring announcer here in the state. But he's a great guy. Great guy. I love Dale Bass to death.
I seen him at Caverna last year.
Did you?
Yeah, with Terry England.
He was also a former Golden Gloves champion.
Yeah,
too.
Golden Gloves boxer. Yeah.
Wow. I'd love to get him in the podcast.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's a legit shooter, and he can take anybody down.
Yeah.
And I will put money on that. I've seen it.
The
I've seen
man
him do it.
the man actually teamed up with Lou Thez.
Yeah.
Think about that.
You guys
How many
are-
guys
Wow, I
could
didn't
do
know
that?
that.
You guys are putting on MMA up there in Chicago, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Chicago. I mean, I'll say this about the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago, on a Saturday, will have 12 promotions running in the city.
Wow.
Now we think of Lexington as a big city, right?
Yeah.
Chicago, you put like 12 Lexingtons in the city of Chicago.
I love Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago has become my adopted home. I love Chicago.
I was up there 4th of July, like not last year, but the year before, and I love Chicago. We went out on the lake and watched the fireworks. I love Chicago, especially downtown Chicago. Love it.
Just don't take a wrong turn in one of the hoods.
Yeah, but downtown Chicago is beautiful.
But I'll say this though, guys. I love going to the south side of Chicago.
Yeah.
I might be one of the only few white dudes that'll do it.
Yeah.
But I love going down to the
tough
south side
area.
of Chicago because a lot of my wrestlers are from the south side. So I can go over to one of them. Hey, I'm coming through town. You guys want to go do something? Yeah, man. Go over our house. We'll have a cookout.
Awesome.
I'll go over there for the cookouts, or they'll take me to the barber shop, or I'll go hang out with somebody and got to know the community. Once you get to know people there,
Oh yeah, it's
man,
like
you
anywhere.
never have a problem. You'll never have a problem. People will watch out for you. And,
You just gotta act like you belong, and then nobody will mess with you.
It's all about how you carry
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, you got to be like, hey, I
Yeah.
belong here. You know.
and just be chill and cool with people, and people be chill and cool with you.
Yeah.
That's just no matter where you live. But yeah, the city of Chicago alone, we have like 12 really good wrestling promotions in the city. And they all have different wrestling schools. They have all these different wrestlers. On Sundays, we have the Mexican wrestling shows, which are phenomenal. I'm outside of Chicagoland. I also help produce 2 Lucha Libre shows, Lucha Mask USA, and the other one is with my partner at All Star Lucha Libre. And we don't have nothing but talent from Mexico coming in. And they're all phenomenal wrestlers and phenomenal people. But it's just like you look at the whole landscape of Chicago compared to, say, Kentucky. It's wild to think how many promotions can work together in one city and still draw a fan base.
Okay,
Each
so
promotion.
y'all are cool with each other up there.
For 99% of the part, yes.
Awesome.
There's only maybe 1% you have that little drama with somebody.
Yeah.
But majority of people, they have their own talent. They're not worried about it.
You know, John, of course, myself, I'm in a mixed marriage. My wife is Hispanic. And so,
Yeah, my wife's black, so I mean, yeah.
I have a luchador also wrestler that lives in the house. Let me introduce you to him.
Hola, vato. Let me tell you something about Mexichismo, Holmes. When I get you alone in the ring, it's gonna be just you, me, and an STD, Holmes. How you doing?
That's that's another alternate ego of Mr. Diamond over there, Austin Diamond.
What's his name there?
That's Mexa Cheesemo.
Mexa Cheesemo.
I love it.
get a
I've been telling him he is. I mean, I would take that and run with it. I would. He's just so good at it. I would take that and run with
I
it.
wonder if we knew a promoter that could make that happen.
I think we do.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Listen to you.
We
Guys,
may want
we
to
have
clear
been-
our Latino workers, hey, he's actually half Spanish, so
Right,
don't kill him.
Right.
We have been on this podcast 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Good. We got 2 more hours to go.
We can stay on if you
We
guys
got this
want.
voice
I just
marathon.
let you know.
You know when you get together.
Iron Man podcast.
Yeah. You know,
24 hours.
24 hours. Let's do it.
Hey, brother, I don't have school for another couple hours. We're good.
I got to take my son to school in the morning. So.
I mean, it's.
Awesome, man.
Did you send that to John?
That's awesome.
I have not, but I will right now.
Send that to
Is that
John.
somewhere? Is that on your Facebook?
No. Nobody knows about Mexa Cheesemo until right now.
I'd love to put it up on
You
the
know,
show.
it just it's crazy when you get an opportunity to sit here and you get to reminisce.
Yeah.
Because as I said the last time I was on, it was something I really didn't do. Until last October before last when I announced the retirement tour, and I was doing an interview, and this woman said, "Well, I guess so long in the business, you reflect on what you've done." And really, I hadn't. You don't take time to do that because you're already too busy trying to stay in the stride and stay relevant.
Keep up with this next step.
And so when she said that, and now that I think about it, and I get opportunity to sit here, and talk with guys like Bobby, Bear and Donnie was in last time, and when I get a chance to talk to John.
And Anthony Presley, too.
And Tony, yeah. I mean, we could sit here, we could be here 8 hours and it seemed like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't seem like we've been here. What is that? The time there?
3 hours and 20 minutes.
3 hours and 20 minutes. It doesn't even.
And
seem
you
like
were
we've
here
been
like a half an hour before that,
Yeah.
too. So
I would like to argue the contrary. I only got the good chair about 20 minutes ago.
We spent 30 minutes at the subway.
Johnny had curfew. He had to be in. So he's probably watching this now, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, we've done so much together over the years, and it's a love and a passion that we all hold dear.
Yeah.
And so when we get the opportunity to sit and reflect, again, I'm sure Bobby didn't get a chance to do a lot of it until he retired, and John, John probably has not had a chance yet because he's going.
Oh, yeah. He's still so busy.
And I mean, when you think about all these great people that you've crossed paths with, when you have
And
the
people you wouldn't have met without wrestling.
Yeah.
without it, wrestling afforded me so many.
Without
things.
wrestling, I would have never met you guys either.
I've done countless television, 3 movies.
Yeah.
I mean, and not bad for a kid to come out of the ghetto in the '60s. I would have never had the opportunities that I've had it not been for wrestling, and I just hate to think that I would have missed out on some of the. Of course, we've all met some real shithead of people in our business, but when you
But they're worth meeting, too. The shitheads are worth meeting, too.
you know what? Without those people, I would have never threw that guy in the dumpster behind Denny's. That night.
Exactly. You never. If it wasn't a shithead guy to throw in the dumpster, then you wouldn't have had that fun.
Well, to be fair, after that, he is, in fact, battle tested.
Yeah. He couldn't get over the fact that he was in the Army and I was in the Marine Corps and he thought he was better than me.
Oh, yeah.
Look, kid, you're 25, 30 years younger than me, but
Yeah.
don't screw with me. I'll throw your ass in a dumpster. Well, we drive by and it just so happens, like, he had this little girl. Him and his wife weren't together, but they were at Denny's. Like, I guess, I don't know, he was picking the little girl up or dropping the little girl off or whatever. And so we see the car and it's like, yeah, this guy's been talking some shit. So we pull in, and when he comes out with his little girl and his ex-wife, wife, or whatever the hell it was, he thinks, well, we're not at the arena, so it's, hey, guys, what's up? I said, yeah, what's up? So we kicked his ass, and we threw him in the damn dumpster behind the Denny's. And I would have missed out on all those great times.
Yeah, exactly.
But I would hate to think of some of the great relationships, lifelong friends,
Yeah.
that I would have missed out on, like John and Bobby and some of the guys.
Yeah. The same thing for me, too, and everything. I've met some of the best people I've ever met because of wrestling, and I've met some of the worst people I've ever met because of wrestling. But the good people outnumber the bad people out there. And it's been a very positive experience for me. I did it for 29 years, and it's been a very positive, mostly, experience for me. I was a shy little kid that wouldn't say a word in school. I was terrified of my own shadow when I first got in and all that stuff. And because of wrestling, I found a voice. You know, I found a character, Lone Wolf Bobby Blade, that I can project myself out of. And it's because of that I've developed my actual, real life personality and came out of my shell and everything. And that's all because of wrestling. If I have never discovered wrestling or become part of it, I'd still be that shy little kid, sitting in the corner, not talking to anybody.
Yeah.
And so, I mean,
I'd probably be in jail.
but
exactly.
yeah, I mean that it's such a huge thing in my life. I don't understand this, and I know you come across this as well. For something, the older guys that get out of the business and all that stuff, a lot of them don't even talk about it. Like it never even happened. And I don't understand how something could be that big of a part of your life where you do it, on a regular basis. And it pretty much, forms, who you are, more or less. And then you don't even speak about it once you're out of it. I mean, I don't understand how guys can do that.
That's weird. That's
Yeah.
really weird.
I never was that way either, Bobby.
Yeah.
And I've said this to every kid that's ever come to my door and wanted to train. You have to do something wrestling related every day.
Yeah.
And when you do that for so many years like we have, how then do you turn that off? I still, I'm not as active as I was, but I still do something wrestling related every day. I can't help but not to.
Yeah.
You probably always will.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
Bobby claims that he's not in the business anymore, but, you've got John calling you all the time, and you coming on here all the time, and you're getting people to ask you to do podcasts all the time, and you're posting wrestling stuff on YouTube all the time. You're still in the business.
And, Andy, it's like, John or Bobby, I hadn't seen Bobby in a couple of months, and I hadn't spoke to John in a couple of months.
Yeah.
But whenever we get together, whether it's a couple of months, couple of days, couple of years, it's just like we seen each other yesterday.
Yeah.
You never miss a beat. And those are the people that that are genuinely going to be in your life the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, genuine friends,
Yeah.
friends.
And I don't see a whole lot of that happening today. Friendships forming and relationships with people forming and everything that would last long term.
Yeah.
It's sad to say, but I think that we did that best as far as forming those bonds and relationships for people, with our peers and everything and all that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because some of the young folks today, and one of the things that I really hate is some kid told me, actually a couple of them told me in Indiana one time, it's different. It's not different. I started in the South. John's worked all over. Bobby's worked all over. And they may or may not agree with me. But it's not different. It's the same. What's different is what you allow to get away with. What these young kids, the way you're training them is not the same way we were trained. I mean, of course, Adrian Alexander we talk about a lot.
Yeah.
And I trained him the same way that I was trained.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure you trained
and the same with him.
Austin the same way.
The same with him. That's why he contacts John Bullard. That's why he contacts Bobby Blade and says, hey, look, what do you think? Because he has the utmost respect for these guys as well, and he was brought up the correct way. He's not one of these young kids that says, well, it's 2023, not 1993, so it's not different. Wrestling, traditional wrestling, I think, there's a little innovation, don't get me wrong, but the heart of it, the tradition of it, is still the same if we continue to teach it the same and instill those same morals to these guys that we're training nowadays. The problem is, in some states, Indiana has got some good workers. I've said that earlier. But one of the problems with states without commissions is anybody and their brother can watch wrestling on Saturday, rent a building next Saturday, and say they're wrestlers.
I don't think Tennessee has a commission either, do they?
They do not.
Yeah.
And that tears down what Bobby and what John and what I was brought up on.
Yeah.
It's like I forgot what I was going to say. There's the age coming back.
There's the age coming back. Well, them learning correctly and carrying on the legend and the tradition, that we were taught, and forming those lifelong friendships.
Yeah.
Not saying, well, it's 2023, so wrestling's different now, so we can do this. We don't have to make friends no more, because I know Joe Blow, and he'll book me anyway because he's my dad's friend.
Yeah.
That, I think, is what's hurt us, because most of the young stars today, they're getting away from that.
Yeah, a lot of the younger people, and this doesn't include you. A lot of the younger people and everything, they seem to think that the older guys are the enemy, and they're trying to run them off and everything. But in all honesty, we were doing the same thing that they're doing now, trying to get work, trying to get booked. We were sending out, instead of social media, we had to make a reel on a VHS tape,
yeah.
with our resume, and we had to send them out to different places and everything, hoping that you had the correct address to send it to. Calling people,
And that costs money.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays they don't really cost them any money. They take a picture with their iPhone, write something down, and email it,
It's
or
all social media
or
now.
or
we didn't have that. We didn't.
Yeah,
have
you
that.
guys were spending actual money for
Yeah.
fucking VHS tapes were like $5 or $6 at least,
And we would make out a resume, and we put all our info on it, mail it out, and the correspondence took forever because you didn't know if you were going to get a job or not until you heard back from these people, hoping that you sent it to the right place. And I was telling John this.
I hope they even opened it, looked at it.
Yeah, hoping they looked at it. Yeah. I was telling John this the other day. I said that we were doing the exact same thing that they're doing now, except we did it in a different way. And a lot of the younger guys these days and everything, they fail to see that for some reason. But we worked
easier for them now.
Yeah, we didn't work like they do now. Because it was a different style.
Marketing was a job then.
Yeah. We had a different style that we worked back then, because nobody worked the way that they do now. That's a totally different style. We worked the style that was appropriate at the time. We worked like everybody else worked. You had to set yourself apart from everybody else. But I mean, we did the exact same thing that they do nowadays, except in a different way.
Yeah.
I think we were a little more respectful, though.
I think
does that make sense?
I think wrestling's influenced so many genres, like the rap business, even in politics. I think is just so pro wrestling. Just a lot of stuff.
Everybody and their brother now, whether it's football, baseball, the lady that works at the IRS for 20 years.
Yeah,
they're not getting trophies and things of that nature anymore, plaques and things of that nature. They're getting championship titles.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And if I may just chime in for a second and get my 7 words in after the last 3.5 hours.
You may not, sir.
I'll see myself.
You haven't really
back
got
up.
to talk much.
Pay your dues, Rook.
I'm working on it. I've been carrying bags for the last decade, man. Come on.
This guy is a great announcer, by the way. He is.
I already spent time on crutches for the business. I'm dedicated, I promise. But just in sitting here watching, I kid you not, for the last 3 hours or so, seeing guys, the Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Valiant, seeing Billy Graham on here, the Andersons, Tully Blanchard, it really makes me wonder, like Bobby was saying, why, and I hate to say kids being a kid because now I feel like a hypocrite, but it makes me wonder why the kids these days, a lot of times they feel as though they know better because we see guys like yourself, guys like Bobby, my dad, the guys I'm watching on NWA right now, Hercules Hernandez, guys are coming on and they were successful for a reason. So to overlook that, it just seems so pointless to me because you don't have to take their moveset, you don't have to take their mannerisms, but it's free to just look at it and take for whatever it's worth, And it's literally never been easier to communicate with somebody. Yep. You were many miles away, and you and I were just talking the other night, Bobby and I, we see each other maybe a couple of times a year, and I still talk to him more than I talk to most of the guys that I see in person, It just seems so fruitless to have it at your fingertips and not utilize it.
Yep.
Right on.
What a
Very
great
smart
talker,
kid.
by the way.
He's such a smart kid.
I try.
Way beyond his times.
Well, the first time I met Austin, he was up there in Frankfurt announcing, and I'm like, who is this kid that's over announcing? And I go over and talk to him. He tells me he's 15 years old, and I'm like, you amaze me, dude. You amaze me, and I've liked him ever since.
People kind of forget Austin hit puberty at age 5. So
I know, right? I thought he was a grown-ass 25-year-old man.
The Chicano mustache that he rocks over there, he's had that literally since childhood.
Yeah, I think I've seen some pictures of him having that as a kid.
John is so right,
Being the world's tallest Mexican is great.
Oh, my goodness. We've created a monster, John, Bobby.
Oh, God.
Órale, vato.
Aaron Rose is watching us too. What's up, Aaron?
Hey,
Hey,
Tommy.
man.
Johnny Lee's watching us.
You know, Aaron Rose, there's another guy that's been really successful at his craft.
Yep.
Much love to him.
Yep, and he's getting booked at a lot of other places.
Yeah,
Very-
man, he's
very
making
good
moves.
announcement.
Rightfully deserved, man. Rightfully deserved. Aaron Rose has been one of the best play-by-play guys, one of the best ring announcers in pro wrestling, in my opinion, the last 20 years.
Yep.
Hands down, one of the
Yeah.
best. I remember the night Adam Pearce came in to wrestle at PWF, and he literally said that to Aaron Rose. He was like, "You're in the top 5 best ring announcers I've ever worked with."
Oh, wow.
He said that to him. I never forget that. That's how big he put over Aaron, man. He was like, "Dude, you were phenomenal."
We went to a WWE house show one time. I think it was a house show. It might have been a TV taping, and he sat right next to us. Aaron did, and he caught up with Adam Pearce after the show, and Adam Pearce remembered him, and he said, "Hey, you remember me?" And he said, "Corbin, ring announcer, right?" And he said, "Yes." And so that was pretty cool that he remembered him. You know, that he made that much of not impact, but impression on him. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's
you know,
awesome.
it's talking about Adam Pearce, man. Last time I talked to him, first thing came out of his mouth was, "My good brother, how you doing?" You know, and it's like,
Yeah.
you know, he's one of those guys that I'm so happy to see the success that Adam is having.
Yeah.
Because talk about a dude that has worked his ass off to get where he's at.
And such a cool
know.
dude too, man.
Yeah, and he's doing it with his voice. He's doing it with his character. He's not been in the ring for a while. He's doing it with his character on the big show.
It's so funny when you look at people like on his Facebook page, how many people are like, "So Adam, when are you going to come back to wrestle?" And he's like, "Never." he's like, "I'm retired. Let me enjoy my body."
You know, the best thing that I crack up that he posts is somebody will say something about, "Why did you let Sonya Deville cheat?" or something like that, and he'll be like, his response will be, "Thank you for watching our television programs," and he leaves it at that.
Love it.
That's funny.
There's a guy that knows what he's doing right there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, man.
Such a
Yeah.
cool dude.
Yeah.
I remember talking about Aaron Rose, a good Aaron Rose story. I remember we were doing the whole Fear family takeover. And Aaron, when Aaron finally had like enough of it, and he's like, "That's it." And he's like, headset pops off. He gets up. He storms into the ring, and now I'm like laying on the mat, right?
Yeah.
And I totally don't remember him saying to Aaron, "Yes, you should fight back." But Aaron's like, "I'm going to do it." And he gets up and he goes in the ring, and I'm just like, that sounds like Tiny. I turn around and look at the corner of my eye, I'm like, "Oh shit, that is Tiny." Like, what is he doing? It was great, man. Because when he got up, the entire crowd popped for us. They're like, "Wow." And when the play-by-play guy's tired of this. So this is real deal. Okay. You know,
I think he's still watching, actually.
hope so. You probably heard his name and probably got too shy. You know, love that guy, man.
Yeah.
I will forever be an Aaron Rose supporter. And talking about a guy who kicked out at 2.5, man. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy who's on his deathbed and now he's making, what a great comeback story. People talk about certain guys with these great comeback stories. What a comeback story. To me, if there's any publication in Kentucky for Kentucky wrestling, the comeback of the year story is Aaron Rose.
Without a doubt.
You know, when my mother was passing away back in 2012 and everything, he was there every step of the way for me. So I appreciate him for that. And also
Absolutely.
too, yeah, he took me to him and his wife took me to Walt Disney World with him, and that was my favorite trip that I've ever been on.
Wow.
Well, if you know Bobby Blade, you know he's a big Mickey Mouse fan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I love Disney.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a Disney guy.
Did not know that.
Yep, I'm a Disney kid. Always have been.
Wow.
I still like my Looney Tunes, but I've always been a Disney.
He's still a little loony, but he likes Disney.
Yeah, my grandson, he loves Mickey Mouse. He's like 2. He loves Mickey Mouse.
Yep, Goofy was my guy. So.
Hey, Steamboat Willie, you know.
That's what they called me in high school. How you doing?
Jeez, John, I'm sending him to you, man. He's all yours.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that
Tell
supposed
Corey
to mean?
I'm sorry.
The pleasure's all yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Joe
Joe
Monroe says he's sitting under the learning tree. This is great, he says.
This is not an airport. He does not have to announce his arrival.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bobby, I always say this too. Bobby should have been doing voice acting years ago because, like, I remember anytime Bobby would tell a story, he would start doing these voice impersonations of certain people, and it's always good. Oh, I swear, Bobby, you should do that one night. You should do like a one-man show telling your life story, and you do impersonations of people. You have to.
I don't remember half of it though. That's the problem.
We'll write it out for you. You'll be fine. Yeah.
Put on the teleprompter in the back of the room.
Oh, dude. I tell you, Andy, see what you missed. 30 years of being in the locker room.
I know, right? I know, right?
We've set the record, I think, as far as show length, haven't we?
Y'all probably, yeah. I think this is the longest show I think have had. So
You
far.
have your 3 biggest draws in the same room right now. And
Hey, that's
you know
why I
what?
let you guys go an hour and a half, hour. And
Oh, I
40
appreciate it.
minutes
My
longer.
privilege.
Guys like Tony and John Collin, I mean, right there.
Yeah, I knew when you guys were going. I told the guys, I was like, these guys are I'm just gonna let them talk as long as they want, And
Hey, look, I was 5 minutes late because we was fighting through the crowd downstairs.
I almost tore my meniscus again, but let's go ahead and address this right now. After 4 hours of Austin Diamond, I better see some money this time.
shit, there ain't no money in this.
Somehow I don't doubt that.
Andy, he told me that. We stopped at Subway, and I still owe him. I don't know what's up. Oh, wait a minute. Subway needs to pay us since I mentioned it on air,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
John, I can't come to Chi-Town for cheap. It's
we
not
do
personal.
need more sponsors. We need more sponsors for this podcast.
So you get paid every time you mention a company name on air, right?
I wish.
Chicagoland Championship Wrestling, Chicagoland Championship Wrestling, Chicagoland Championship Wrestling.
Hey, knock it off. Knock it off. Only about free Subway coupons like once a month.
Hey, that's what he paid us.
That usually goes to me and my stash.
Oh wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we've had a great time tonight, Andy. But I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the great moments, that John, Bobby, Tony, myself, that we've had. If we could have, like you were saying earlier, it was hard for us to tape everything back in the day because it'd take a whole studio truck. But if we could have just taped, not even everything that we did at ringside, but if we could have just taped what we did either in the locker room or the Mexican restaurant there at the bottom of the hill. Remember that night, John? We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, man. Talk about a TNA house show.
Yes.
Bully Ray. Yeah, we had to save.
gosh.
We saved Bully Ray. Or we saved Scotty.
yeah, we
from
saved Bully Ray. There you go. That's what happened.
We saved Scotty from Bully Ray and Hernandez.
I seem to remember Scotty was very popular that night.
Yeah, we get ready to go up to the thing, and we all had a drink and dinner before we went up to the show, and we get ready to go to the show, and we're all going, John and Bobby and all of us were going, and I look back and Scotty's still at the table, right? So I go over and hey Scotty, we're going on up the hill to the show. Come on, man. Well, I thought about it. I'll be here when y'all get back. And he turns around and says, "Hey, buddy, bring me 2 more scotches." By the time we got down after the show was over, man, and we came down, he was 7 sheets into the wind.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
That was the same night that Jordan Cage and Dustin Ray's got their TNA tryouts and blew away everybody.
Yep.
They had the match. They had the best match of the night.
They definitely did.
Yeah, man. I can tell you guys a little bit funny backstory to the whole TNA thing. So TNA contacted us to be kind of like a house show promoter for them. So at the time, it was Al Snow and Bob Ryder, who we would actually deal with. And I remember, and this is going to probably incriminate me somewhere. This is a funny ass story though, so I cannot not laugh about it. So they're like, "Hey, here's a bunch of flyers. Let's go pass them out. Do what you can with promoting it. Get a hold of radio stations. The being set up for at the time it was Jeff Hardy was on the roster and a few other guys. So we set up a publicity tour for them. We did." And they're like, "By the way, here's like 70 tickets. You guys just pass them out and do what you want with them." I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I'm sitting here like, 70 TNA tickets. We sold like 30 of them.
Right.
We actually made money off TNA. I hate to say it, but we did.
Nice.
And then the rest was like, we all went up to like Scott and Bobby, like, hey, TNA, you guys want to come for tickets?
Yeah.
And we all like sat in this one huge group, like right in the front row area. There's like 40 of us almost.
I was getting ready to say there was about 40 of us. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it was a huge group of us, and we were all sitting around having a great night. And I remember like, yeah, we're gonna go. And this time I was dating my ex-girlfriend. Thank God that's over with. but holy shit, son, that's a podcast among itself, you know. But we went to the Mexican restaurant, and of course, like me and her having this little argument. I'm like, okay, she left. So it was just like me. It was Scott. It was Scotty in the bar. It was Bobby. I don't think he was with us at the Mexican restaurant. I think, I think he was.
I was there.
Yeah. The boys from Figure Four podcast, Russell Rindor and them were there, and those guys are sweet people.
Maria was there
Scotty
too.
scared them. Yeah, Maria. Yeah. And
don't tell that story. Don't tell that Maria story though.
Never. No. That's a good story though. You know, but we're sitting there, and sure enough, man, we're all like, yeah, Scotty, why were you with us at the show? And he's like, well, I'm good. And he's just like staring over at Bully Ray and Austin Aries, and he's like, "You want to get me in a fight tonight, boys?" And I'm like, no, you're not. He's like, yeah, I've been wanting to have a scruffle with him forever, and I'm just like looking at him like, dude, I don't got enough bail money to get you out. I'm like, no. You know, and he's like, he's cutting this promo in the middle of all this Mexican restaurant. On the other opposite side of us is Hernandez and Chavo Guerrero.
Yep.
So they're overhearing Scotty openly say, I want to go over there and whoop Bully's ass. and anybody who's ever seen Hernandez in person is a big man. Like, he
Sean's
is not a little boy.
Sean's huge.
Yeah. So middle of the whole bar thing, we go over there and start talking to Chavo and Hernandez. And Hernandez is like, hey, man, who's that big guy with you that's like really riled up? And I was like, he's a local wrestler and a good friend of ours. So I was like, he had too much to drink. And he was like, give him a taxi cab home or something, man. He's like, he's like, if he gets out of hand, I'll just wear him out. You know, like Hernandez was willing to throw hands at night. So we got Scotty out of the bar, thank God. But like the rest of the night was just watching these poor kids from this radio show in the Cumberland College freaking out because like Scotty's like, I want to cut him. I want to do this and that. Mark my words, blood oath. You know, he's like turning into freaking Joe LeDuc. You know, got him like a fish.
And you're being a little bit modest because if I remember, Sean used a couple of explicit words. You know, it's either get that son bitch out of here or I'm going to kill him.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I remember that and I was like, yeah, this is a great night for TNA.
Yeah, buddy. I remember going up to Bully Ray saying, "I'm sorry, Bully Ray. I'm so sorry, Bully Ray."
Well, he was sitting there with his girlfriend,
Velvet
Sky, and
Velvet,
the
Mary.
announcer,
Yep.
And not bothering anybody, just being, you know, I never anticipated him to be as quiet as he was, and man, after Scotty,
for a guy who's known. For Bully Ray being known as the guy who kind of like, you know, was kind of a tough guy, you think like, yeah, he's going to get riled up and it's on. But no, he was the most coolest, calmest guy in the room. I think he kind of knew like, okay, this guy's way too drunk.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to pay him a day mine of attention to let him, you know, get me in trouble with anything.
I think he all understood too that we were all trying to get him out of there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But I ever tell you guys you guys ever heard about the other TNA story with Scotty?
What's that? There's another one?
So, oh, yeah. I think Impact, I think it's the reason why he didn't come back to Impact the night that we were all going. So, a year before this, he goes, gets drunk, liquored up real good, goes to the Impact show at the Corbin Arena. Well, sure enough, this is during the time that Frankie Kazarian and Tracy Brooks had this internet story where Tracy pretty much got Frankie messing around with another woman.
Yeah.
Well, sure enough, Scotty did not know this, but Scotty actually worked shows with Tracy Brooks. He always adored Tracy. To him, Tracy was one of his friends. So Frankie Kazarian comes out, and Scotty looks right at him and goes, yeah, you think you're all great and stuff, but you don't deserve a woman like Tracy.
Oh, God.
And dude, Frankie Kazarian went from cool, calm, and collected to I'm going to whoop this dude's ass in 30 seconds. And he rolled out of the ring and he goes for him. I mean, he's about to go right over the guardrail right because it's fresh. This is a fresh news story. So like Frankie's like back at this, I was thinking, divorce, all this other stuff's about to come out. It's like, you know, it's a lot of stress. Sure enough, liquored up Scotty. Hey man, I want to whoop your ass. Hey buddy, your wife deserves better than that. And then, oh man.
Well, Scotty was never. He was never known for a guy that keeps his mouth shut. Now he may not know what he was talking about some of the time, but it didn't stop him.
Scotty was a great guy.
Hard to imagine that a wrestler would have a problem with keeping his mouth shut. That's not like us at all.
Yeah.
Might be onto something there.
Yeah.
Scotty was a
Scott,
great guy.
Scott, were you there the night we had the riot in Harlan, Kentucky?
I was.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
That was one of 6 that we were been involved in.
This is a story I have not heard.
So
there was it was a night I was a manager, and it was me. There's this kid named Brandon Cross. Remember Joel Woods, the state trooper?
Woods, yeah. I managed him down there. Yeah, he would come in his trooper car with his hood on, and then he would leave. And it's like, you know.
Yeah. And Joel Woods was a mountain of a man too. He was all man. That dude was a physical specimen. But I remember it was me, Brandon, Joel Woods against the Ghost Riders. And the Ghost Riders, of course, are hometown heroes in Harlan. And I remember it was like a 3-on-2 match.
Yeah, Kenny
and Wayne, yeah, man. And I remember this woman was in a crowd. She wore this little FUBU jersey, what they call it. And she was a heckler, so we knew right then they were like, okay, we're going to mess with this woman all night long, get her riled up. And we did. What happened was during this whole match, I got my belts off. I'm lashing Kenny with the belt. And I love Kenny to death. And when you're good friends with someone, you end up beating hell out of them worse.
Oh, yeah.
And I am like going to town on him, beating him with that belt. And he's selling it. And Brandon rolled out of the ring. He went up to this woman's son, right? He does the whole John Cena, you can't see me to her kid. Problem was, her son is legitimately blind.
Oh, God. Oh, I did not know
my God.
I love that. Oh, he's like, oh.
I did not know that.
Is that the reaction you was wanting?
Yeah, holy shit reaction. Like, uh-oh. This is heat, but now this is Dudley heat.
Hey, they were, that was one of the most rowdy crowds. You know, we pulled 300 people easy every time we went in there.
Yeah, man.
And they were a rowdy crowd. We were just talking earlier, you know, I took, Maria was the Cartel Women's Champion, so we took her and Myra down there to tag against these other 2 women. I think it was Haley Shadows and Lexi Green. Excuse me. And we were talking, it was such a rowdy crowd and stuff. But we got into the match, and, you know, here you got 60 seconds if you get busted open the hard way to end it. And they didn't even get 60 seconds into the match, and Maria done busted somebody open. Maria or Myra, one of them, but they had done busted one of the other ones open. And, John, do you remember the old guy that used to referee down there? He called himself Switchblade.
Oh, dear God. So I got a story about that.
Oh, God. Worst referee ever in the history of referees. And he comes over like 20 seconds into the match, and he says, Scott, I got to end this. And I said, no, you can't do it. It just started, you know.
Oh man, I got a switchblade story. I'm finish up on this riot story, but I'll go to my switchblade story on this. So, Brandon does a whole "you can't see me." Next thing you know, this woman and her husband, who I didn't know was the Golly Green Giant of Harlan, rose up out of the chair, and I looked up. I mean, I really looked up. I'm a big guy. I was looking up like, oh shit, what NBA ball player was this guy? You know. And he was like, oh, how dare you make fun of my boy? And then I was being big mouth Phils. We're like, yeah, what you going to do about it? Next, you know, 4 or 5 other people got up, and other people got up, and all of a sudden we found out they're all related to each other. So it was like, oh shit, this ain't good. So sure enough, Joel Woods comes rolling out of the ring. Joel Woods gets between me, Brandon, and he gets up and face-to-face this big old dude. And Joel's like, buddy, you want to sit back down and you're going to relax and enjoy the show. If not, we're going to have problems. And this guy's like, oh, yeah? What you're going to do about it? And Joel told him, got to give Joel credit. He was so calm about it. Joel's like, buddy, I'm going to tell you something I don't tell anybody. He said, I'm a state trooper. Do not cross this line. And sure enough, this guy says, oh, yeah? Well, I don't like pigs. Oh. And he goes, balls up his fist, and he's about to go through a punch. What happens? Joel Woods knocks him out. Oh. I mean, one-hand Superman punch, bam, knocks him out. Other guy goes up, bam, Joel Woods knocks this dude out. Like, Joel Woods is like a human wrecking machine. We're grabbing these other people. We're throwing people up against the wall. We're trying to stop this from breaking out. It comes into a full-fledged riot. Sure enough, the only two things come out of my mind that I'm seeing is this woman in the FUBU jersey is not doing nothing but eyeballing Brandon, who is the John Cena sign to her blind son. What does she do? She starts reaching in her purse. Anybody wants to guess what she was reaching for?
She reached for that knife, wasn't it?
Yeah, man, that big old Bowie knife thing she had in her purse. Sure enough, wow. I look back over at Brandon. I said, Brandon, run. And he, of course, he froze up because he's an 19-year-old kid, seeing a crazy melee with all these adults and everybody's security. Everyone's trying to break it up. Scott was out there trying to break it up. It was insane. And I remember he was like, and I'm like, dude, run. She's got a blade. Go. She's not after me. She's not after Joel. She's not after this guy, that guy. She wants to hurt you because you made fun of baby. Sure enough, she starts booking it. I remember grabbing Brandon, running to that locker room, and all I hear was and you ever seen like a little tiny person trying to run at you, and it's kind of comical because it's like a little like a weeble wobble, you know?
Don't fall down.
Yeah, and she was like weeble wobbling, coming after us with the blade in her hand. I'm like, no, not today. No, shut the locker room door. She sticks that blade right in the Harlan County Armory's locker room door. You can see it. Look, that blade mark is still there. That's what got her arrested because she damaged federal property.
They the same people a show or two after that, at the end of the night, security came and said, look, there's like 8 or 9 guys out here with this broad, same people. And he said, they've got this big Bowie knife, so they told me to walk you out to your car. And I pulled open my jacket. You remember that big Magnum I used to always carry? And so I pulled my coat open and I said, look, you go out there and you tell them dumb hillbillies, don't be bringing a knife to a gunfight. And it scared security. He said, I'm not going out there. I'm not going with you. I'm just going to my car and I'm going home.
He ran security.
Wow. Well, what was so funny about the whole riot show was that was a fundraiser show for the Mountain Warriors that was going over to Iraq. It was kind of funny. It's like, yeah, it's a fundraiser show. Woo, for the troops. Okay, guys, let's have a riot. Full-fledged chaos. And what was great was the mayor of Harlan was there. And instantly, I was thinking to myself after the end of the show, like, oh, man, he's not going to want to see wrestling ever come back to the sound. First thing out of his mouth, boys, that was a good show. I had a good time watching that happen.
What are we doing again next month?
Yeah, exactly. I remember he said 12 of us. Oh, I can't wait for the next show.
Yeah, it is 12
No, that Switchblade guy. I remember we worked a show, and he was in the crowd, and he was cussing and causing a storm. I'm like, who's this Mr. Magoo looking guy having issues? And he was like, he was calling me every slur in the book, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And it was the night I had a referee because Wild Bill actually forgot to actually book a referee. Like, how can you book a show and not have a ref?
I was there. I remember that.
Yeah, and so I came there to confront Mike Murphy on his business actions he was causing in Corbin, and that was the only reason why I showed up. I wasn't showing up for a booking. I was showing up to go whip his ass. And I remember, sure enough, Wild Bill looked at me. Bobby remembers that. Bobby remembers me coming over there because he was like, yep, going to handle business. Like, I'm not going to, or at least try. And sure enough, Wild Bill's like, John, my buddy, I haven't seen you forever. What's going on? I'm like, oh, just here to see Mike Murphy real quick. And he's like, well, hey, you're looking really nice and well dressed. You want to referee tonight? And I'm like, no. No, I don't.
Yeah,
he's like, that's great, man.
Working
buddy.
all night. I remember that.
12 matches. I refereed 12 matches in one night. I was like, oh my God, kill me. So I remember the next show we did, sure enough, Switchblade's in the locker room, and I'm just going like, why is he? Why? And Bill Rich says, "Hey guys, it's our referee." Like, no. And one of the guys were telling him, like, "Yeah, man, buddy, we're going to go do some chain wrestling, right?" This old guy looked at him and go, "Yeah, all right." And he pulls his chain out of his pocket. "Oh, I got a chain right here." Like, no.
Chain wrestle.
That's great.
Look,
oh man,
he sucks so bad as a referee. Larry don't like to admit this, but for a short period of time, Larry D was a part of the Diamond Cartel in Harlan. Yeah. He carried the heavyweight championship down there, and so Larry and I go out, and Switchblade is the referee. Well, you worked with us a lot, John. You know how we are. So right off the bat, we're pissing everybody off, and match ain't even started yet, right? Switchblade comes over and he says, "If y'all don't knock it off, I'm going to send you to the back." And Larry looks at him and laughs and says, "Dude, match ain't even started. What, you going to send us to the back? And there ain't going to be no damn match or what?" Send us to the back.
Fellas, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed. I'm like 5 matches in now, and I've only had one fan that I honestly thought was gonna swing on me. I haven't gotten to ref any matches yet, and I've only got a couple of bad things to say about one ref. Like,
wait till your first riot.
Yeah. I can't wait.
It's awesome.
Yes.
First riot in the business. I remember good old Clarksville, Indiana was a great place because of Scott Diamond a time or two.
Caused 2 riots in Clarksville over there, and as soon as the police came, they said, "Who started it?" And, of course, everybody's like, "That guy." And so I'm taking, John, after a couple, you realize that you got to give your money to somebody because you can't take your money out of property and bail yourself out. Yeah. And so
that's true. That is so cool.
The only crosswords that Apollo and I, if you want to call them crosswords, that we ever had, because the only person that was standing next to me close enough to give my money to, because the cops just come in, they grab me up, they're cuffing me. And I paid $800 for a limo that night, and I wasn't even going to get the ride at home.
I remember that.
And so as soon as the cops get there, and he's like, "Okay, who started?" And they point at me, and the guy's leading me out of the building, and he's trying to put the cuffs on me, and I'm like, "Hey, whoa, wait a minute, come on, man." And so there's Lisa, Apollo's ex-wife, and I said, "Look, here's my wallet, here's my watch." I give her my Rolex, I give her everything I had, and I said, "Give it to Jessica because I'm going to need you guys to come bail me out." And just thankfully, somebody, I don't know who, somebody said, "Look, we've got it on tape if you guys need to see it." And Kia had actually filmed some of it that night. So when the cops looked at the footage that my daughter had taken, they then take me out of the cuffs, and they go over and they talk to the woman that hit Myra and the woman that pulled the razor knife on Jessica. And so they're telling them, "Look, it looks like you all threw the first punch, so we need to know what's going on here." And they weren't going to take them to jail originally. They were going to take me to jail. They didn't even know what the hell was going on, but they was going to take me to jail. And so the only thing to save me was she had videoed that the riot starting. And when the cops were trying to talk to these 2 women that threw the first punch, and actually one of them was a girlfriend to a worker, and one of them was a sister to a worker. So they were in the know. It should have never happened. But the cops were trying to talk to them about they seen the razor knife in the video, and we seen the other girl throw the first punch. And instead of them saying, "Hey, they did this, that, or the other to antagonize us to start this," they started going, "Yeah, I'm going to cut the bitch," and da-da-da-da. And so finally the cop says, "Look, I'm just trying to see what's going on. We was going to arrest him, but I guess we need to arrest you too." And I was like, you know what? This is a good opportunity. There was 400 people in the building, and there was only 6 of us, and that's counting Frank's wife, my daughter. And it's like there was 300-400 of them and 6 of us. And when the cops started getting on to them, I was like, this is a good time for us to go get in the limo, drink some champagne, and get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, man.
Well, guys, we've been doing this for 4 hours now. I think I'm going to
2 more hours left.
I think I'm going to call the podcast at this point.
All right, brother, you can go home. I'll see you next time.
Let everybody say their goodbyes.
Where's the key at?
See
you tomorrow.
We'll still be here.
Andy, this is what wrestlers do, man. We lock
I
up.
know.
You know, we
Y'all
lock
lock
up.
All right, I reckon I'll start us off. I'm nobody, so we'll get me out of the way. You know, Sky Diamond, I don't have a good word to say about you, so I'll move on to Bobby Blade.
Then I done my
Bobby,
job.
thank you very much, man, for everything, for tonight, for all the advice, for the 2:30 conversations that honestly in my mind should still never happen because I'm still 6 years old and you're still that guy. John, the same thing goes to yourself, man. I've got nothing but good words to say about you, and I thank you very much for everything you've done for me. And I'm looking at the camera, giving Homeboy a nice shot here. I'd like to thank Kara Clark for being my fashionista, picking out the suit and tie for tonight, and then I'll wrap it up and I'll send it to the next guy.
Go, John. You go next.
Hey, all I can say is thank you guys for letting me come onto the show and talk and take up some time. I haven't had a chance to actually have a real conversation with Blade or Scott in forever. So usually when you message someone on Facebook, it's nice when you actually get to hear their voice and talk to them. You can't beat those moments. Thank you guys both for being a major part of my life. And I love you guys dearly. And I hope to be on the Indie podcast sometime. And, you know, I got so much story, so many things I want to just talk about, and I think it's going to help out a lot of people, not just as promoters, but also people who've dealt with depression and dealt with, you know, having things thrown their way, and you know, they have to survive it and find something to build upon it. And honestly, I love it. I love this business because it's gave me some amazing friends, amazing mentors, and role models to look up to. And Austin, you got a great future ahead of you, man. You keep doing what you're doing best. Listen to your dad for the love of God, because he does got your best interests, you know. And guys like me and Bobby will always watch over you, man. And once again, love you guys. Thank you
very much, man. I love you too,
Thank
man.
you so much, John, for calling us.
Feeling is so mutual, John. I love you, man. I am so glad that wrestling has allowed us to become lifelong friends. Nothing but great things to say about you. And when I retire here in January, I'll be up in, I think it's March, to see you. And give my love to Corey, and I love you, man.
Love you too, man.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I have nothing to promote. I have nothing to push.
You got a YouTube channel to promote.
Put me over, Bobby.
Well, let's see. Please subscribe to my YouTube. It's kind of faltering here lately, so I would appreciate any subscriptions, any views, any comments, likes, and all that, whatever else these YouTubers say. Just look up youtube.com/@ Bobby Lone Wolf. I've messed it up.
YouTube.com/Lone Wolf Bobby Blade. Bobby Blade.
Yeah. Just look up Lone Wolf Bobby Blade. You'll find my channel. Also, too, I want to put over Crusher Bones Forever. It's a YouTube channel. It's a kid, the Crusher Bones' son. And he put together an awesome YouTube channel honoring his father. I wrestled with his dad for years and years and years. Crusher Bones. He's doing very well with this YouTube channel. He's getting a lot of subscribers, a lot of views. He's putting up old USWA footage of his dad, old MWA footage of his dad, Real Deal Pro Wrestling, and all kinds of other footage. It's an homage to his father, to his late father, who we just lost here, last year or 2 years ago. I think it was
about a year and a half.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago. And he was a good friend, and I lost contact with him over the years, later part of the years, and I wish I hadn't lost contact. But it was great to see him at the New South show, the Jim Chadwick Hall of Fame show. Yeah. And then he's done great with this. He just started this YouTube channel, so I'm sure he would appreciate, the subscriptions and the views. Crusher Bones Forever. Mine is Lone Wolf Bobby Blade. Please subscribe. Please view, like, comment, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
If I may, Andy.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Again, it's been great speaking with Tony, speaking with John. Definitely love being here with Bobby in person. It's always great when I get to see a great friend in person. I've got to relive some things tonight, and I can never repay you for that.
Are we definitely doing this again?
And if anybody wants to see an old guy who's going out and going,
we got to beat our record.
Come out and see the 11th annual. That's right, 11 years running. Can you believe it? 11 years running. Come out and see the 11th annual Scott Diamond Birthday Bash and Battle Royal for $1,000. It will be held January the 21st in Frankfurt. at the American Legion, 164 for Versailles Road. That'll be Saturday, January the 21st. The doors will open at 5:30. Going to be a lot of great talent. We've got talent from all over the country. We've got talent actually from outside the country. We got a British sensation coming in. We got some people from Canada, and again all over the United States. So come on out January 21st. It's also Scott Diamond's retirement. It'll be my last time of being in ring action. Come out and see if you've ever enjoyed seeing Scott Diamond at ringside, be it managing or wrestling. Come on out because it may be your last opportunity to do so. Also that weekend, I want to put over, New South. I'll be over to New South the very next night, Sunday, January the 22nd at 101 Hilltop. That's in Lawrenceburg. So come Saturday night to the Scott Diamond Birthday Bash. You're going to have a great time. That's on Saturday. Sunday, come on over to Lawrenceburg, just about 5 miles away, and see New South, another great show. It's going to be a great weekend for wrestling. And for everyone out there that supports Andy, supports myself, Austin, and Bobby, I greatly appreciate it. I love it. And again, come on out January the 21st. It may be your last opportunity to see Scott Diamond. So come have some fun. I guarantee you're going to enjoy yourself because, as we always say, not only is Diamonds forever, but brother, so is the Diamond Cartel. He's picking up the legacy. He's going to carry it on for the next 20 years. And come out. I guarantee you will have a good time.
Guys, I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. Bobby, I want to thank you for coming in. Scott, I want to thank you for coming in. Austin, I want to thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys. I want to thank Sean Johns and Johnny Lee for being here as long as they could.
Yeah, those guys do great.
Yeah, they're awesome guys. They're just so loyal and they're so appreciative of their big fans. That's why I have those guys here, and they help me so much. Check out the Nice Guy Andy Podcast YouTube channel. Check out us on Facebook, which you're probably watching already. And guys, we're gonna get out of here. If you're not having fun, you're not getting none. So
that's right.
Peace.
And if you're gonna do it right.
Nice Guy Andy Podcast. Skullface Records Radio. Anyways.
Those were expensive shoes.
That was great. Hurry up and get us off here.
I'm telling you now, meditate, elevate, and dominate. Do it with the Nice Guy Andy Podcast.
Hell yeah. Thanks, man.
Popping off at the mouth. I'm gonna be his daddy.
That ain't what your mama said.
He's popping off at the mouth. I'm gonna be his daddy.
Every time I come, it's better than the time
What's that?
before. I can't hear out of this one here, so I don't know if it's too low. But
I had the music on, so I didn't hear you.
I'd like to say that, each time we've been out here, I believe this is our third time out here.
Yeah.
We've had a great time every time. And each time we come out here, we think that the next time cannot get any better than the time that we just were here.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say I'm wrong because I'm never wrong. But every time I've come out here, and tonight is no different, it gets better. It gets better. Every time I'm out here, it's just
thank you so much.
more fun.
I appreciate it all. I have so much fun doing this. Hopefully we can continue doing it. We get some more sponsors.
Sean John's be mad, but I'll tell you what.
You know what?
You gave me this?
When
Hell yeah.
When I originally said that we were going to go to midnight tonight, I didn't really mean that we were going to go to midnight.
Oh, I knew.
That's just the way it happened.
I knew we were going to midnight. I knew we were going.
Man,
I got some fancy shit here going on.
Man, I've had that probably 20 years. And
You're giving me this.
And it's all you.
Oh,
and don't worry, because I'm about to take it.
You have to take
because, man, I ain't going to lie, man. John made a comment earlier, and I'm sitting right here right now, and it's all I can do to hold it back. And, as a Marine, I'm not going to say that I'm a wuss. I'm not going to say I'm soft or anything like that. He says I'm
We are
soft,
still live.
But, yeah. But I really, it touches me deeply.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
All right.
I sound like a Catholic priest, don't I? Anybody Catholic here?
Nope.
But I mean, it's just, man. Each time I come on here, and tonight especially, it really puts a knot in my stomach, a lump in my throat, and I'm here. John's talking a minute ago, and I'm trying to nonchalantly, just like.
Nonchalantly, we all saw it.
Yeah.
Well, I love you guys coming, and and we've become pretty good friends since this.
We're lifelong friends right here, man.
Yeah, I love
That's
this.
what I was talking about. Because of wrestling, we've all made lifelong friends because of it.
Oh yeah. This is my passion, and this is, and I've actually been thinking about going and doing some down to Larry D and doing some classes so I can just
Oh yeah.
feel about the training, and
Yeah.
me and Johnny Lee are thinking about doing that. So I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Oh, yo, we're actually still live. Now I'm scared.
Let me take this real. My dad's on the phone. He's been on the phone for like 4 minutes here.
Oh really? Okay, go ahead.
I said hello.
Hey guys, we're out of here.
Scott Diamond said hello.
Um,
He's
it's,
doing.